One dynasty ends, then a new one begins.
Every chess player has one goal in mind when it comes to classical chess: the FIDE World Championship. But before you can take a shot at the king, worthiness must be proven. 8 for the open section and 8 for the women are in Cyprus to do just that. First chances for some.
What a moment!
Last chances for others.
Whether or not he gets another shot at the world title, his career will be defined by resilience.
But all with just one goal in mind.
He will be the youngest world champion.
World champions Gukesh and Wenjun await their challenges, and we wait with them. It's time to let the games begin.
Welcome to round 11 of the FIDE Candidates 2026. The last round before the rest day did more than reinforce the lead. It reminded everyone what the tournament could still become. Sindarov answered the disappointment of round 9, and when we say disappointment, it was still a good draw in the boldest possible way, sacrificing a piece to beat Prague and stretching his lead back to 2 full points with 4 rounds left to play. In the women's candidates, the picture is tighter still. Vachier-Lagrave now stands alone at the top after drawing with Muzichuk, but only by half a point. This is going to be close, and it is completely unpredictable as the race remains completely alive. Welcome to round 11 of our broadcast. I am John Sargent, joined by Grandmasters Judith Polgar and David Howell. Judith, welcome back. Hope you had a good rest day.
Absolutely, and I can't wait to follow the next 4 rounds, because that's what only left from these candidates.
And David, welcome back as well. What did you get up to on your rest day?
Oh, John, I actually had a Norwegian society test on the rest day, which was stressful enough, probably more stressful than commentary. So I'm looking forward to the next rest day more than anything. But first, we have the next stage of this final push.
I feel like I have to ask now, is it anything like the Life in the UK test, where you just have to know random facts about things that you'll never, ever use again in your everyday life, and you get quizzed on them?
Exactly. There's a lot of random dates up here that are no doubt going to drop out of my head in the next few weeks. But no, it was quite the ride going back to school.
Amazing. Well, I'm sure those are safely tucked away in your prep files. Now we're going to be focusing on the tournament at hand. But before we head into the standings and who's playing who today, let's go ahead and catch up with Mike Klein, who, as always, is live at the venue.
Welcome back, everybody, and today we come to you from the outdoor cinema at the Cap St. George Hotel and Resort, and what a cinema it's been, because our lead actor, Vachier-Lagrave, has been starring for 2 weeks. Not just a single feature, he's been doing a double, well, actually no, it's a triple, actually now that I think about it, a quint, what comes after that? A sextuple feature. He's got 6 wins, and of course, he leads everybody. Today, he's going to get black against Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana. And according to the Academy, aka the Chess.com stats team, Fabiano is not out of it, but he has a 0.3% chance of winning. What about Vachier? He's up to 95%, which is about the same as Daniel Day-Lewis in There Will Be Blood. And by the way, there has been blood. What about over in the women's division? Lead actress so far has been Grandmaster Vachier-Lagrave, but she only leads by half point. She's going to try to finish the script on her Bollywood film and try to be singing and dancing in the streets of Tamil Nadu. But Anna Muzichuk and Zhuzhiner are only a half point behind. Today, Vachier-Lagrave gets black against Goryachkina. None of the 3 top women will face each other. What are we going to see in round 11's feature? Well, I'm going to settle in and find out.
Very well played, Mike and team. We are going to be settling in and enjoying the scenes as well. And luckily, we don't have to pay half a month's income just for a bag of popcorn here. You get to watch it all for free on our official broadcast. Here are the standings of the women's candidates after round 10. David, everyone well rested, getting ready for a fight again. And oh my goodness, what a fight this is.
Exactly. We have some big matches today. Vachier-Lagrave, the leader, has black against Alexandra Goyachkina, who finally got her first win just before the rest day. We have Lagno against Muzichuk. Muzichuk still struggling to overcome what was a big setback a few days ago. And Zuzhiner against Divya as well. It feels like almost must-win territory for a couple of those players, especially Divya. Anything can still happen, John. And at this point, it's just impossible to predict.
Yeah, Tan Zhongyi, I think, isn't mathematically out of the candidates yet. That's how tight it is. But let's go ahead and take a look at the open section as well. It is not quite the same story here, Judith. As much as I want to ham up the drama, realistically, it would be an incredible sight for Sindarov to be caught. It is still very possible, especially because he's taking a look, of course, at Giri and Caruana to come, but we'd need a string of results not going his way.
Well, it's going to be very exciting because, of course, Giri has to win, no question about it. At the same time, he's not going to burn bridges maybe completely because he had a better chance against Hikaru yesterday, the day before yesterday in the previous round. So probably he's kind of annoyed by that he was not pressing more Hikaru. But he's playing with the white pieces again, and Asipenko is not having his best tournament. At the same time, it's very difficult to beat him. As we've seen, it didn't work out for Sindarov, for example. But so it's going to be a tough game. He has to pull out something original, I believe, to be able to win. And then, of course, Sindarov is a very special game against Fabiano because Fabiano, he didn't win a game for a week already. For him, first part of the tournament went pretty well, but now in the last 5 rounds, he could not win a game. He had a double loss there. But of course, he wants to win. He wants to show that he can beat the leader and get a little closer. And, well, of course, it's not going to be easy for Fabiano, but I hope the rest, they push him to the mental state that he can really make Sindarov's life a bit difficult for today.
Let's talk a little bit about mental state, Judith. I'm going to ask you a question on behalf of all of the club level players who are watching in chat right now. It's very easy for someone to say, oh yeah, you know the lines, you just play them better, and that's the difference between a draw and a win. But at elite level, that's not necessarily the case. You might be choosing completely different preparation based on if a draw is acceptable, if you have to win. Can you talk us through what that's like at elite level and what the difference is between a must-win game and just a game where you simply have to play well?
Well, it's a huge difference. In some ways, it's much easier to play a must-win situation where you really say that there is no way that I can play for anything else because, whenever you have a decision, you know all the time what to make. At the same time, in Sindarov's place, for example, of course, we could say, okay, he shouldn't do anything special. He's a strong player. He's just holding the game, makes 4 draws, and then he's just walking into the first place, right? But the character, this is what we were discussing also in the last round, where Sindarov went into a very sharp line, a piece sacrifice versus Pragnananda, and we were discussing with David, yeah? Is it a smart decision? Is it the right decision looking the tournament situation that he has +5? Your style is your style, and when you are very young, it means also that you don't want to switch. You don't have that experience, and when things are going on your way, it seems that that's what happened in the previous game. That's why Sindarov was able to win in a very sharp game versus Pragnananda.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that, Judith. I'm sure we have a couple of tips and maybe a couple of extra half points converted the next time we play over the board in chat as well. So much appreciated for that. David, we can see that the cameras are buzzing. As we know, that's a sign of Nakamura thinking. That affects the cameras at the venue. I'll leave you with the same question. You're in a must-win game and you have to win before the 140th move. What do you do? Over to you.
It is tough, John. At this point, I think Caruana would happily play 140 moves if it meant he did get the win at the end. He'd happily play 300 moves if he needed to. But nobody has done it yet. I believe Sindarov is on around 50 games plus now, unbeaten in classical chess. So somebody's got to do what others have struggled. We do have a lot of quick moves. Caruana has played, by transposition, the Catalan opening. And Judith, this will have been expected probably from Sindarov. This is one of the most trendy openings out there these days.
Well, these days, and it was 30 years ago when I was playing against Karpov in many of the tournaments, it was also trendy. It seems like either it never goes out from the trends, or it just comes back too often. I don't know. But of course, all this is going to be pretty straightforward, sharp line knight c6. This is what I was playing with the black color as well. I'm curious whether white will give up, and he does give up the bishop. Well, probably it's going to be a pawn up shortly for Fabiano, but it's absolutely Sindarov's kind of game that he gave up a pawn, which is theory, but he's going to have his bishop from c8 to b7 to go that long diagonal. I mean, Fabiano wants to try it, and it's Sindarov's game very much. Probably he prepared something that he wants to test his home preparation, and tries to find a position where he can grind a little bit and maybe to have a long endgame. But I don't know, what do you think about the choice of Fabiano to choose to go to this line?
Wow.
Bishop e3?
Exactly. I was going to say there has to be a surprise somewhere. That is a weird move. Fabiano actually has played bishop e3 in other Catalans, like these bishop e4 check, bishop back to e7. He started playing this weird bishop e3 stuff, but it had to be something special and early, Judith, because it's got such a drawish reputation, this whole line. Like you said, black gives up a pawn, but gets, like, if we just go back one move, if queen to c2, black often plays c5, queen a4, black plays e5, black gets some central breaks. C5 here may be less attractive due to queen to a3, but yeah, this is all very drawish stuff. Like, there's so many forced draws in these lines, like very quick forced draws where black starts playing like bishop mouse slip, bishop e6, queen d3, and already these lines tend to end in repetitions at the top level. So bishop e3, wow, the fact that Sindarov immediately played knight d5, I don't know what the bigger shock is, Judith. Firstly, bishop e3 is such a weird move. I guess it's aimed against c5, but Sindarov didn't even pause to think here, even though it was almost a novelty, less than a dozen games in this position.
Well, it's interesting after knight d5 what black has in mind. At first you can think that to take on e3, but I'm not sure that's the aim for Sindarov. Maybe the idea is to play f5, f4.
Going for it. That would be very typical. The white king lacking defenders. Fabi does kind of at least say that maybe he'll take back with the queen. He does go for the c4 pawn. I don't know. This isn't what I'm used to from Fabiano. Normally he keeps a bit more attacking potential. Here he's trying to just, I don't know, cling on to something. I'm skeptical. I don't know. I think Sindarov might spend a bit of time in the early stages for once, but he shouldn't have too many problems to solve here.
Well, e5 is also a question whether that can be played.
What?
And he plays so fast. Look at that. This
Judith,
must be frustrating for Fabiano, that such a quick reaction by Sindarov.
Wow. How has he played this quickly? It's a totally... Wow, actually, there's been 2 games ever in this position. I'm going to try and find out who was playing, but I mean, I'm just I'm gobsmacked. This is such a rare line. Like, knight e5's totally gone out of fashion at the top level, and then bishop e3 almost a novelty, and Vachier still knows what he's doing. That is, I mean, his preparation's been by far not only has the results been great, but the preparation, he's been so good in all sorts of openings at this tournament.
But I think it also means that he's around the clock at the chessboard or thinking about chess. I'm pretty sure about that, because to be ready against these kind of moves like bishop e3, it only happens if you're having lunch and you have your friend with you, your chess coach, or just the friend he's with also in this tournament, and just discuss, well, you know, that position is so clear and it's drawish, but probably they might come up with something. Or I saw the engine saying bishop e3. What a stupid move, this bishop e3, no? And then after lunch you go back and say, no, come on, bishop e3 cannot be a serious move, right? And then you look at it for 10 minutes and then you say, okay, this is complete nonsense, I go this and that. And you have a feeling about it that it cannot be serious. And then, I mean, I just want to say that it can be the preparation what one might have, like Sindarov, just discussing, because they're discussing chess all the time. And look at that, we are seeing a blitz game so far.
I mean, I've just been doing some digging, Judith, and it does look like the games with Bishop E3 were all quite recent. They've been played Bishop E3 by two kind of famous players, Nihal Sarin, the Indian Grandmaster, and Nicholas Theodorou, the Greek Grandmaster. And most of them were in 2025, 2026, those games. So, wow, I think Fabi was trying to surprise him with a newish idea, Sindarov, but Sindarov, the research, the courage to go into this. The preparation only just begins, right? Black's a pawn up, but White's going to argue quite a good knight long term. C4's not going anywhere. What do you make of this chance? Is Fabiano going to be really frustrated? Is it just going to be a quick game, quick draw? Or do you see any real long-term chances?
Well, one thing is for sure. I wanted to say differently, but one thing is for sure, I'm shocked. What is this A6 suddenly? A6?
That is, I mean, that smells of computer preparation if I ever, if I ever saw one.
No, but I know I retired from competitive chess more than 10 years. I understand. There are a lot of surprises I get time to time in the very early opening phase of the game. But A6.
That is deep stuff. I thought it was about knight b5, but probably, Judith, it was more about like
Rook b5, rook c5. That was his problem, yeah?
Exactly. Maybe the white rook's just really, really strong here. Also, maybe if black just does nothing, like h6, possibly white can play like d5 and the pawn is hanging in some lines. But I think it is a rook b5, like you said.
No,
So
he
deep.
pushed a6 not to be taken after d5. Maybe he just wanted to put away that it's not hanging.
Maybe. Or maybe the rook b5 is just so strong. Like maybe white gets a total grip on the position long term. If the white rook gets to the 5th rank, then no pawn breaks for black. But just the level of preparation, like he got surprised, but he blitzes and lands. He's the one with the novelty. Like this is crazy. Wow. Modern preparation.
And don't forget, he's the guy whose preparation was leaked out.
We need some internet detectives, Judith. We need someone to find those notes. Someone took screenshots for sure. We need to see, was Bishop E3 mentioned? Did it go in a different direction, or was this all mentioned? This is, my mind's a bit blown. Speechless.
It's unbelievable, A6.
It reminds me, Judith, of the World Championship match, Gukesh against Ding, where Gukesh kept playing like A3 or these mysterious like rook E1 moves. They look like they do nothing, but it's kind of a statement, right? It's like, I know what I'm doing. Throw the move back to you. Black is a pawn up, so I should be able to return it at some point and equalize.
But this is why, I always return to this topic, that how much the engines transform modern chess. And I see very different layers to that. And I tend to discover what you just mentioned, these small moves which we don't see that it makes any sense. And when we did not have the engines ruling our life, then, these kind of moves, it would be impossible to check, right? You would just not check a6, only maybe after analyzing this position for 3 hours and discovering what happens on f5, what happens of whatever, queen a3, rook d8, bishop a6, bishop whatever, right? And then you think, well, maybe we just sit and wait, because we don't know yet where should we put our rook. White has no threat. And maybe bishop d7 I want to play only once the rook goes to b8. Or I don't know what black wants. But a6 is something to make a move these days in a second, because you analyzed it with the engine, and this was by far the best move. But it's not because you understand it, right?
Yeah. It's because you understand it only after the computer throws it out and says it's the best move. And I can confirm, I've just left a very strong engine, depth 46, Stockfish. The most modern version of Stockfish does suggest a6 is the best move.
Okay, but none of us had any doubt that this a6 came from a human mind, right?
Unless it was, unless it was hours and hours of human work. But that's the point, right, Judith? Like this line with bishop e3, probably he only left it on a computer for like 30 minutes maximum, and then he's like, okay, bishop e3 is never going to happen in this tournament, but just in case, I'll double check it. Or one of the seconds mentioned it as a move. Like, this is not where he spent days or weeks looking at this variation. That's why it's so impressive that he can still even recalling it, remembering it. Like, we had Nakamura struggling to remember files, and that was when it was sharp and forcing and more obvious maybe. But yeah, he's now 16 moves in. He knows what he's doing, and I think psychologically it's tough for Fabiano. Like he thought he was getting the first big surprise in, but no, shoes on the other foot.
Well, and also the other very interesting part of watching a live game, that you get very different feelings, not only as a player but also as a spectator. Because yesterday, the round 10, for example, if we look, when we looked at the game between Sindarov and Pragnananda, we were evaluating completely differently what was going on in the opening just because they were playing slowly, right? As now, if this would be a position where they have been spending half hour each and play a6 after 7 minutes of thinking, it wouldn't shock me that much as it shocked me now that basically both players were spending about 5 minutes up to this point where I was just looking what's going on, right? So the time element, how fast and with what kind of body language it has when you make the move, somehow you have a very different understanding of what's going on the position. F3.
F3. And Judith, before we break down F3, I'll just want to point out for everyone at home, just below our faces, just below the board, we see the accuracies. And I think we are not shocked, having said all that Sindarov is at 100% accuracy so far. He's played all the best computer moves in this line, in this game. It's his pre-game cooking. But Fabiano, 99.5%. That is shocking. Standards are dropping. No, but F3, what do you think of this move? Makes some sense to cover the light squares long term, right?
Well, it seems like both of the last pawn moves are of people understanding that it's going to be a long-term story and it will be beneficial in a later stage. Well, for white, definitely, when it's still the pawn on f2, to visualize the black bishop on h3 and the possible black back rank mate, David. I mean, that's frustrating. But once you have f3, you know exactly that with the queens or without the queens, you might end up with your king to f2. But it's also possible for white to move the queen to f2 and then push e4 possibly. But I would rather think that king f2 will be more of the possibility and use the queen to e5 or f4, being more active. Also on e3, by the way, it's very efficient, the queen can be. Because of d5, because of controlling black of playing c5, right? So somehow the e3 queen seems to be very well placed and you don't necessarily want to make a move. And also, if in this position we talk about it, what happens if we can change the queens? That would benefit, I think, for white. If white can be fast and capture the c4 pawn, let's say, and keep the c7 pawn in isolation.
Yeah, I agree.
Where is the c8 bishop will develop, David?
Good question. It's only got one sensible square at the moment, but I don't know where it goes from there. Like c6 normally is quite a good square in the Catalan, but here it's going to walk in some tactical problems. It's just staring at this f3 pawn now, so maybe it's not coming out, Judith. I would probably start by playing like h6 as black, just partly back rank issues. Just why not? Wow, okay, it's actually going for h6. But I was going to say maybe the rook comes out. Maybe at some point he has an idea. Rook b8 is always going to be hard to stop, but rook d6, rook b6. Maybe he decides to put some pressure on the d pawn first, try and tie down white's pieces before getting out his bishop. Maybe the bishop just stays at home for a while, or maybe he builds for e5. I'm not sure. It is hard to find a plan for black, but he has analyzed this before, so he probably does have an idea of where he wants to put those pieces.
Well, I can visualize some plans for white. I mean, I can visualize my knight from 3-3 to get to c5, which will not give so much happiness for black. The c4 pawn is something that it's a great chance that it will fall off, right? So what white should be very careful not to allow black to play c5 or e5 with, in good terms.
And Judith, visually, like let's pretend we don't know that this is opening preparation, that it's 100% accuracy for both. Like, which side would you pick? Who do you think has the easier job, not just now, but maybe 10 moves down the line, 20 moves down the line? Who do you think might just feel the more comfortable of the two players?
I think it's black has to be much more accurate than white. If black is not paying attention, he can get a very unpleasant position in the long run. So black has to be sharp and very much present in the position to understand what are the best reactions in the next 3 moves.
Yeah, and you say that mainly because the black bishop is a bit stuck, mainly because white's pieces
and because
are more
of the
active.
pawns, the c pawns, I don't like. In generally, of course, at the same time, it's the c4 you can't even attack in the next move. So, of course, if white goes knight e4, then e5 is possible. If knight a4, it's kind of, what is it doing there? But I can visualize it that the knight on c5, the f4 pawn actually can be pushed to f4, possibly at some point prevent e5, capturing the c4 pawn, putting extra pressure, and the c8 bishop will be stuck there. I mean, I can see scenarios like this. At the same time, of course, it's black to move. But I'm not sure h6, if black has time. Of course, it's beneficial to have h6. That's very clear. And I would rather to have my pawn on h6 than h7, but somehow rook d8 is an inviting move for me to, okay, let's put some attacking ideas immediately against the d4 pawn.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still not sure whether black can ever go for the d4 pawn because rook to b8 is so annoying in a lot of positions. But yeah, just to put it on the board as well, Judith, you mentioned queen exchange. I was struggling to think of a way to do it, but let's say I just make some random moves and okay, let's stop here. Like this position is, we see the eval bar rise. It's just almost winning for white, I think, positionally. Like the rook has access. Like you said, the black bishop is still bad. The king is easier to the center. So I just wanted to highlight, like, long-term, white is doing very, very well here. But
yes,
it's a long way away. And yeah, if I'm trying to put aside my bias now, my prejudice towards the fact that Sindarov's played all computer moves. Like, the more I look at it, the more I think, okay, I know what white's next few moves are. Maybe king f2, maybe even h4, rook b8, knight into c5. But yeah, not easy. Not easy for black.
So do I understand correctly that you prefer to play it with white, or that's an exaggeration by me?
Yeah, I think, yeah, if I'm really, really well prepared, then black. But no, I think if you just show me the position, I would say white feels, like you said, less risk. So I think we're both on the white side.
Yeah, you don't have a feeling that white is risking too much, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe at the end of this game, we're like, oh, it was genius from Fabi. Sindarov, he remembered up to a6, which is impressive, but he didn't really spend any time figuring out the plans. And or we'll just say it was very smooth, clean game, draw, fair result. I think we'll say one or the other come the end of this battle.
You know, I so much want to put my queen on a3 with black.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay.
I like to have my queen on a3 or even on a5 if I will be pushed back. You know, king f2. Well, no. I'm not going to lose my tempo. Sorry. No. I just said that on a5 I could also visualize it, but I'm not sure I want to visualize it giving a tempo for that.
Yeah.
And now to play... Okay, I want to see what's your next move. h6. I like your h6. I just
Okay.
responded to this moment.
Okay, I'm going to pass the ball back to you, Judith. The ball's back in your court. H4.
I understand you. Okay, okay. I'm not going to panic, don't worry. Bishop d7.
Okay, so finally you gave me some access with my rook. I don't know whether I should try jumping in immediately. Let's see.
And if now I go queen a5?
Yeah, that's quite a good square. Like, it is annoying that the white knight... Well, maybe I can still jump, but the white knight is
The
tied down to
a2 pawn is hanging.
Yeah. I really want to put my queen on e5, but you've trapped my... you've tied down my queen as well. And now you are going to evict my rook. That is a nice square.
Yeah, you know me.
Yep.
I'm going to play bishop c6.
Okay, if I go back 2 moves, bishop d7. My other question, Judith, I was kind of half joking when I said h4 because we've done it a lot. I've said it a lot in the last few days. But what if genuinely white is a bit stuck on the queen side? The black queen ties me down. What if I start switching attention?
I was waiting for you to say g4. You're taking my move and you play g4.
I had my idea h4, and I know g4 is your favorite move, so
Yeah.
in your honor.
Thank you. But
Okay.
After queen d6, if I try to highlight your weak squares and diagonal on h2, are you going to go queen e5?
That was my intention, yes. Yeah, I'm arguing that even with a doubled set of doubled e-pawns, white's still doing quite well in that endgame. I'm still quite confident there, but yeah, there are other questions like f6, or even if black just leaves it for a few moves. Does white ever want to take on d6? Maybe.
It's okay, I go... I'm not sure I'm so happy with my pawn on a6 right now.
It would be nice on b6, I agree.
Well, that would be more than nice.
This is...
No, well, I can go back queen a3, but I don't want to go queen d6.
Okay, oh, so last move. Okay.
Yeah, just take back the last pair of moves. So you just want to go g5, yeah?
Yeah, I really don't know if I'm ever doing much, but just as a... Firstly, I'm trying to argue that h6 would be a hook, but I don't know whether I'm actually breaking through on the king side or doing anything.
So let's say if I go bishop c6.
Okay. I will.
Are you going
to
to g5 and then h5, g6?
Oh, good question.
Or this is not something you're looking for?
I mean, in human terms, it's definitely something I'm looking for. Eval bar laughs at me, says it's equal, but I'll laugh back and say it's a bit scary for black, maybe. Maybe black just takes on g6.
Well, yeah, but maybe you just take on e6 and take on c4.
I'll take that one. Yeah. So the knight is hanging, but just queen takes c4. But now queen d6, and now the white king is also open. Yeah, this is very double-edged, and we're a long way in the future. But Judith, it does feel like this game, it's not going to fizzle out anytime soon, especially because Fabi would love a win, but it feels like it's got a lot of potential to go in any direction.
Very deep position, by the way. Maybe the preparation was until this point for Sindarov as well, but it's a very tricky position. Because as I said before, black has to be extremely accurate. 3 moves, 4 moves, and black is paralyzed. His bishop will stay on c8 forever. The white knight is activating to c5. Still, I like queen a3 though.
It does feel like a step in the right direction, just tying white down, annoying white a bit. And we'll see if Sindarov plays that move. This is the first time in a while I've seen him think this long, 13 minutes. He's normally much more speedy than this, but that gives us a chance to go to the bird's eye view and check out what's happening elsewhere. Of course, the Sindarov board we'll come back to. a bit later, but let's zoom out for now. And I want to get your opinion, Judith, on where else we might see the action. Giri against Yesipenko, another Queen's Gambit declined. So many this tournament. Nakamura against Wei. It is a Catalan, a very similar Catalan to the one we saw, but a bit of a different variation earlier on. And Prague against Bluebaum looks like it started life as a Petrov. And the women's boards, some early developments, but maybe that's a section we check out a bit later. Where to jump to first, though, Judith? The power's in your hands.
I would be happy to jump to Giri's game to get a little understanding on the isolated pawn position and what can be the aim of Anish to play this position. And why could he be so happy? Because Anish played very fast the opening. I think this is also something very important. And we see Yesipenko being at the board and thinking. Because this position, again, of course, it's more general position, right? That if there is some liquidation, exchange of pieces, the isolated pawn can be a long-term pain in Black's position. Which we've seen Yesipenko, for example, how fantastic his understanding on theoretical rook end games when he played against Hikaru. He was there, he was ready to be grind quite a long time, doesn't matter, he knows what he knows and he's extremely stable on his knowledge. At the same time, this is not something you want to play at this stage. And I think I think for Giri, it's a position which he can be extremely happy to get. It's a long game, it's not really risking for white. Of course, he will have to come up with some ideas how he's going to be pressing the isolated pawn. H3, of course. Yeah, we can see A3, B4, Rook C1 also, or to double on the D file. Knight B5, Knight D4, blockading. But it's not so easy. Well, not so easy with any color, but I think A3, H3 is somewhat, those are the two moves which H3 100%, A3 most likely. Though the question is for me, is the A4 queen stands well there?
Yeah.
How would you rate its position, its place in this position from 1 to 10?
I don't know. I mean, the question would be where else? I don't really see any other good squares. So maybe it's just there short term, but I don't like where it's placed, Judith. Like, it's quite regular, quite a typical thing, right? That Black is actually playing A6 as well. And then I don't know whether he rushes with B5, but A6 and the queen doesn't really have anywhere good to go. But I just want to take us back because just a few moves ago, like, we don't need to go the whole way, but isolated queen's pawn. Queen A4 was the novelty, I believe, or at least at the top level, at least according to what I can see, in a position that's been played hundreds and hundreds of times at top level. Queen to A4, and okay, not quite a novelty. One game in 1982, but Queen B6. I guess H6 was in this game. Queen B6 was played there, and one of the ideas is to play Queen to B5, or to just drop back and say, actually, Knight A4 is a threat. So very interesting that Giri chose to put his queen here, and Yesipenko's thinking now, but yeah, his body language shows he's not too comfortable, Judah. And we should remind everyone at home that Yesipenko is the only player who's mathematically out of it across either section. He cannot qualify, even if he wins all 4 games. He's 4.5 points behind Sindarov. It's been a tough tournament for him.
Well, it is a tough tournament for everybody. The only difference is that for some, they don't have enough points, right? It's tough in every way. And it's a long tournament also. Having 8 players, double round robin, you have to... And it's also interesting, like, when there is a tournament where you play with both colors against the same opponent, basically, you can prepare endless amount of time. And you know that if you work well, none of the preparation can go to be waste. This makes it easier, and I think it makes it also a bit more difficult to have even more pressure. Yeah. The only question is in which tournament situation you're going to end up playing with which color against the opponent. And of course it makes a difference, but usually you have to make a preparation for the tournament in advance. You can't switch lines just like that. I mean, you should know it better, David, because you were working with Magnus for a long time, and on the highest level you're helping players. So how is it with the opening preparation, for example, for candidates, you think?
Yeah, it is difficult. It's very intense, and like you say, like there's so many different tiers, like there's so many different levels. Like I remember when I was preparing one tournament myself, actually back in 2017. It was an all-play-all in St. Louis, like one of the lots of strong young players, and that was probably the deepest I've ever prepared personally for a tournament. I remember I prepared some openings against each player. It was a double round robin. Like I had three ideas against each player, and I wrote down, I was like, if I need to win against this player, this is what I'm doing. If I'm happy with the draw, this is what I'm playing. And I went back, and after the tournament, I looked at it. I think I came second in the end, but I played like none of the openings in the second half that I'd planned before the tournament, because as you say, things change. Suddenly I realized my opponents were playing something different. Suddenly I realized that, I don't know, I might be too predictable here or there. And it's so difficult. And the candidates that I have prepared for as a second, like back in 2016 with Peter Svidler, for example, there we set out a main repertoire. Like there was this core of the repertoire, but by the halfway point, he was like, I don't know, I'm scared. I don't trust it anymore. I feel like a sitting duck. I feel like I'm a target. We have to change. We have to find something new. And it's kind of, these... there's so much that's fluid, so it is difficult. It's a unique situation. In one regard, open tournaments are much more fun in that way. You can be spontaneous, but in the meantime, we do have a decision, queen to b6 from Yesipenko, and no doubt Giri, looking off to the side there, is going to try and remember what he has prepared before this game, but that gives us time to bring in John to break down what he feels from the initial stages here in round 11.
I'm loving the way this is building up, David. I think we are in for a little bit of a treat. Obviously, chat has been treated to Alpha Sindiro, showing us what happens when your preparation is absolutely godly and next level. But as we head into our break, I want to leave people with this. I don't remember the last time in this entire candidates tournament that Sindarov was down on the clock in the opening 10 minutes. And that's what just happened between him and Caruana. Okay, it's, coming back down now. But yes, there was some godly prep, but it also feels like Fabi is navigating it well, and Sindarov's actually the one down on the time. So I just want to bear that in mind, because I think that is going to make things very interesting heading into our middle game, even if our players have been blitzing out the moves so far. So while we get ready to see what fireworks are going to be popping off on the board, folks, as we head into this break, don't forget we have released the chess.com plushies. They're finally here. They are completely huggable, and for those of you in chat repeatedly asking about the dog, I'm afraid he's not for sale, sorry. But if you would like a physical piece of the game that won't judge you for your last blunder, this is it. Go to go.chess.com/plush toy or use !plush toy in chat to check out the full collection. I've got one of the white pawns. Unfortunately, mine might be defective because it definitely judges me for my last blunders, but yours shouldn't. We'll see you after the break.
No, I'm playing candidates. It's not nice to do this. Yeah, I will put myself to last one. Can I write it? Like it will be for me easier.
Yeah, sure.
Favorite, in my opinion, is only one player.
And who's that?
Fabi. Like, okay, he has a lot of practice in this tournament, and of course he's favorite. Then after favorite comes
decent chance.
So here I will put Prague. Naka. Then I will put myself. Giri. Then we also have like also decent chance, like because and Yesipenko. And then like to last one is a
big drop off. You'll put blue bomb.
Yeah, it's a But yes.
All right.
No, he's a very good player. He can win, but he can win some games, of course, like when no one was waiting for him. But to win this tournament, it will be very hard.
So is there anybody that you think is somebody that should be playing the candidates?
I think Absatarov should need to play in this tournament because, I mean, he was playing extremely good, but the only problem is like this big tournaments like Grand Swiss and World Cup, he's like not lucky, but in general he he plays very well, and he should need to play in this tournament for sure. The first guy, and second one is probably I will take like, I don't know, maybe Arjun or Vincent, like one of them.
I think everyone will have their own takeaways as to what the character arcs are, what the mental state of each person is, what the motives are. What is Hans's motive? What's Magnus's motive? What is our motive? I think everyone's going to kind of prejudge on motives in their own minds, and then view the show through that, and that will kind of like, you know, if you start the show thinking that Hans is, this completely sympathetic character that has probably never done anything wrong, then you'll see the show through that. If you think he is a manipulative, unstable person, then you'll see the show through that. If you think Magnus is like, he's just trying to do his best, then you'll see that. If you think he's like a, spoiled brat, then you'll see it through that, whatever it is. And, I think people probably think of us as like big chess mafia if they want, and then they'll see the show through that, or they're like, oh, these are just two little kids, two little jokers trying to run the chess world.
What are they doing? Okay. I think that's fair. I think that in some ways it's another way of saying that everybody kind of presented as themselves a little bit, and that would be my answer. Is like the honest truth is like I think Magnus came across as the GOAT, and I think to his credit, even if you don't agree with what he did, he has a track record of not tantruming when he loses to younger players. I think that was another thing that spoke in terms of what Magnus did. He genuinely thought was the best thing to do because he was convinced he was being cheated against, and he kind of comes across as feeling like I don't know that he is even depicted as a way of changing his mind actually at all, right, in terms of how he feels about that. And I think Hans comes across as like he has cheated, and when you see someone slamming tables and screaming on the streams and stuff like that, you go, something's going on there, but at the same time, like, did he deserve what he got? I would say no, right? And so I think all those things kind of came across, right, as far as those two, and so...
In general, watching that tournament from afar, what have your thoughts been, especially on the preparation, and maybe what has stood out to you about that event?
Yeah, I mean, there are many different approaches, it seems. There are some players who are relying on being very solid and sticking to their repertoire, while others are basically changing for every single game and trying to catch the opponent in a specific line. So it's a general decision that needs to be made, but I have the feeling that Sindarov was very aggressive from the start and it paid off. And we have also seen that sometimes this goes very wrong, but yeah, of course, so far 4 out of 5 is a crazy result.
And just out of curiosity, now in between your games, do you check the start of the candidates, or do you try to put it out of your mind until you're done for the day?
I mean, we basically only see the openings before we have to leave, but those are usually checked. I mean, it's anyway, up until the end, it's probably the most interesting part for me, because you see what's going on. Maybe there are some novelties to check, and that's of course important for us.
Welcome back, everyone, to the FIDE Candidates 2026. We are in round 11. The openings have been decided. There are a couple of things I want to call out, but one particular direction I think we need to go. Nakamura is in the tank. He's been thinking for 20 minutes already against Wei Yi. But Judith, I still can't shake the fact that I haven't seen Sindarov be down on time in the opening all tournament long. And he actually is, or at least was for a couple of minutes against Fabi just now. So I'm thinking maybe they're out of preparation now, and this is going to get quite interesting. I believe even you said that from a human perspective, it looks like the ideas for White might be easier to play. So let's go ahead and take a look at what's happening there.
Well, I think Sindarov started to think, because first of all, he was kind of happy, played fast, and he had great self-confidence doing so, and then he had to realize it that Fabi's playing very fast. He's extremely well prepared, one of the best prepared player in not only in the candidates but in the world, definitely. So he must have something, and he felt it that, well, maybe it's time to think, because there are some very important moves to be done in the next 2-3 moves, as we also try to break it down with David. Those things, and I do think it's very important how he's handling this, and King f2 is on the board now, as we discussed, that probably the bishop will be standing better on c6 than on c8, so Black has to make sure that he develops properly, and of course he has tons of time in this position. He has, I mean, really, why not to think? And it's important for him to be serious about these next moves, because maybe if he's not careful, he will be suffering for 80 moves in this game. And well, after all, he has 2 points of lead, so he has not too much to worry. But he has to be focusing on this position to get the best out of it.
Yeah, and Judah, it's something we kind of briefly mentioned in previous days. Often, as soon as the preparation dries up, the first move that you're out of book, because we rely on computers so much, then you finally got to activate the brain. Like the first 16 moves, it was just memory. It was like passive brain use. But like now he actually has to calculate. Now he has to figure out what his opponent might be planning. Now he has to try and decide on his mood. You know, is he just going to slowly put his pieces like h6, queen a3, just sit? Yeah, so many things. So it is key always just after the opening. I don't think he'll do a Nakamura and burn an hour on one move ever, but I'm not surprised at all. I think it's important that he does spend a little bit of time here, because, I mean, if the next 5 moves go well, probably he's just totally equal. If he ever breaks out with, I don't know, c5, e5, then he might be fine, and then the easier decisions will be ahead. But for now, it was looking, Judith, like he was reaching for his bishop. We saw on the camera Sindarov doing Sindarov things and hand out, about to make the move, then he pulls it back. He was reaching for the bishop again, so maybe bishop c6 was his choice, or at least his first instinct.
Well, actually, bishop c6 is also a bit of a provocation, right? That the white has the move d5, the possibility, and then he would be going back probably to d7, because if white pushes the pawn, it's not necessarily so good, because the c5 pawn, c5 square, could be important for white, as we discussed it before. I still believe that Black has to be very careful in this position. He has to understand what he can and what he cannot do in this. I mean, what is interesting, I mean, instead of bishop d7, you said immediately h6, which was a very logical way of continuing. And then I said, well, the question is whether Black has the time for that, right? And this is what we are witnessing. I like actually King f2 very much, this f3 King f2 plan by Fabiano, but it's definitely that Fabiano was looking this structure deeply, and he has an understanding of it. And while the computer may say 0, 0, 0, I'm quite sure that that's the judgment of it. But that's another story, how much the players understand the very small details. And details can be that, okay, can I play c5 in this game with Black? Should he go rook c8, for example, with the idea of c5? Should he go bishop c6? But after bishop c6, most likely Black is not going to play c5, at least not in the near future.
Yeah, and finally, there we go. Sindarov decides bishop c6. And like you say, Judah, it's a bit ironic because white will definitely consider d5 now. We might analyze that in a second. But if black had gone rook c8 and then c5, I think Fabiano would feel so much happier playing d5 after black's played c5, because then the black queen loses squares. And here we see Fabi back at the board. Maybe we jump in and check out what will happen if he does react to the provocation that you mentioned and play d5. Just, yeah, for argument's sake, like rook c8. Let's say, okay, even if I just make a random move, I don't know, rook c1. If black plays c5, now d5, and this pawn is always weak. The black queen can't come out on this diagonal anymore. Suddenly, white's d pawn could become very strong or very annoying, like with rook d1, d6. But here, he's saying, okay, you can have it for free, pawn to d5, because I guess he's saying, like, white doesn't need to take yet. Maybe black will play queen d6, and then white will have to take at some point. But this structure, he feels happier that his bishop is stable, defending the extra pawn. Rook can come to d8. Yeah, this does look totally fine for black. So what do you think, d5, or should Fabi be a bit more sophisticated about it and just slowly build up?
I think if black would exchange those pawns and regroup the bishop to e6 at the line you showed before, I think it would be a relief for black. Because suddenly the black bishop is more active. It also protects the c4, so the c4 is not a weakness anymore, but it can be a strong passed pawn even if the white goes to its journey through e4 to g5, c5, wherever. The c4 is going to be very powerful. And yeah, I see a very strong position suddenly for black, having the bishop from c8 to e6. So I think d5 is not the best reaction by white. Well, to take on e6 for sure not, but I think d5 would be also a bit early.
Yeah, my only question was going to be like rook b7, just tempo
Okay,
play
queen
like we gained. Yeah, but queen d6, and I was struggling to find a move here, Judith. Like, I don't see any. Like, I was briefly tempted to like take and go in with queen a7 or something, but it just feels weird losing all coordination. And no.
Well, after that, maybe I would go c5 to cut off your queen.
Ah, yeah. Exactly. Whoops. And suddenly the tables could have turned. Yeah, I don't like d5 either, to be honest. And we saw a featured chat a second ago from one of our viewers saying the bishop on c6 is dominated now. That's true. It can't really do much stirring up pawns, but I think it is about the second half of that feature chat that the white rook can't come in. And yeah, it's hard to find a plan now suddenly for Fabiano. Like the knight can't get into c5. Yeah, I don't know. That h4, like g4, g5 stuff isn't really a thing while black hasn't played h6 or while the queen's on e7. So how does white improve the pieces? Not easy.
Yeah, now it seems like black made the great regrouping of bishop from c8 to c6. While at first it doesn't seem so important because the b7 was covered from the bishop on c8 also. At the same time, the squares d5 and to take away the squares a4 and e4, the roots to c5 for the knight, it is important because suddenly there is a huge difference in position. In energy for black. Also, black will play, also not only those squares, but also that the 8th rank is defended, so rook b8 is also not something white can count on. I think it's also very important. The c4 pawn is completely untouchable for the moment. And so now white has to be clever also, because after all, maybe looking at the position and talking about it, maybe d5 will be a must and trying to get the c4 pawn.
Yeah.
So what happens actually if d5, bishop d7, and I go queen d4?
Good question. Maybe black doesn't need to take immediately, but I'm thinking either queen d6 or ed5. Rook d8 maybe, but okay, let's say
c4.
Yeah. Okay, let's say I take first, Judith.
Knight takes.
I don't want tension. And now queen d6.
And now you want to say that queen c4 is not good to bishop e6.
Yes. And I was a bit worried I'd lose a piece, but maybe not. Queen to the eval bar. Rook d1, I guess.
Yeah, rook d1 was my plan.
Yeah. Yeah. Just to point out for everyone at home, c6 would allow...
Probably queen c6.
But maybe this is just a draw though, after...
Yeah, takes check, king h8, takes bishop a2.
Yeah. Probably a draw somehow. Rook d7, rook d7, rook a7, and try to win the pawn. But okay, best white can get is probably 4 versus 3 on the king side, and should be a draw.
But that's winning. That's a draw.
With that I meant with the bishop and knight off. Sorry. Like for example, like
with the rook endgame 4 against 3.
Rook endgame. Yes. Yeah. I meant this this type of thing.
No. I would go knight. Yeah, I understand it. Yeah. Generally to take. Yes.
Yeah. Just for everyone at home, this should be a draw. But like you said, actually with this one, if the white knight escapes, like you think this one probably very good winning chances, Judith?
Well, let's put it that way. If white is Magnus Carlsen against anybody else, he would be very frustrated not to win, right?
Yeah.
But I think most of the top guys would be frustrated not to win.
Yeah, a knight versus a bishop, if it's just one side of the board, much happier.
Yeah.
Okay, so long way down the line, but yeah, Fabiano, I think it would be quite a narrow path. I think the whole point of that was that, yeah, it might be more forcing, but maybe some of the winning chances will, at least long-term chances will disappear. It was just going to be short-term. It's like either it gives you chances or it doesn't, like d5. Maybe nothing gives chances.
Yeah, that's the question.
Another question, because earlier we were saying queen exchanges help white. Let's say I go queen e5. Oh, the bar doesn't like it. Okay.
Yeah, but we were discussing to exchange queens not on those circumstances to change the pawn structure.
Yeah.
Because after queen c5 takes, the c7 pawn is not really vulnerable anymore.
Yeah, now black's bishop looks perfect.
Yeah, rook d8.
Yeah. Yeah, rook d8, e5, king comes. I'm surprised it's so much better for black. I thought it was just going to be equal after like rook b4 take, but okay, only black is happy.
But I'm not sure we have to trust the engine.
Never. Only if it comes to openings.
No, okay. I mean, it was exaggeration, it seems. But maybe black can defend the pawn by playing e5 and rook d4. I don't know.
In that other line. So yeah, it's annoying that the c4 pawn can't be attacked ever. Like, is it? Yeah, I don't really see how to get it. I was going to say something like rook c1, but it just feels so wrong to give black the b file. Maybe d5. I think you're right, Judith. The more I look at it, the more I think Fabiano would just play d5 and just say, okay, it might fizzle out, but black still has to find a few accurate moves. Maybe. Oh, he's playing it.
And
Fabiano plays d5
is on the board. Yeah, didn't find better.
I think he felt like if black gets one more move and plays rook d8, like d5 might not be an option anymore, and then black will just happily continue h6, just sits, and white has no plan.
And it can be the case that black's pawn up will be strong and not a weakness. So he doesn't want to get a worse position. Can white go queen a7, or does it has any sense?
Yeah, you scared me now with the other variation, queen a7, but there at least black could shut the door on the queen. But yeah,
yes.
Queen a7. I guess black defends everything with queen d6.
And then I thought to try rook d1. Rook b7 he went.
b7. This looked like a blind alley, like going up the wrong way. Queen d6. What does he want to do? Queen f... No. Queen f4? No. because we never want to take and allow the black bishop to sit on e6. I think that was the conclusion, right? So choices are limited here.
Yeah.
Knight to e4.
Knight
Doesn't really
e4,
make
queen
much sense.
d5.
Yeah, rook c7, just rook c8 maybe. White's not going to win this. Probably not losing either, but definitely not winning.
Yeah.
Okay. He wanted to play queen d6 anyway, I think, next move, just to get out of the pin on the e-file. So Fabiano's asking him to play a move he wanted. Okay, do you see anything else, Judith, after that move?
Well, after queen d6, well, I guess queen a7 is not good because of e takes d5. Rook c7 comes with a tempo, but then bishop e6 or something.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful pawn up.
Yeah, hard to stop d4 now. Okay, so queen
Okay,
d6.
so after queen d6... Well, if white has to take on e6, I don't believe in his position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Bishop
The bar
takes.
drops slightly. Can I make a prediction?
Let's say
Judith?
knight e4.
Knight
Sorry?
E4? Okay. Oh, sorry, I was going to make a bold prediction, but maybe not. How about knight e4, queen c6?
Mm-hmm. Rook a7.
Okay, 7. Okay. So white wants to play knight c5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. Makes some sense, but even if black just allows everything, let's say h6, knight c5,
Knight
black can just play
c5.
bishop c8, maybe just control everything still. And
Queen e5.
oh yeah. Cool. Oh, it does continue.
Or queen e7.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, queen e7. Okay. So this was the line, quite forcing stuff. So queen d6, taking everything off the board, knight to e4.
Actually, it's not completely forcing. Black can go also, what do you think, playing bishop c8 instead of queen d6 with the tempo.
Ah. Bishop c8. These moves sometimes, I realize, Judith, it happens in a lot of positions. I sometimes have blind spots. Like if a piece has just come from a square, I forget it can go back there. So like he's literally just played bishop d7, bishop c6, bishop d7, bishop c8.
That's crazy, I have to admit.
Four
I
moves,
agree with you.
Who needs tempi anyway? So okay, rook a7.
No, actually, now I realize that I'm going back with the bishop to d7, but I was not realizing that actually bishop d7, bishop c6, and going back.
Yeah. I think just on general principles, unlikely to happen, but maybe rook b8 as well. Yeah, maybe. Just bishop d7 and just keep moving.
What a repetition of move options, yeah?
I was actually going to predict another repetition, Judith. So after rook b7, I thought queen d6. Initially, I thought maybe white can try and get the queens off in a sneaky way, but queen c5, I think, is a good solution here. And then maybe we could see something like this.
Yeah, there are many ways of repeating moves.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is also interesting, like, I think John, that's how he started it. The question, like, what does it take to play for a win or a must-win situation? And what was the choice of Fabi that he went to this line, right? Because it happens so many times that you have this problem. Okay, I want to win my game. What should I do? Just because to play, some people do, okay, I play one knight f3, I want one a3, b3, whatever. I want to cut off my brain from all the preparation I did. I go there and I play my game, right? We've seen this before, we heard this before. Or you do that, no, I'm serious about this. Okay, I did not play well the last rounds. I don't have so many chances, but I want to make it as if nothing has happened, I'm playing a game the best I can. And then you go for a line, but okay, still I want to go maybe not so sharp. So what should I do which I can try to get some advantage? But okay, I'm just testing my opponent. What is his knowledge and which line? If he goes this line, I like that. If he chooses that, it will be okay. If he chooses the third one, we say, I don't have anything, but okay, I looked at it so much at home. I have some idea. Okay, so this is what I feel in this game, that you have this. Of course, Fabi said, okay, it's not that he's not going to play 1g3. He says, okay, I make my preparation. What can be the most unpleasant for Sindarov in the situation? For him, draw is great. He cannot play for a draw because I'm playing with white. I'm directly in which direction I go. So I can provoke him. That would be nice in his style. But of course, in this position, you cannot provoke people, right? I mean, it is a position where you have to find the best move and the best plan. And of course, he's going to be looking for an active position and the active plan, what he did, bishop d7, bishop c6, because it's about the position. You can't have h5 or f5 or something, because that's not about the style. That's probably about being good or bad move. And then we have this position, and Fabi, I try to get, but if he's going to be playing well and he makes those critical moves the best decision, then probably I will have nothing.
Yeah, it's so tough. And I think at this point, like, maybe Fabiano wanted to do something more dynamic, more double-edged, but everyone's so scarred by Sindarov's like brilliant play in dynamic positions. Like, tactically, he looks flawless. He's spotting things. He's calculating better than anyone. Like, I watched back most of the press conferences every day after the rounds, and Sindarov, not only is he playing great, but in the press conferences afterwards, he's coming up with these incredible lines that weren't even slightly on my radar. So it's, yeah, I think it's, at this point, it's just trying to go for that grindy technique. Like you said, Fabiano, he's not the kind of guy who'll just turn up and freestyle and wing it. Like, he'll do preparation, but he's trying to get something, like you said, memory test, something small, but that does narrow the margin maybe to win games. Sindarov, he's been forced to find good moves here and no problems.
David, you are a second coach, behind the scenes guy who knows what's going on.
Sometimes.
Well, many times, and you're experiencing that you're helping some of the best, right? What happens in a tournament like this, or a world championship match, when something goes wrong? How can you cheer up your player? What can you, and by the way, how helpless and hopeless situation is that, because a second is working double hard as a player from some perspective, in hours, right? And you have your player, you're making your analysis. First of all, you have an incredible big responsibility because you have the trust from the player who you're seconding for. How can you handle that stress, and what can you do? How can you cheer them up and give energy that it's gonna be good? Go and fight. Doesn't matter that it's going badly right now.
It is difficult, Judith. Like, I've mostly been a second who's not like on the scene, not at the tournament with the player, and like, so it's hard to influence just far away remotely. I remember I was once seconding a different tournament, and I got calls in the middle of the night, and the player was like, I think just anxious, didn't want to be there anymore, no more chance of winning the tournament, and I felt more like a therapist than a chess player. So it can help, but I think it is the job of the on-site people. Like, Fabiano has a team around him, and yeah, it will be their job to just take his mind off things. Fabiano specifically likes to play games in the evening, for example. Wow. We're being told that this is Sindarov's second in the crowd. I think that's Grandmaster Madaminov, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, the jobs of some of the seconds, Judith, are to just be there, to hold the player's hand through the difficult moments, to watch movies with them, to go for runs for them, I remember talking to another grandmaster many years ago, and they said they used to be in terrible shape, like fitness, didn't really care about fitness, but they started working with a player as a second. Suddenly they had to learn, all these different sports. They had to start walking every day. They started to start running every day because that's what their boss, their other player, had to do. So it is difficult. Like I genuinely think like the seconds now are the modern sports psychologists. But in tournament situations like this, where for Fabi it feels like it might feel like this was his biggest opportunity, it's going to be frustrating. And I think that's the hardest job. The one thing I will say, seconds should never be thrown under the bus, though, like they were for Hikaru. That was probably a second who wasn't on site. But either way, we're being told, feature chat saying, being a second isn't so difficult then. I can watch movies too. That's just one of the jobs. You have to be good at many things. I've also done years of training with that. But it's tricky, Judith, right? How about yourself? Did you have many seconds back in the day? And if so, what did you need most from them?
Well, actually, I was a second myself to my sister when she was playing against Chiburdanidze in her match, what is it? It was semi-final, or I don't know how we called it in those days, and also on her World Championship title match. And I was also helping chess-wise when Psahis was her coach. But I had, of course, a much more important role from the psychological and the emotional aspect. Like I was the one chatting with her about anything. We were discussing after the game which shoe shop to go and buy extra shoes. We were chatting and walking a lot. So all those things were very important part. And not only for Susan, but it's the same thing for me. That when I played in a tournament, mostly my trainer was Lev Psahis when I was playing on bigger events like Linares and some matches also. And but he was more the person supporting me and getting great ideas and strategies on the board and chess-wise. We were also walking a bit, but usually I was more doing that mental coach part with my husband or with my sisters or with my mom when I was traveling with her. And but it's I'm sure it's not easy to be from distance, which I never did really, to be second, but also on site, because for the player, for me, I always needed stability, and we were chatting about all kind of different things, but the people around me, they knew exactly that we just talk about all kind of things and to try to get away from the stressful part of the event.
And Judah, we have a move, but just to finish off this topic, I haven't told many people this, but back in 2015, so 11 years ago now, Lawrence Trent was Fabiano's manager, and I got a call from Lawrence one day saying, "Hey, Fabiano's in Madrid. He has like 2-3 weeks free. Do you want to fly over? He's looking for a new second, a new main coach." And I was like, "Oh my God, this is incredible." Like, I think I was doing quite well at the time. I was mainly playing. I was at my peak rating. But I was like, this is too good to turn down. So I flew over to Madrid. We were together for a couple of weeks, me and Fabi, training camp. And then, it quickly became clear that my openings were nowhere near the level he wanted, first of all. But every evening, like, we were watching, like, The Godfather, Scarface, all these gangster movies. And he was every day, like every morning before the coaching started or the training sessions, we would swim and or go for a run. And he went to the same restaurant every day. It was like routine. It was like, yeah, he ended up hiring Kazimjanov instead, so I don't blame him. Much more of an opening expert, but just Fabi specifically, I think he needs that routine, and he has his preferences, and he's learned from years and years of kind of high-level tournaments what works for him. So okay, anyway, that was my Fabi tangent. Knight e4, yeah. Judith, what do you make of it?
Knight e4, giving up the pawn on d5, and then rook c7.
Mm-hmm. But Yeah, we mentioned this, and then I suggested. Oh, sorry, in this position, rook c8.
Yeah.
And
I like
just
rook
looks...
c8. And I don't really understand what white is doing.
It just looks like a draw at the best for white. He's still a pawn down, Fabiano.
And the c4 pawn is a real passed pawn. It's not a weak one.
I would even argue, Judith, like if rook takes rook, like if I picked up the c4 pawn and took it off the board somewhere, like hide it somewhere, even this is probably a draw with best play, even if white might be slightly better.
Yeah, so, it's more pleasant to play it with white, but I don't think it's anything serious.
Yeah, so this can't be a winning attempt for Fabiano. Do you think he's just had enough of this game and he's going to try and force a draw here, try to pick up the c4 pawn? I don't know, queen c5? Surely white's not quick enough here. Could this be an idea? The problem is the king doesn't get here, right? Like black will just play e5 when the king starts running.
Well, e5, but king e3 and goes around king d2, king c3.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe this is the way the game might be heading towards a draw. I don't know. King c6, just wait.
It shouldn't be a big deal, is it?
Nope, should not be real winning chances for white. What else though? Like what else could it be? c8. Unless he wants to come in maybe with his queen now. Queen. Maybe this is it. Queen, I don't know which square's best. a7, for example. Just to hit the bishop.
Okay, so let's say rook c7. Takes and h6.
Yeah. Finally, h6. Maybe it's like you said earlier, Judith, like why play h6 back when I wanted to play it, like preemptively when when you can play it later when you really, really need to. Saved a move. Okay, this should be a draw, right? Like white going for the c-pawn, but...
Well, queen d4.
Yeah.
What is it, king g2?
Okay. Got some threats. Black better be giving perpetual check, otherwise trouble.
But it's not so easy to give perpetual check.
Yeah, maybe you can hit the pawn.
Yeah, queen d7, queen e2, king h3, and simply what?
Queen takes f3 maybe. Ah, no, but
then I thought queen e8 and queen f7.
Ah, yeah. Wait, and the knight gets back in time. Okay, this isn't so easy.
Why is it a dead draw?
The knight gets back just in time. Okay. This must
maybe
be
queen d5 there?
Ah, in which position? After queen takes f7, like this one?
Yes, here. Queen d5 actually taken. Yeah.
Okay. So your idea after
then
knight
queen f5 and it's, yeah.
Whoops, I traveled too far from home. Yeah. Okay, that would be an incredible calculation if Sindarov gets that far. But I think at least now we know what Fabiano wants to do. Because at least some winning chances there. He forces Sindarov to give up a piece. So, okay, if not rook c8, then white might be threatening to just take the pawn, right? Rook c5 and just take it. And then with rooks on the board?
And queens on the board, rooks on the board. I prefer to play it with white. Besides the fact that some knight f6, rook g4, queen h6 might show up also at some point.
I'll show that, like, let's say...
Well, let's say queen a5. Yeah, no, queen a5 also the rook c4. Well, of course the bishop is hanging, but...
Let's say something like this.
Yeah.
Queen a4. And then... Go, see the bar rising. Okay.
Yeah, because maybe already...
Yeah. I'll do it this way. Queen b2, take.
Yeah.
Take.
Boom. Knight f6.
I'm impressed, Judith. You're seeing these things a mile away.
You see, people thought when I was a kid that I'm tricky, I'm lucky, I'm a coffee house player, right? But it's like, I also try to create some things.
Yeah. And like the trickiest players are ones who see it coming like 10 moves away, right? So it's still a special kind of foresight to understand what the opponent wants to do and to plot accordingly, like set those traps for them. It's still like special, takes some special tactical vision.
Well, there is this theory, the red car theory. I don't know if you heard of that.
No.
I told you before. It's like, let's say you go from home for a half an hour drive, and then after that somebody asks you, how many red cars did you see?
Yeah. Now I remember.
You know this?
Yes.
Yeah. And then they say, okay, well, I don't know. You have no idea, right? But if you pay attention, somehow you get used to the fact that you pay attention on details and things. And when there is someone asking and tells you that, well, if you can tell me each red car where you've seen it, you get $50, right? You know that you better pay attention on things. And I think this is how I was paying attention on tactics. Like, nobody asked me about the things, but I was somehow paying attention on the small red cars unconsciously. So whenever I got a question, whenever I got an opportunity, doing my tactics, I was ready to do it from miles away.
That's really like young players should be incentivized, and the parents or the coaches should be like, okay, you get like some sweets or some candy or something every tactic you spot, like, and then they learn to find them. They force themselves to find it. You incentivize, you condition them to look for these things. I love it, Juliet. The red car theory. Everyone remember it at home. Okay, so tactics. That's why rook c8, we want it just to remove those tactics, right? Too many red cards in the future. No more red cards after rook c8. Or at least fewer red cards.
And then we talked about queen a7, right?
Yeah. Getting these off. So h6 allowed knight here.
No. Sorry. Can I ask a question? Instead of queen a7, what happens if I go rook a7? Because I want to keep my pieces.
Yeah. Okay, hitting the pawn. So the two moves that come to mind first are either a5 or bishop b5.
But also maybe f5 is possible.
Ooh.
At first I didn't like it at all, but then if knight c3, queen d6, and somehow it seems like all the squares are covered. Do you think it's possible, or it's too scary?
I don't know, I smell some red cars now, Judah. I smell some. Everything's a bit loose. Everything's a bit... Yeah. No, I think here specifically after knight c3, but how about... Actually, yeah, I don't have so much choice. Wow, f5, yeah, that's clever.
I don't know, it's scary because of course the black squares are, I mean, if I just think about it, that you can put your knight on e5, I would be not happy. Yeah. But it's far away. And
far
even
away.
then it would be actually not the end of the world. But because I have a strong passed pawn, but I don't see, with having my queen on d6, that's amazing.
Yeah, so also I don't think it's Fabiano's style. Like here, after rook c8, rook a7 feels a bit vague. Like he's gonna be calculating quite concretely. And I did see the bar drop after queen b6 or queen a7, but we haven't figured out why yet. Maybe black still makes that draw, like we showed with that queen d5 at the end, or some kind of perpetual. But okay, h6, I guess, and knight d6. All looks very forcing.
Yeah, actually.
Unless black just moves the bishop.
Do you think we might end up this scenario, this line?
I think so. I have a feeling. Maybe
knight e4 check.
Yeah, knight e4 is check. And then take the knight.
Yeah. What do you think, David, to zoom out
Yeah.
and to have a bird's eye view what is going on the other boards? Because I've seen that in the Giri's game, they exchange the queens, for example, which looks quite unpleasant for black.
Let's jump to that board. Still not huge developments between Nakamura and Wei, although it looked like Nakamura might have just turned down a repetition. Prague with a bit of advantage against Blue Baum, but we'll go to this one first, see if Giri can keep up the chase. Giri is hoping that Fabi can do him a favor. Quick action replay. You mentioned the queen's coming off, Judith, because last we left it was after queen to b6. We went to break. Here, white doesn't need to exchange queens, I guess, but it's Giri's style, especially playing against a weakness on d5, a6. Queens came off, and now he decided, okay, this is very thematic, right? Like, he wants to trade off all of the guardians of the d4 square. He wants to get rid of everything. So bishop d6, bishop c5. He wants to be left with a very good knight covering the square versus ideally a bad-ish bishop. But yeah, unpleasant's a good word. But how much is it really? Like, if black just... Oh, actually, no easy moves.
I don't know, should black go knight d7 to cover those black squares? And then knight d7, bishop a7, rook a7.
Rook c1, I guess. Or...
I mean, it looks incredibly beautiful for white. And it's a long, painful game for black.
Yeah.
Knight d4.
Knight d4. Maybe I should have played rook a8 so I could take on d4 earlier. Okay, maybe here black plays rook. Take back chess. Rook to a8. I do remember Magnus saying, like, although IQPs are ugly often, yeah, even if you just go super passive, often you can defend these types of positions. But yeah, I agree that it's not going to be much fun for Yasipenko the rest of this game.
Did you play this kind of position with the isolated pawn yourself?
Yeah, I actually, from the black side, I nearly never take on an IQP. Like, I try and avoid it at all costs. But when I was young, Judith, I only played e4 with white, and it was always like c3 Sicilian I would play, and I would get an IQP myself, or Panel Botvinnik, Caro-Kann, I would get an IQP. I would play against it in some Frenches and things. How about yourself? Were you a fan, or it tends to be like a split opinion, right? Either you love it or hate it.
To be honest, I started to play isolated pawn from the Caro-Kann pawn of attack. But in the pen of attack in the Caro-Kann, it's not about defending my isolated pawn on d4, but to play it with great energy and attack many times the black king. So I was always, and I was a huge fan. I won some great games in the Panov. And, but from the other side, playing isolated pawns with black, I was less happy. But I had some games. Yeah. But basically I was just doing the reverse color of Panov. But I had a pretty good understanding on a certain degree. But of course, when I played those things against Karpov, it was on different level.
Exactly. I made the mistake of playing these IQPs against like positional players like Adams and a few others, and I was just ground down. Like, the attack somehow disappeared, and then it's a bit like this, where just no activity, and it can be difficult. Okay.
Yes.
This is the position. He took on c5. So now, how to deal with the threat? Just go passive. Rook c7, I guess.
Well, actually, you also wanted to go back rook a8, you had said when we were looking after knight d7. So actually, it also makes sense for black to take on c5 as he did. And then rook c7. Because if rook a7, knight b7, is that correct?
Oh, you spotted a red car in the distance, Judith. Bishop a6. And I guess rook b2 is the question.
Ah, that's defended. Yeah, then rook b2 is possible, and then it's nothing special for white.
Yeah, white's probably not risking anything still with the a pawn, but
Yeah, but it's no big deal. Black can be active. So even rook a7 is possible. Look at that.
Knight
Look
e5.
at that tactics.
Ah.
Simplifying.
He saw red. Knight e5. That is clever. And just for everyone at home, the knight on c5 is hit. If knight takes e6, then knight takes f3 comes with check. And knight takes b7 is the other question.
But why is it good?
I'm assuming he takes. And then
G
rook b8.
takes?
G takes rook c2, I guess. Yeah, because bishop takes, you're arguing that it's nice to take on a6 some lines, but bishop takes, I guess now he goes rook b8 and gets the pawn anyway. Recalculating. White could just ignore this though and play like rook c1 or knight b3. Or... Rook c1 is the most logical. Because, Judith, if he's looking ahead, Yesipenko, then if all the rooks came off the board, probably it's just a draw. Like, as long as, yeah, just because not too many pieces can still take on d5, probably he keeps a set of knights. Just puts the king on d6.
Yeah. And actually, these are the positions where I think it's so difficult to win against Yesipenko. Because these are very traditional, classical positions, right? With the Russian school, you learn these things. Especially when you're a positional player, you know these very classic, old Botvinnik games, and the big classics, Bronstein and stuff. You understand that you have a little worse position, but okay, I'm ready for it. I bring my king to d6, I play on the c5. And basically there is only one single weak spot of the position. It's the isolated pawn. But one weakness is not deadly. You have to have other problems also to have real problems.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised when Guri exchanged queens. I thought, okay, it's his style, but considering he needs to win and the chase would still be on... I mean, Yesipenko's 3 defeats this tournament, like you said, Judith, like they didn't come in classical grinds, or like he held against Nakamura when he was on the back foot. His 3 defeats, one was against Anish. It was that crazy Najdorf where the Black King kind of walked from d7, c7, b8. He lost in round 1 against Sindarov. It became very tactical at the end, and they lost against Wei when he got attacked. Like, maybe Giri not risking enough both yesterday and today to really have a chance of winning the candidates.
Actually, it's interesting going back to round 1. I mean, you remember this game what Yesipenko lost against Sindarov. And actually, with the black pieces, Yesipenko had a better position at some point.
Yeah.
And then something in a move, everything fell apart. Open a file. And then Sindarov got an opportunity to have activity with his pieces and then collapsed, right?
Yeah.
And if that game...
the butterfly effect, Judith.
would be different, right?
Yeah.
Only a draw, not even a win for Yesipenko, just to draw that game. Then maybe we see a completely different outcome at this point of the tournament.
Exactly. If Sindarov hadn't won that game, he wouldn't have been already out in the lead when he faced Nakamura, for example. Nakamura would never have played that Marshall gambit. Like, so many things were affected due to the start of this game. But in the meantime, it does look like Anish Giri will have a lot of work to do to try and win, to try and eat into Sindarov's lead. It doesn't look too positive, too optimistic about it right now. Giri head down. Head in hands almost. But in the meantime, John, we see big moves. It looks like Sindarov also out of trouble. Is everything just going to continue going his way here in round 11?
Well, the players are continuing to try and press. Obviously, big difficulties in converting that over the board, but that's the name of the game, right? This is the candidates for a reason. There are no easy games here. Speaking of press, congratulations to Chad, who did actually redeem the hydraulic press going into this break. So remember, that one's not on me. That's all on you guys. Grab yourself a fresh tea or coffee, and I'll see you after this break.
Just like last time, probably the old Americans are the favorites, and then we got Prague as third favorite, and then probably a pretty big drop off after that. Like Weyi is really good, but I don't think he's capable of winning enough games to win the candidates. So will be interesting to see. Would have loved to see some more big names in the field, but then again, if you didn't qualify, it didn't qualify. But I think maybe the system should kind of account for somebody like Vincent, who was really close to qualifying a lot of times and has the highest rating of anybody who's not there. Certainly deserved to be there, but I guess he and Arjun and a few others will have to await their turns, but we'll see. So it's always interesting to follow.
Who do you think will be your biggest, toughest opponents or biggest rivals in the candidates?
I mean, there is like two very big opponents, Fabiano and Hikaru. They played a lot of time in Candidates Tournament, and they have a lot of experience. So of course they're very strong. So I think against them will be very hard matches.
Welcome back to the FIDE Candidates 2026. Indeed, it's time for our favorite segment of the day. David, a couple on the trot now. I'm not going to let you get off easy after your last-minute freak prediction win yesterday. I'm not bitter at all. We need to discuss how many of our games today are going to be decisive. I feel it's only right, David, to ask you first today so that Judith and I get the pick of what's left.
Oh wow, I'm honored, John. It feels like an advantage to go first, since all 8 options are open to me, all 8 boards here. I'm going to say Three's been my lucky number. Both times I've been right in the prediction game, it's been 3. So I'll say 3 again. Prague to win and 2 games in the women's to be decisive.
Now, Judith, David has won twice by picking 3. At the same time, I think you and I both feel like he might have gotten slightly lucky yesterday. What are you feeling today? Maybe not 6.
Do I have to split it how much in open section and how much in women, or
no need, just a number. Okay. If you go you can split it David style if you want, but no, we just need a number here.
No, I would go for 3.
Oh, okay, all right. We're going with the wow. That's very relaxed, folks. You're going. We're splitting that with David there. We're having good agreement. David's smiling and nodding away. He's super happy about that. If you've got Judith backing you in your corner, then you got to be feeling pretty smug. I'm sticking with yesterday.
David also said 3.
David did say 3.
No, I go for 4. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm sticking with yesterday.
No, I was so busy observing the positions that I got confused. No, I go with 4. Sorry.
So there was actually a part of me that wanted to say 1 today, but I can't bring myself to do that. I feel like it would be way too boring. I'm sticking with my almost accurate prediction yesterday of 2, and I think it'll actually come true today. So we'll see. We've got 2, 3, and 4. My question would be, what does chat think? We want to hear the number of decisive games you think is going to happen today in chat. Let us know in the polls, and we'll reveal the results later on in the stream. For now, though, let's go ahead and hop back into our games. Maybe take a look at some of the ones we haven't seen so much at the moment. A couple of interesting positions here. David, Judith, I'll let you drive.
Thank you, John. 8 games still in full flow. We see some players with big time advantages. Hikaru Nakamura has spent a lot of time in the last few moments deciding whether to repeat the position. If Hikaru moves his rook from c1 to d1, we could see a repetition and a draw on that top row. Doesn't look too happy about his chances, Hikaru. Prague on the bottom left has a big advantage. We'll go there shortly, but Judith, it feels like the perfect moment to go to the women's section where we are out of the opening on all boards. Maybe some games more developed than others. It looks like still early days between Goyachkina and Vachier-Lagrave, still early between Lagno and Muzichuk. But where do you want to start in that women's section?
Well, maybe we can go for Divya Zulciner. Why not to go there? Because it seems like a very solid position, but Muzichuk had a very similar kind of position. Not exactly because the white e4 pawn was on d5, but like it's a slow position. It's a positional game. But if black is not able to break with b5, d5 in these positions, it can be quite annoying. Yeah. So usually white is pressing, and I can visualize a knight on f6 from white. Of course, it's a big journey to get there. Yeah, somehow knight c2, e3, g4, f6. Because via the root of d5, I'm not going to get there.
Nice.
Well, it seems an endless journey, but if let's say white can go a4, rook d2, rook d1, put pressure on the d6 pawn, it's not so pleasant to play it with black.
Yeah, I agree. Like, it feels like black's fighting for equality. I really don't like the knight on g7 either. Fianchettoed bishops tend to be better than fianchettoed knights.
And we should not forget that actually Divya was on the suffering side against Muzichuk in that position. She won, but she was suffering the whole game. And besides the fact that she lost the last 2 games. Yeah. And now she's pressed again, which is not a very nice feeling against the tournament number 2 right now.
Yeah, and it does feel like if Divya doesn't hold this, her chances will be close to 0. She'll be at least 2 points behind the leaders in that case, and yeah, chances will disappear. But okay, so you're expecting the rooks to double up on the d-file. What if black tries to break out immediately? Maybe there's just no way, Judith. I was going to say, like, How about b5? It is her move. Is this a ridiculous pawn sacrifice? Allowing
Well, first of all, it is a pawn sacrifice, right? So after knight a6.
Yep.
What is your idea? Well, if takes on c4, I don't know. Can I go b4? I
That's
would
what I'm scared of.
consider, but maybe that's not good because queen b7.
Ah, okay, good. Thank you. I'd missed queen b7. I was looking at queen a7, then b5, and white's pawns advance. Yep.
So I just take back b takes c4.
Okay. And now I'm going to argue that long term, it's fine being a pawn down because white's pawns are so weak. I do wish the black knight was anywhere else, like if it was ready to jump into e5 or c5 anytime soon, but the path is long. Okay,
it's interesting that both of us are dreaming to have the knight on a different square, but the furthest distance from where it is right now.
Exactly. At least the white knight's even further from f6.
Actually, for black, you know, to go knight h5 and knight f4, that's kind of a more realistic route to get to activity.
Okay, now you said knight h5. I'm liking it. Knight h5, Judith.
Yeah, because my knight on a6 is kind of silly.
Yeah. I kind
Unless I bring it back immediately.
Knight b4, knight f4.
Knight d3.
Knight d3. We're in time. But I mean, even this isn't so bad if the knights come off. Like black will put rooks on the a and c files. Maybe some light at the end of the tunnel. I don't know if I can be more clever as black rather than rushing in that position. Yeah, not so easy. Okay, something like this maybe Divya's got in her mind and she's thinking, oh, is this ever holdable? I'm assuming rook takes, but maybe queen takes actually.
Yeah, but actually, even just to go queen c7 and put pressure on the c4 pawn, it can be annoying. Or rook d3, rook c5, and then queen c7 and rook c8.
Exactly. Like I don't know if it's her style to kind of play only for a draw, but yeah. I mean, the position she's got on the board, maybe she'll try and find a way to wait for the knight to move and then play b5, but the chance might disappear. Like if the white queen gets off this c file next, then maybe there's never any b5.
Exactly. Because of course b5 is one of the key counterplay element. And I'm pretty sure that's what she's thinking. Because now it's... Was it an exchange on c3? Probably,
No.
yes.
No. Just queen c3, which I don't even slightly understand, Judith.
Very strange place for the queen.
Like, why not just double up rooks?
Probably she was afraid of d5. b4 knight had to be defended.
D5. Okay, that makes more sense now. Knight to d3.
The problem is that knight. Yeah.
Okay, so queen c3 was played. Even a3 I like more than queen c3, but it does look odd as well.
But after a3 also b5.
Yeah, b5.
Or it is not possible because maybe some e5 kind of move with knight c6 idea.
The red car appears in the horizon. Oh, yeah, the bar confirms it. Good for white. Okay, there are tactics then. Yeah, queen c3, okay.
Yeah.
b5, I think, from Divya, otherwise she might just be worse long term.
But actually it's an interesting moment if a3 is the best move.
I can check, Judith. So in this position, instead of queen c3, sorry. Oh, wow. Rook to d4. Double the rooks while indirectly defending the knight. So d5 she can take with the pawn, and the knight is covered. And after e5...
Well, okay. Then I get my knight to f6.
Boom. Boom. Yeah, has to block the threat on the knight. And then, yeah, rook takes, then suddenly... Not knight d5, or I don't know. Yeah, probably knight d5, queen somewhere. and then the rook moves, and somewhere a small advantage for white. But yeah, black also has a square, Judith, so I guess she didn't want to go for this. Apparently rook c4 is the best move for white, but I don't understand this. This is a difficult position to assess. Can't blame Zushiner for trying to keep it simple. In big moments, as Divya chooses not to play b5, queen c7. She's setting it up. Okay, not a bad move. But Juliet, we'll move away from this board. Quick summary that we both think maybe white's small advantage, but nothing too special.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's move on.
White is pressing a bit.
White is pressing a bit, and okay, I'll take us straight over to a different board, a women's board, where not super important for the standings right now, but Tan Zhongyi needs to win if she wants any chance. Same for Bibisara. She'll want a win, and I'm only jumping because I saw a blue arrow appear, Judah, and a question mark. And this is an opportunity for Tan Zhongyi to get her first win of the event if she plays knight c6, which looks quite natural. It's either that or, well, she doesn't have to react to the bishop actually because of f7, but knight c6, she's a pawn up with white as well. So do you think she's going to find this move?
Well, my question is, why is it the best move? Knight c6. Black goes away with her rook to e8.
Yep.
And why is it so obviously good? Do you think bishop g5?
Oh, bishop g5.
I thought of some crazy idea, bishop g5, and if knight g5, I thought knight d6.
Oh, that is beautiful.
But probably it's not good because I thought queen d7 to take on e8, and then the e7 is hanging. But maybe after that, I don't know.
This looks good. Exchange up, right? After, yeah.
No,
after
knight e7 and knight g6.
Yeah. Knight g6 and take. So knight c6, if we go back, knight c6, rook e8, bishop g5, knight g5, knight d6. Is it like counterattack bishop e6 maybe?
Then knight, maybe.
Otherwise, I'm just lost, right? So, and rook takes e6, I'll take ed and defend my rook.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, after bishop e6, I have to go knight b7, and then you take my queen, and then bishop b2.
Yeah, and of course it was equal all along. I have a feeling it might be bishop e5 though, Judith, and just because I saw some other tactics, and black's bishop pair is the main compensation, I guess, for being a pawn down. So how about bishop e5? Defending this and getting the bishop off prise on f4.
And if I just take and queen b2?
Yeah, then knight f7.
Knight
finally,
f7, that's your way of doing it.
That's my idea, yeah. And
yeah, and knight g5.
I'm trying to train myself to have better eyesight with the red cards. So. Okay, here we go.
Get ready and create, yeah?
Exactly. No more grinding tactics, and she needs to find it too, maybe. I think the reason it's a blue arrow is partly because if white goes passive, like just moves the bishop, maybe b2 is hanging, but also, I don't know, rook d4.
But I have a question. If knight f7 immediately instead of knight c6, then rook d4, correct?
Oh, wow. Yep. We should definitely mention that.
Okay, so this is the problem of knight f7 immediately.
And then the knight drops when the queen's not in the diagonal. Okay, so she has to spot that trap. And that's why knight c6, maybe some logic, cover the d4 square, rook d4. Very important.
And after knight c6, rook e8, bishop e5, what if I go bishop d7?
Oh, sorry, bishop e5. Yeah, so not bishop e5, bishop d7. Then maybe white just takes.
Bishop c6.
Okay, and I'll say I'm a pawn up. But maybe the d-pawn isn't the best.
Yeah, you also feel that you're not perfectly a real pawn up. It's just half pawn up.
That's why the computer says 0.6. It's like
The D3
over half
pawn
a
is
pawn.
like,
Yeah, but there's still some attacking potential for, well, maybe both sides, but for white, the black king on the dark squares.
Yeah, but actually black has a great knight on e6 as a defender.
Yeah.
And I love my bishop on c6.
Yeah, white's queen needs to teleport over her knight around to h4 or something, and then...
What about playing bishop b5?
Yes.
And queen a6.
Aha.
Actually, queen d7 I was also thinking.
Yeah, queen d7. I don't know what's wrong with queen a6. I saw the bar go crazy. What? How could this be a mistake? Okay. I'm confused. Oh, maybe... No.
It's like winning.
Apparently it's totally winning for white after queen to a6.
Maybe queen d5.
Ah.
And queen e5?
Yeah. Easy once we see, but okay, she has missed knight to c6, Tan Zhongyi. She just retreated her bishop, missed opportunity, and now the game continues. Okay, still a pawn up though, still with nice knights, so we won't write her off. Okay, maybe the worst has passed for Bibisara, Judith, so should we just kind of conclude our tour of the women's by looking at the leaders game? Maybe we'll check out Lagno as well against Muzichuk, but this position I wanted to get your opinion because it just looked very calm just 3 moves ago. It looked like, okay, white setting up with this stone wall structure, bishop outside the pawn chain, maybe nice practical chances, but knight a5 asked for the queens to come off, and f5, things have suddenly heated up a bit. h6, bishop h4. Who would you rather pick here instinctively?
Well, I would still pick play it rather with white. What about you?
Yeah, I think so. Just because, I mean, black's a bit passive, right? And I just like the kind of solid foundation to white's pawn chain. Unclear if black's ever going to be able to go b5, b4, or clarify things over there. Maybe some tactics as well. Trying to get some bishop g4 stuff in later. Take
Yeah, the
knight.
e6 can be vulnerable if white is allowed to do so, but maybe e takes f5 is...
e6, f5 looks logical. Rook takes.
Yeah, the a5 knight is kind of a bit far away.
Yeah, I didn't really like Vachier-Lagrave putting it there. Just to, she has taken on f5, but just to get the white to swap the queen, she's put her knight on a slightly strange square.
Well, okay,
Maybe
she can
goes
always
back.
go back.
Yeah. Right. Okay, and in the meantime, we do have some breaking news, and we're going to bring in John, our reporter on the spot, to update us.
Absolutely. Thank you, David. I don't necessarily think it's the most groundbreaking position, so I don't think we need to jump there straight away. It was threatening for a little while now. We've had our first concluded game of the day, and it's Wei Yi, Hikaru Nakamura that's ended peacefully in a draw. Back to you.
Thank you, John. And Judah, I don't think we're too surprised. Nakamura had white, played a Catalan, but Wei Yi was well prepared. And yeah, I think for both players, they knew they were pretty much out of the race. So a draw, a fine result.
But I think there will be a very important update on the Sindarov game where we will have to go shortly. Because maybe we can... Well, this position, I think it's more or less equal. We'll have to see how it unfolds in this game because it's pretty balanced. At first, it seems to be better for more pleasant with white because white has a very beautiful e5 central knight.
Agree. And we'll come back here when some more decisions have been made. Let's jump over to that board you mentioned, Judith. Let's go to Sindarov because that could be huge if he's allowed any opportunities. And okay, we'll bring that up in a second. Fabiano creating stuff here, and we left this a while ago when we were a bit confused about what the point behind Fabiano's exchanges were. It looked like he was just simplifying, but if we go to the moment we were last at this board, rook takes c7, we were expecting rook c8. The computer said that was fine, totally equal. We, I guess, talked about some other moves, Judith. In that position, we mentioned.
We talked
briefly
about f5 also, which was kind of strange by me.
Yeah,
or we talked about it after rook f8, rook c8, rook a7. Sorry.
Yeah, and now f5. And black seemed fine in this position, covering all the bases, covering everything. But Sindarov went a different way. I'm really surprised he didn't start with rook c8 because that looked like not too much risk and not too much calculation either. But e5, and after queen to c5, okay, that's the downside. I guess this position, white wins the pawn back. Maybe even knight takes, but white wins the pawn back at least. So he went bishop to e6. And apparently this is a bit of a dubious move, Judith, because after some exchanges, knight c3, bishop e6, rook c5, white's going to win the pawn because f6 is a double attack now with the rook and bishop, and more inaccuracies maybe, tiny things, but king f7, the bar rises, rook takes a6, and this is where we are, the live position. What do you make of this? It's level material, but chances for white.
Maybe we can go back just for a few moves, because I think it's important to highlight that there was a decision to made by Sindarov, and I'm not sure he went the most convenient one. After rook c6.
Rook c6, yeah.
Yeah, that here he could go back bishop c8, right? And give up the c4 pawn.
Yeah. And
though maybe white was not ready to take the c4, maybe some knight move was better first. Though knight d5.
Maybe this is annoying actually, this track.
Yeah, maybe this is, it's not the pawn, it's the activity, and rook c8 is a threat, right? Black cannot go king f7 because there is a very unpleasant check. And king e6 cannot be played because of knight b6 trapping the bishop.
Nice.
So if we look at it, this bishop has a problem. The board has 64 squares, but somehow it seems that this bishop is always can get in trouble.
It always ends up back on its starting square, and then it always ends up like getting trapped or getting lost.
Okay, so this is the yeah. So it's important that the bishop could not go back and give up the c4, because otherwise this would be the obvious move for black to simplify and keep the symmetrical structure.
Yeah. This is just to point out that this would also be equally bad for black. Bishop really, really poorly placed, and now there's going to be discovered checks, knight f5 maybe. Just to check, so Judith, bishop c8, yeah, after knight to d5, okay, if the computer wants to play king to h8, putting the king in the corner in an endgame, then things have gone wrong. So, difficult choice, but ultimately, I don't know if that was the lesser evil, because if we catch up with the game, rook takes a6, let's try and predict what will happen next. The king has to choose probably f8 or g6. Normally we don't want to go to the back rank, but if we go forward to g6, maybe the king just doesn't get back in the game again. What do we think Fabiano's plan might be to try and gain some advantage?
Well, first of all, he's very happy, I think. That's important for him. He's happy because he knows that now he has some chances in this game. Though it's not so easy for white to progress with his pawn. Because let's say king f8 or king g6. Okay, let's start with something. If white goes a4, it's not so simple to push his pawns, because then rook b3 will come, looking for counterplay and be his pawn push. Knight e4.
Rook a3 maybe? Just trying to...
And somehow black became active a bit, yeah?
Yeah. But I once had a different formation. So if like, I don't know where the king goes. He's not decided yet. He's actually lower on time still. So that's the first surprise. But wherever the king goes, I had this formation once, like king e3 or king e1. I'm not sure. Apparently there is a difference. Maybe here rook b2 and the king can't get across to its knight. But I had this against Mark Hebden, an English Grandmaster once, where it was also a rook endgame. I think it was also rook, a knight versus rook and bishop, but with the king anywhere around d2, like a4, the black rook can't get behind the pawn.
Oh, it can't stay behind the pawn because the king comes across to kick it out. So maybe the idea is to just defend the knight and then just throw the a-pawn forward. What does black do in the
I like
meantime?
very much king e1. Much better than king e3, because if black goes rook b2, the important king d1 can come. Covers the c2, and there's just king c1 kicks out the rook from the second rank, right?
Yeah.
Very unpleasant for black. Very unpleasant.
Yeah, so after king e1, like if black just makes the bishop's super stuck still, so h5, probably we continue king over. Black has to try and create some counterplay because otherwise the a-pawn will start running soon. Not so easy for black.
Very promising for white.
h4 just maybe already a4, but okay, king here as well somewhere. Or maybe we just run a4. Okay, Bar says no. Maybe the rook just, now it comes in. Promising, but still some work to be done, Judah. And first Sindarov has to decide. Maybe king f8 is just a bit nicer.
But this is a big question.
How to decide? Like it's tough. It's not easy. How to answer this question?
I don't know. King g6 looks better for me because I just hate to be cut my king on the 7th. Playing king f8.
Yeah. So
After king f8, king e3, king e1 anyway.
King e1. I just don't know what black's counterplay is. Like
that's the problem.
Like h5, h4. I was just saying because when in doubt, play h4, h5. I've been saying that for days already. But what else? What does black do?
Very difficult to play, to have counterplay. So basically what black can do, I think only, is to sit and wait, kind of. Maybe black has to go h5 anyway, by the way. Because otherwise white will be pushing and gaining space.
Oh yeah, so if black just waits, I don't know, rook b6 or something, maybe white starts playing g4, let's say h4, starts coming. This now gets scary. Oof. White's better on both sides of the board.
This is not funny at all for black.
Yeah. Okay, so I liked the h5, and your point here, Judith, was that white just continues with the king. I don't know whether to play h4 with white, maybe, but say king d2. How does black wait, though? How does black do nothing?
Don't tell me you want to go king g8, king h7. So king g6 black has to do, I think.
Okay, yeah, king g6, let's say. King
and
e1.
Sindarov seems to feel very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Not happy with his endgame.
This is probably the worst position he's had. I mean,
first round he had worse.
Yeah, since round one, since round one. But it's quite an impressive tournament. Like round 1, round 11, like it's... I mean, there's a lot of rounds between that he's not been in trouble even slightly. Okay, let's say black tries h4, correct counterplay.
I was actually considering white to play h4.
Yeah.
What do you think about that? Because I can wait with my king.
Yeah, I prefer this. Because it's unrealistic that black gets g5 in. Well, this is horrible for black. Like, literally just have to pass. Like, rook b6. So what's white's winning plan? Like, the king gets over to c1 or c2. Let's say c1. Black just keeps waiting.
Yeah, now the question. So let's go rook e7.
Yep, rook e7. Now I can't pass in any attractive way. Okay, bishop g8. Just save my bishop.
And happy?
No, I want to resign.
Understood.
King c2 now. Actually. Now the bishop's not going to check.
Well, you know, even e4, f4 might be at some point.
Yeah.
Just winning space. Okay, king c2, I like here move.
Yeah, king c2. Let's say I just keep waiting with the bishop. Well, actually now a4 is even stronger. Let's say I wait. Maybe black just can't wait. King h6 or something. a4?
e4 or a4?
No, equally good, probably.
I mean, I was thinking about e4 and f4 and taking more space away. What
Maybe
is
now-
this bar doing?
Let's
Maybe
ignore the bar.
g5. G5?
Maybe g5. Some counterplay. Vague counterplay.
I don't know, but I'm worried for Sindarov.
Me too. Maybe we just race with the a-pawn and like black's only idea is to come behind and stop it, but the rook is still stuck. Totally trapped on that square. Actually, wait, the black can't play rook a3 next, so if we just wait, I just wanted to show this, Judith, like if white waits, rook a3, white can play rook b7 and the black rook is trapped. King b2 next.
Completely.
This is...
So black should wait until white moves pawn to a5.
Yeah, maybe white can go like around with the rook.
Yeah, that's also possible. I wanted to go rook c7 and rook c5. To go rook b5.
So say we wait. Rook c... That's beautiful, Judah. And now any rook trade and white just wins with the a-pawn. The black rook has to run, and now just a5, and slow but steady, the progress.
It's not funny with black at all.
Prediction time, Judah. Do you think he's going to win, Fabiano? I hesitate because Sindarov's been so good so far. He plays king g6, but...
Of course he plays king g6.
Is this it? He's not cut off on the back rank.
No, I mean king f8 was so painful to go back and be sad on the back rank. I mean, this way we can at least say that I'm active. Of course, he would be much more happy to have g5 first and king g6.
Yeah. And we thought king e1 was the key idea, just to bring the king over to help secure the outposted knight. Yeah, this a-pawn is actually very dangerous. Once it
What
starts running.
happens if white goes g4? Is it a bad move?
We'll check with the bar. Not a bad move. But maybe this does allow actually... Still good, but rook b2, I just didn't want to allow this this knight to be...
Yeah. Sorry, we wanted to go king e1, so king rook c2 is not possible.
Yeah.
Yes.
But, okay, the eval bar still says... Good. Oh, wow, check this out, Judith. King e1, rook c2,
rook
king
a3.
d1. Oh.
Oh, so beautiful.
Trapped. Okay, so maybe king e1.
Possible.
Yeah, maybe g4. King g6. Yeah, I'm slightly reluctant after g4 to allow, like, I don't think black has time, but like rook h8, h5. But maybe again the rook doesn't actually do much, like h5, h3. I don't really see the black rook causing too much trouble from behind here, but yeah.
After rook h1, white could go rook b7. What do you think?
And rook b1. Nice. I quite like this. I just love how the white knight protects like the a2 pawn and the e2 pawn, so black can never do anything about the base of the chains. And
the c3 knight is a killer in this endgame, I think. Rook e7.
First. Yep, makes sense. Doesn't damage anything. Stops f5, I guess, just in case Sindarov ever wanted to push that pawn. Now his king's really stuck on the g file.
Well, rook b6. But if rook b6, then already white can... I don't know what's the best to do.
Yeah.
But I
still like this idea. Yeah, black just looks powerless. But I think you're right, rook b6, maybe the idea, f5, king f6. At least something.
to get closer?
You know, G4. I don't know if I mentioned that before.
I know it's your favorite move, Judith, but I'm more used to you playing that in like open Sicilians than.
No, but I'm not playing it for attack. I'm playing it for restricting your play. F5 is not possible now. The bishop is restricted. And okay, I consider H4, H5 also, just for fun.
That's a good positional move here, for sure.
I don't know why the bar is so solid.
Yeah, it's 0.5. It's something. There's something. I think the key will be like whatever black does, rook b6 or bishop hiding. Then I think maybe the key idea that Fabiano needs to find or needs to show is king e1, king d2, defend the knight, and then start pushing the pawn. And if he does, the advantage might grow. But one game that we didn't find either player getting any advantage was between Hikaru Nakamura and Wei Yi, and I'm being told that our man on the spot, Mike Klein, grabbed him for a few words.
Thanks, guys. We do Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura played the shortest game of the day, a draw. Now, I want to talk about your channel first, where you said that you've been out of the running or so since round 5. So is it hard to get hyped for some of these remaining games?
Well, I think what I would say is luckily I'm closer to the end of my career than the beginning, so it's actually not that big of a deal, especially as it relates to classical chess. But yeah, certainly since round 5, I haven't had a chance to really win the tournament, so you just play game after game. But obviously today was a little bit unfortunate because I thought I had a good idea, and the way you kept blitzing out every move, I mean, to be fair, bishop c2 was also completely fine instead of bishop e4, but bishop c2, rook c1, at least, I can try to pretend for a little bit longer and the game goes on. But once he played bishop e4, I mean, obviously, it was still his prep, and I spent a lot of time looking at this whole knight a5, knight d5, queen d2, queen e1, knight e3, and this whole long line. And basically, I thought at best, maybe I can claim a tiny advantage, and if I'm wrong and I miss something in the calculations, then I might even end up worse if I lose d4 and black gets some e5, f5 stuff going. So I kind of spent a lot of time, and then I kind of wanted to play this rook f1, and then I had 30 minutes, and I think if I had done that, I probably would have lost just because there's no clear-cut simplification at that point. So I just played the practical decision or the practical move with rook d1 to end the game.
Seems like a lot of this tournament has been governed by some really deep prep. Is that par for the course, or do you feel like this tournament especially, players have been going really far into their preparation?
Yeah, I think the prep has been quite different in this tournament. I mean, also, for example, I feel like somehow this Fabi game against Sindarov as well, that both players are in prep quite deep here too, which, like, I think already, I mean, fairly early on, this is supposed to be unknown. I mean, I think bishop e3 I'm familiar with, but already I think maybe 2 or 3 moves later, it's something I haven't seen, and then they just keep blitzing out moves. So it feels like in many games the prep is quite deep in a way that it hasn't been before, but still, I mean, you try to come up with ideas, and that's the nature of modern day chess.
Bishop e3 is a near novelty. I saw you, I'm only allowed in the room for 10 minutes, but I saw you for a lot of those 10 minutes at the beginning looking at their games. So it was bishop e3 in your files, for example?
No, I mean, like, I know it goes bishop e3, knight d5, but I don't know if it was knight d5 or like 1 or 2 moves later where it ends. And then they just keep blitzing out moves, and it's just like, what's going on here? But that's, yeah, like I said, that's modern day chess. That's really how it goes.
And finally, also on your channel, you reacted to a comment. I haven't checked the veracity of it. This might be your final tournament, but you had some reaction to that. Can you just clarify this is not your final classical tournament?
No, obviously this isn't. I mean, very worst case, I'll play one of the Olympiads, whether it's this upcoming one or the one after that. I'll definitely play at least one more classical tournament for sure.
That's great to hear. We don't.
I mean, also just to clarify for anyone who's wondering, I mean, just because I talk about classical chess, I'm talking about the slow form. But with the Total World Championship that's coming up, EWC, all these Rapid and Blitz events, I mean, by no means am I talking about like not playing chess. It's just that I think classical chess, I don't want to say it's dying, but there are less and less tournaments with true classical, and so I don't really see many more opportunities for me to play it.
Okay, well, we're glad to see you're going to play some version of slow chess in the future. Thanks for your time as always, and back to you.
Thank you, Mike, asking Hikaru the big questions there. Judah, I think no surprise that Hikaru mentioned he didn't really believe he had an advantage there. It was great preparation from his opponent, but also it was the tournament standings. The game wasn't going to be too thrilling, so why drag it on? A quickish draw from Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, it's nice to see Hikaru explaining what was in his mind and how it went on today's game. But we can feel also, as he said, that from after round 5 he felt that he has not real chances in the tournament, but of course he's still playing. But the motivation was not very high today, I would say, to play a long game after having the Catalan and Black had this powerful piece play. It's understandable, let's say.
Yeah, and tomorrow Hikaru has the joy of playing Sindarov, so Sindarov will have the white pieces. Depending on how this game goes, probably Sindarov quite happy with the draw. I don't want to look too far into the future, but maybe both players will be peacefully inclined tomorrow. Rook b6 played, Judith, on this board. We were here just before that interview, and we thought maybe the plan of walking the king over, pushing the pawn, but also, as you said, g4 very tempting. Fabiano here is spoiled for choice.
Well, I think Fabiano has great winning chances. Not only the fact that objectively he has a better position, but I think it's really difficult to play it and painful to play it with Black, because basically Black, what can he do? Nothing. Sit and wait. And be careful that not any of the pieces are hanging, right? The Black king is defending the pawn on g7, the rook now defends the e6 bishop, the c4 pawn is not only that it's not a powerful piece, but actually it even blocks the bishop power on e6. I mean, Black probably would be more happy not to have that pawn, because Black could go rook a6 and somehow look for counter chances. And also the c3 knight is just blockading that pawn. And it's only White who will decide when I'm going to be pushing that a pawn, starting a4 and a5. So he's looking what terms is the best form for White. He can also choose, as we looked before, to bring the king all the way to e1, d2. And look at that! He also goes g4. David, my g4 is there.
I love it, Judith. I hear the pride in your voice. Pride here. And it's a great move, clamping down. Of course, we see the eval bar. We see that it wasn't necessary, but maintains the advantage. Yeah. I think it's very logical from a human point of view. It's also his style, I think, Fabiano. Like, if he knows he can push a4 later or play king e1, king d2 anytime he wants later, why go for that now? Why not try to stake a claim on the king side first?
But I think what is important in the move g4, that it's especially against Sindarov, who likes to play actively, you want to stop him doing so, right? So this is how chess is. In one hand, the players want to play the best move possible in the position. In other hand, after all, you play against an opponent who has his style and ideas, and you also want to make restrictions on his plans. And I think this is why g4 is strong. As you said, probably it's not the best, because maybe king e1 was just better, and Black can put the effort playing h5 and whatever, and it's a nonsense. But just the fact that White is trying to block Black doing anything, that's the other part of the move g4. And also that it's, well, okay, the bishop is hanging now, but I found it very flashy. The line you showed before, when rook b2, rook c2 is going nowhere. I think that's also a very cool line. But now, okay, the Black rook is defending on e6. So it's not easy to play this position for Black, to say the least. I would hate it to be playing this with Black.
Yeah, and Sindarov's clearly not enjoying it. He's about to touch his h-pawn. Do you think he's going to play h5? There we go, Judith. He's just sacrificing a pawn now, but
very
like you said, he's going to defend actively. He's not just going to sit there and wait for Fabiano to improve his king, push the pawn. He's got to try something. And I guess after taking on h5, he'll not take back. He'll play king h6. And then something, but still mysterious.
You know, maybe Black is actually very happy if White takes on h5, king h6, and suddenly Black has a square with his bishop to f5. And maybe it can be an important square on f5, because first of all, rook b2, rook c2 is coming with a completely different approach. And secondly, bishop f5 can be also useful if at some point White goes b4, a4, bishop c2 can be attacking the pawn. So that's to activate the bishop is something special. But I would like to ask you, what happens if after h5 White goes h3? But of course, he takes it.
Yeah, we'll never find out, Judith. He takes the pawn. I think after h3, maybe the fear was that later on, maybe probably h4, right?
H4?
But later on that the black king can run if the white king goes away. So maybe that was the fear from Fabiano, but he took a pawn, king h6, and king e1. He's seen it all. He knows this is the plan. Put his king on d2 and then start pushing. Okay.
On bishop f5, would white go e4?
Ooh, good question.
I'm not sure at all that it's good. Maybe
Yeah,
it's a
it's a good
very
question.
bad move.
It might be a bad move. It's definitely a good question.
Yes.
Probably, but the bishop also has targets now, right? Like,
Yeah, and the
not
second
stop.
rank is on weakness on a completely different level.
Yep. Oof. Yeah, I'd never play e4. Play it on move 1, but just not on move, what are we on? 33. Bishop f5.
So what does white want after bishop f5?
King.
Because rook b2 is there.
Yeah, king d1, rook b2. Yeah, I don't like this now suddenly, Judith. I know I'm fickle and changing my mind, but not so easy suddenly. Rook c2
So
is a
after all,
threat.
maybe g4 was not so good because of this.
But it's good on practical reasons. Maybe concretely, it is annoying. Maybe white has to go back, like rook a7. So I go. Oh, suddenly I've lost the advantage. Apparently.
Yeah, rook c2.
Yeah. And then I can defend, but then just rook back to b2. Or not rook b2. I thought I was threatening e4.
Well, you can go bishop h7 for that.
Ah, yeah. Bishop h7.
Being prophylactical.
Oh, that's clever. That's very clever.
And again, we have a position of Sindarov type of game, right?
Yeah. More dynamic and a bit more tricky.
Yeah.
And he can calculate
I mean,
it.
his pieces are playing. It's not like playing rook b6, rook a6, rook b6, defending and waiting what Fabi can come up with.
Yeah. And actually, yeah, g4, I don't want to be critical of it because it's so natural and so nice looking. But without that, like king e1, like black would need to play h5 to
Yes.
stop the 5 g4. And then now I'll say king
And anyway, bishop f5.
e1, bishop f5. Yeah, maybe now I can just tie black down to this pawn. Maybe we can try that in the game. Wait, so here h5 take bishop f5. What if white just plays rook c7? At least now rook b2
Yes,
shouldn't
rook
be anything to
b2.
worry about. Okay. Oh yeah. And you want to play bishop e6 if I take on. Oh, this is awkward. Maybe it's a tempo thing then. Maybe white could have had the king on c1 to stop all this stuff if he hadn't taken out the time to play g4.
Yeah, maybe it's the time after all, the time element that white cannot reach with the king to c1, and the rook on b2 can stably be there because bishop f5 supports the c2 square for the rook.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, so we think bishop f5. It's also maybe the only logical move, like unless he's playing bishop g8 or something coming around. Nothing else to do for black. King takes pawn, loses g7. f5 maybe, but don't really see how that helps. Bishop f5. Here, rook b2. Is there anything else white can try? Like if I wait a move, king d1, say.
And only after rook c2 to take rook c4, you want to say.
Yeah. Because now there's no bishop to e6, at least. King d1. Just trying to wait for the right moment.
What happens if I go king h5?
Yeah. So you want me to take, and then you'll play rook c2.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's waiting. Although there's knight d5.
Knight
maybe.
d5.
Oh, sorry. Rook c2, knight d5.
Rook a2.
k2. King.
And rook c7.
Guessing good.
Yeah.
Going back. Okay. Some winning chances, although, yeah, we shouldn't look at the eval bar. Maybe it says it's defendable. Holdable this game. Okay, what's for sure, Judith, is that it's become more concrete. Like, it looked like white was dominant in many slow positional ways a few moves ago, and now no longer the case. And Fabiano, he's been blitzing. He's been playing every move super quickly. He's doing a Sindarov to Sindarov.
Yes. And he's like half an hour more than Sindarov.
Yeah, maybe this is how to beat him. Just be up on time at any cost. But he's also playing great, Fabiano. So we'll see. But bishop f5 has to be played, I think, just from what we've seen. I like.
Yeah, I also believe so.
Okay. And
so after bishop f5.
So we've explored rook c7 a little bit. Maybe that's the most promising from what we've seen. Maybe he should have, Fabiano should have started all of this instead of that rook e7 stuff. Maybe just put the rook on c7 just to tie down the black bishop, like a while ago.
Yeah.
But okay, here we are.
This is also not easy. I mean, black has to be very accurate, but I like bishop f5.
Yeah. Me too.
But he's
Okay, he's thinking. I just don't know what else he could think about. Maybe he wants to cut off the... it's not forever. I was going to say cut off the white king from crossing, but the white knight can always come at some point later. Maybe a4 now. I just think only logical move, bishop f5 or maybe rook d6. I don't think any of the others have
You
too much
know,
sense.
what do you think to go to the Pragnananda game? Because we haven't seen that game, and there are some funny things happening until Sindarov is thinking. Because some unexpected things. Pragnananda is a genius too.
Wow.
Very talented guy. But I just don't understand suddenly how come that the black bishop was hanging, white gave up the pawn. What has happened in the last few moves? Can we go back?
Let's go back because, yeah, we saw a very high eval bar after queen to b6.
Maybe rook e7 was possible, which of course should be checked. And for sure he was checking. That's not the best, yeah? Takes and rook e6.
Yeah, rook e6. Yeah, very important that white can't get one more move and like play knight c5 or something, because I guess b2 is hanging as well. But here, rook c6. Yeah, black will take on d3
and what about playing instead of queen f6, knight c5, rook e7?
Rook e7.
Takes on f6 and knight c5.
Take knight c5.
This also looks kind of pretty scary for black.
I'd be very scared. I guess queen takes b2 doesn't work because of rook b1.
The evil bar, of course, 0, 0, 0, right?
The evil bar, exactly.
Yeah, for me it's the evil.
Yeah, maybe it's just the fact that like black's going to be quick enough. Like black will get the bishop back to safety, bishop on c8, and it is the exchange.
Yes.
b2 still hanging.
Okay, but Prague played the best move, right? Knight e5.
Played the best move, knight e5. Great move. Okay, so yeah, the first idea was that c6 is hanging, so the black queen can't go and take on d4, so he defended that move first. Rook e3 apparently a great move. Blue arrow shows it, played by Prague. Queen takes d4, and now blue arrow again. Queen f5, Judith. That is a bit mysterious. Maybe opens up the third rank for the white rook. Maybe opens up just like knight f3 retreats, but
yes,
not easy at all. So you missed this. I was going to say, what's the idea? Like g6, he just goes back and he's weaken this diagonal. So he played rook e1, but now h6. that begs the question, like, if he'd played the best move, queen f5, what would have happened after h6? Does he just take it? No. Kind of want to take it, but okay, I'm just going to show a cool variation. I don't know if it works, Judith. Take. Okay, taking loses, but winning move for white. This is cool.
Rook e1.
Also rook e1 probably, but a
Rook
direct
e1,
way.
queen f6.
Ah, nice. You want rook e1. Wow.
Nice, but not good. Yeah?
Oh, yeah. It's still winning. Still winning. The bar corrected itself.
Yeah.
It saw your deep idea. Queen takes f6. So yeah, like bishop. I don't know. A random move. Queen takes f6. That's very nice. The rooks. I just love how they trap the king. But I was going to show you something
knight
as well.
f7. Is knight f7 the winning move instead of
rook
e1?
e1? I wanted your idea, Judith, just slightly different. Queen h7.
Oh!
Threatening mate, and if the queen is taken...
It's much better than rook e1. Oh my god. How I didn't see that?
But you saw the same idea, same stuff. And okay, so queen f5 though, it's just to get the rook swinging. That is difficult to catch up with the live position. A rook e1, h6, and now there was no bishop takes h6 and knight d7, and we've just had a move, knight takes d7. So this is the live position. I expected hg5 to be honest, but okay, knight takes d7, and what do you make of this,
Probably
Judith?
it was a much better move, right?
Yeah.
H takes g5.
Although it's still complicated. H takes g5, rook takes. The problem is this position. Black's still pinned on the f file. Maybe didn't find a good move here. And the bar says it's nothing. Bar says it's fine, but still unpleasant. But knight takes d7. We'll see this position, right? Rook takes, and big question is knight e5, since this is hanging. And we're headed in this direction. Knight to e5. Can black cling on? Everything's protected.
Yeah. Importantly, the c8 knight, the rook is protected by the bishop.
Yeah, so queen f5 doesn't do too much damage. It takes, and everything holds. Okay, maybe we come back to this game after the break, Judith, but it does feel like the biggest opportunity's gone for Prague. It does. Well, we see the eval bar. We know that Bluebaum's back in it, defending as strongly as he has all tournament. And yeah, now we are getting towards that time of the day where things start to heat up. We start to see the blunders, the time scrambles. John, what are you expecting in the next segment as we build up towards move 40?
I think you've stolen the words right out of my mouth there, David. I feel like things are looking in balance at the moment, but we're going to start seeing the time pressure squeeze. We're going to start seeing one or two inaccurate moves start to lead to a little bit of a snowball on the eval bar, and some positionally questionable moves start to get played as the pressure begins to ramp up here in round 11. I'm looking forward to seeing how that plays out. In addition to that, of course, plenty of fun hidden mates on the board that you and Judith have been doing such a great job of showing us at home. Thank you so much for that. So I cannot wait to see how this shakes out. Go ahead and grab yourselves another tea or coffee, folks, and in the meantime, if you've been thinking for a little while about getting a chess coach and you wish you had one, maybe give this a thought. The Chess Up 2 is pretty much as close as it gets. It keeps adding features to help players improve at the game, including a library of in-app master guided lessons and an opening database to train any opening against bots of any strength. Built-in LEDs can show you the strength of every move as you touch the pieces, or the touchscreen can give feedback on the move after it's played. It's the ultimate training tool that looks beautiful on any desk. Grab yours today with 10% off using the code CHESS at playchessup.com, or just hit !ChessUp in the chat. We'll see you for more action from the FIDE candidates in a few minutes.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
The fastest, easiest way to improve your chess is now the most fun way to improve your chess. Chess.com's brand new puzzles now have loads of exciting features to make solving a joy. Earn points and race your friends across puzzle tiers from wood to bronze, all the way to legend. Rack up bonuses for streaks, for speed, for accuracy, for daily solving, difficulty, and more. And now, you can get feedback from Coach while solving puzzles. Coach lets you know what each puzzle's goal is and why a move doesn't actually work. And, as always, puzzles will be selected just for your level from our database of hundreds of thousands of high-quality, beautiful, brilliant, and instructive puzzles. So what are you waiting for? Try puzzles today on web, Android, or iOS, and have a blast leveling up your chess.
This is just a moment that we all need to take in because it's massive and he goes for it. Anish Giri unstoppable today.
Anish takes down Magnus Carlsen, not a sight you see every day.
One achievement I'm probably the most proud of at the moment is my win in the Tata Steel chess tournament. I guess it's one of the biggest chess tournaments in the world. It happens to be also in my country, in the Netherlands. You know, for me, it's like a little world championship in a way. I hope one day, you know, the real world championship will be my biggest achievement. But the way it is right now, that is probably one event that I would select. So let's say something I would put on my, you know, on my business card. I was a top player for a very long time. I was ranked as number 3 in the world at some point. That was my peak ranking so far. And it's going to be very hard to ever top that for me. Number 3 in the world is really, really high. And I've done well in lots of tournaments over the years. But there was a long period in my career where I didn't win a top tournament. Like I would finish shared first multiple times. I'll be second plenty of times. And I would have just good tournaments where I'll be in the top half, like lots of times. But I would never like get the first place. To the point that at some point it became like a thing. Like there is this guy who is sort of not winning a single thing. And somewhere I was starting thinking, maybe there's something wrong with me. Like maybe it's not a coincidence anymore. Maybe it's just that, you know, like maybe I'm choking everything. Because though I knew that it is a coincidence, because like if things were working out better, let's say sometimes in the last round I would win. If my competitor would lose, I would be first, but the competitor would then win, you know. Or when I would do extremely well, there would be someone else who would do like extremely better. And at that moment, finally, I had that. I've had a couple of other big tournaments, but like winning a tournament like Vachier-Lagrave was for me something really special, because it was also for me in a way a lot harder, and it came much later than just, let's say, being ranked in the top 10 for like 10 years. So that's something I'm happy about.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2026 candidates. We are knee-deep in round 11 right now, and it looks like the rest day paddle match between Nakamura and Wei Yi didn't finish, so they've agreed to a quick draw so they could go ahead and play that. I presume we'll see them there later on. Funmaster Mike might be able to catch up with them. But in the meantime, 7 games are still ongoing, and pretty much all of them are still in the balance. So Judith, David, where would you like to go next?
David, your turn.
Ooh. The tough question. We'll dig deeper into whether Caruana can make progress against Sindarov shortly, but let's go to Giri against Yasipenko because there have been developments. Not the most thrilling position, but I think the least thrilled about this is Yasipenko, who has some big decisions to make. Judith, we saw your favorite G4 and everyone's
and your
favorite
H4.
Exactly, just the last couple of moves. And we talked about it earlier, right? Like Giri has one advantage long term to sit on, like the d5 pawn isolated, nice outpost in front of it for the white knight. But he's trying to make a second front now. I'm not sure whether he's trying to fix the h6 pawn or whether he's just trying to open up the h file. But what do you make of this? Should black be worried?
Well, first of all, I believe that in the last few moves, Giri made a great regrouping of his pieces, having the knight on d4, blockading the d5, isolated pawn. I think it's a fantastic achievement to have that knight there. Also, I like very much the other knight on d3, because the d3 knight controls the important e5 and c4 squares. In some cases, I think knight b4 can jump there and put pressure on the d5. Not now, but you never know. On the c file, of course, we have the rooks. Nobody wants to give up the tension for the moment. Though it's a big question in these kind of positions to discuss whether would it benefit white or black if there would be 4 rooks off, which I'm not so sure that white will agree on that. But having this g4, h4 idea, I like pretty much. Let's say takes, rook c8. I would think that having the knight on d4 covering the c2 square, white rook can go to h1. And then look for some action on the h file. Because it's kind of a pressure for black, I believe. White can decide whenever he wants whether to open up with h takes g5 and then go with the rook to h5, attack the g5 pawn, or go just to h6 or h7. It could be very annoying for black, and especially because that e6 bishop is not vulnerable, but it has no space. It bites into his own pieces, right? The pawn on d5, knight on d7, which might move away or not, but I mean, that bishop is not so good. And I can also imagine that white bishop maybe transfers to d1 and b3. In some cases. I mean, obviously, we all want to be on the white side, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It's only Anish having fun. Black should be solid enough, but yeah, it's going to be a long game, this one, a long grind. Yeah, one thing for everyone at home is not to take on h4, because that would just ruin black's pawns. It's a bit like Fabiano doing the same, ticking on the h-file there. It made sense, but here, that pawn would not last for long. Yeah, I don't know how to wait with black. Probably I would try and trade rooks. One idea might be to play like a5, b6, like put a knight on c5 long term, but that also weakens some squares in the process. Yeah, it's tough. Wait and suffer for Yasipenko. Okay.
Yes.
Maybe another plan, Judith. Maybe white can play like at some point, maybe even in that variation you showed. Something like this, rook h1. White could play like king g3, as well as the bishop going to b3, which I quite like king g3, put the bishop round on g2, and then play like f4 and try and...
Yes, but after king g3, suddenly the e3 pawn can be vulnerable, and maybe I can go knight c4.
Ah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, it will be a position.
But anyway,
like
actually, maybe anyway, black should be trying to exchange one of the knights.
Mm-hmm. Knight c5, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then takes, and bishop d3, I guess.
Yes. And someday I dream of getting f4 in, potentially, just to ask some more questions, new questions.
Yes.
Yeah. Still unpleasant. Black can barely move, but black's just going to be like playing, I know, rook c8, rook c7. Maybe now a5, I'm not sure. Oh, wait, a5, knight b3.
Yeah.
Okay. Prediction here.
Black... Sorry.
Go on, Judith, sorry. Go on, after you.
No, I mean, it's quite difficult for black because he has to be careful where to look for counter chances or deciding just to sit and wait and nothing else.
Yeah. Do you think Giri can do it? Do you think he can at least keep up the chase by winning this game?
Well, if he wins this game, it's a huge thing. And of course, it depends very much whether Sindarov can keep the draw. I think the only big question is if Giri can win this and Sindarov would be losing. Then it is a very tricky situation because Giri gets extra energy while Sindarov feels, oh my god, on round 13 we are going to be playing against each other and he can catch me. I mean, you can see ghosts, or not so much ghosts, but can be reality. So from this point of view, I think it's a very crucial next several hours, what will be the outcome of both of the games. Of course, many things has to happen in both games. Mistakes, inaccuracies, blunders, etc. But the direction is there, that Giri is the one who is pressing Yasipenko. He is the one who is playing for a win. He is the one who is actually chasing, as much as we can say chasing Sindarov right now, 2 points behind, right? He's the only one who can be in the real chase in Sindarov. And for Sindarov, of course, in the meantime, I mean, he has a position which is not so funny, though I think he improved in the last 2-3 moves that he could activate his bishop before. But, you know, like today I saw Aronyan giving interview about the candidates, and that's what he says, that when in a candidate tournament you lose a game, it's not about losing a game. Your mind can get shuffled. And your feelings towards your preparation, your self-confidence can be unbalanced suddenly. So this is what I also say many times, that one game of the result is one thing, but it's another thing what it brings emotionally. And so this is why it's very important that if Fabi can win, Giri can win, then everything is lots of excitement for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if those two results fall into place, like you said, at least in the evaluation, it's very possible, then suddenly Giri would kind of hold his own fate in his hands. Like, he would still need to win with white against Sindarov, but then he's fully caught up. And yeah, I've seen Giri go on huge streaks, like Vaikanze, Tata Steel, a few years, 2-3 years in a row, he was like winning +4, +5 every time, and even +6, I think, one year. So yeah, he's capable. But yeah, I think, as you say, we shouldn't get ahead. We'll definitely discuss that in detail if the advantages grow on either board. Maybe we go to that. We go to that one. Judith, I'll just bring us straight there. Fabiano against Sindarov, because we had a couple of moves. Just to actually replay, Bishop f5 was played in this position. That is diagonal, as we said, Rook c7, and okay, I'm surprised he didn't come in with Rook to b2, where we were a bit unsure. Maybe after King d1, he didn't know what his next move would be. So Bishop to e6. He went back, but that's odd. I guess he's arguing that white isn't making progress, but at least white now can get the king over to c1.
So what happens if white goes king d2, right? This is what we were discussing.
Yeah, what's black doing to wait? Like, is he really just... I mean, is he just moving his rook back and forth? Because now he's not going to move his bishop anymore. He can't take h5 still because of g7, so it has to be a rook move. Unless he's playing f5, but he could have done that earlier, so...
I didn't dare to say f5, because I'm afraid rook c5 and my e5 pawn is going to get in trouble.
Yeah, this here we would start talking about a Fabiano win, for sure. So, okay, let's say black just waits, like check, king...
Yeah, king c1, rook b6.
c1, rook b6, something like this. How can white make progress?
I'd say I go king c2.
Okay, king c2. Check.
e4.
Ah.
Sorry.
It, but we hated it so much earlier.
But you're not going to come the rook to b2. Is it so bad? My god, the bar also. Ah, because you have rook d6 and rook d3 and bishop h3, bishop g2. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, understood. Okay. I don't go king c2 then.
So
I have to come. I go king d2 and I go king c1, and now I think. What an important square f5 for the bishop.
Yeah.
So what about playing knight e4?
Knight e4? Yeah. Okay, he plays king to d2. We're headed in this direction. I've just realized, Judith, there might be a big detail for why it might have been nice to keep the pawn on g3 for white instead of playing g4. If we just go back, so before g4 was played, like here, we were talking about like king e1, h5, maybe white plays h4 to block. And if we were saying that black just waits like he does in the game, check, wait. Okay, if I ever do play king c2, I don't think bishop f5 is such a big deal here, because after e4, if the bishop goes round to try and target the base of the train, yeah, f4. I'm not sure whether a4 immediately or we wait for the bishop to come round. Actually, maybe it still comes to d3, but f4 is the idea. Probably the white rook should have been on c7, but whereas in the game, like if we catch up, yeah, now after e4, the bishop going round is always going to be really annoying, and we'll see if Fabiano can come up with a plan. Not going to be easy. This position. And I really don't like the fact that the rook's tied down, kind of hitting g7, because again, we love those lines, right? If we could bring the rook around to like c5, b5. But now the rook moving would create some counterplay for black.
Okay, so I go rook c5.
Ah, f4. Okay.
I'm putting my puzzles together. You said f4, rook c5, so why not?
That's clever. King takes f4.
Yeah, let's check this first.
Wait, how is this fine for black? This is crazy.
Well, black king can be activated, right?
Maybe something like this and then f5. Or bar rises a bit. I could see this being a bit scary. Suddenly king h3, g5, g4.
Probably rook g7.
Rook c7. And rook g7. Is this what you want? Or?
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like white has a pawn up, but it's not clear what's going on.
Momentum is turning here. Black's suddenly so active. Okay, not easy. I liked your knight e4 though. Maybe we investigate this one further. I interrupted this train of thought. So knight to e4, what was the plan, Judith, if black plays like, I don't know, a waiting move, a bishop? Say bishop d5.
Yeah, it's a question. You have two active pieces. The bishop. Okay, I go back knight c3.
Okay, knight c3.
Bishop e6, I go rook a7.
Rook a7, okay. If black continues to wait, rook d6.
I go...
Actually, probably, if I'm going to wait, I'll play bishop f5 again. Sorry.
Yeah, actually gh5 is a problem that I'm weak in my... Because I cannot come back. I was also thinking to go rook d2 instead of... Oh no, rook was on c7. I can't even get there.
But in general, like, yeah, if you could play like without allowing black anything. If you could bring the rook around, then that would be
I'm slow
fantastic.
anyway.
Yeah.
Because my h2 pawn is very weak suddenly.
Yeah. I do think g4 might have spoilt quite a lot for Fabiano.
Yeah, interesting. But Sindarov is making some great defensive moves, though he doesn't have too much of an option. That's also true.
Yes. Like, he's yawning. He's not fussed. He's not worried. But I think the fact that he played this h5, king h6 very quickly, like that, he made that decision he made instantly. That showed that he knew he needs counterplay long term. But then the decision now to wait and just do nothing, that is a very impressive one. That is something that many young players especially fail to do.
What happens if I go knight a4?
Okay, knight a4. Rook. D6, or do I want
Can I go knight c5? Okay. Or wherever I go knight c5. That's my point.
Yep.
Or you just go bishop h3.
Maybe. From the back. But here, maybe I drop the c4 pawn, no? Or rook a6.
And then I go knight c3. And I put your rook on a6 instead of b6.
You found a
and
way.
then you go rook b7.
Yeah, okay, now a4 comes. Now you've tricked me.
Big achievement.
Big.
By the way, it is, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm very proud of myself that I swindled you this way.
I am impressed. Not many people gain a tempo against me, but this is,
but it's like magic, no? We didn't realize what happened, but the rook became standing on a6.
Yes. That's the beauty of knights. They confuse people. Like all the knight jumps, it's like the mind goes fuzzy, and then suddenly rook on the b file. I think that might be the goal. Like maybe that's why again it was nice not to push with g4, g5, just to use the white rook to bully the black rook.
But I'm sorry. But then my question is, in this position, he went king c2, and
Yes.
after rook b6, king c1, Zugzwang.
I think we'll see this. Whoa, rook g7 from Vachier, and it's fine apparently.
What?
Wow. I did not think about that. Wow.
How can this be good? I don't understand.
He must have calculated a lot here. Like, he played it so quickly. Maybe he calculated it all earlier, but again, this is another reason not to have played g4, g takes h5, because now black has counterplay suddenly. Rook trades were they weren't on our radar, Judith, because we were kind of thinking of that position earlier where white just pushes the a pawn and wins. But now black does have some quick counterplay.
But how? Let's say it takes on d7.
Okay. A4.
a4.
King takes h5.
a5.
Okay, and this is the first crossroads. Like, do I stop your pawn here or not? Probably not. Okay, king h4.
I'm gonna be slow. a6.
Yeah. Oh, king h4 already losing. What? a6. Okay, king h3 I was thinking.
a7.
Bishop c6. Oh, maybe not a7.
Maybe not a7, knight d5 first.
Okay, knight d5. I thought it was the same, but maybe not. Wow, not knight d5. This is weird. Like, we just suggested the two most natural moves. No, like a7? Like, what's wrong with a7? Drops the bar a little bit, but not that much.
Maybe the king has to come now.
Which way?
To b2, a3, b4.
Wow. Okay, king b2, king h2.
I'm slow.
Here, like f5, king b4, g5. Suddenly. Oh, wow. I mean, even this, like, the fact that Sindarov played this immediately, look, he's winning now suddenly. Oops. The fact that he played all this so quickly, like, he must have seen something that is difficult to understand. So, okay, we have to check this line in more detail because it's it could be a case of it just being a dead draw and Fabiano has no more chances, or there are some traps along the way. Okay, king takes h5 can't be wrong. a5. Does that mean we have to stop with the bishop? And I thought he had like knight d5, king h4, like knight c7, but
King h3.
yeah,
a6, you just take.
Take a7.
a7.
And he's calculated all of this. I guess f5. Oh, no. Oh, maybe not f5, actually. Does the king just come first?
Maybe e4.
Ah, e4. Ah, e4 is very cool. If I take, then g5.
And then knight has to come back and give up the knight for the pawn.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, even this is not obvious from a distance, but this is a draw. I guess.
Bad luck.
Yeah.
But
bad
rook
luck.
d7 is a fantastic discovery by Sindarov.
Wow.
First,
I mean, if he can play it. Yeah. It
At
works,
first
right?
glance, it looks so dangerous.
Wow. And he played it in. Okay, I guess he's been calculating it from a distance, but just to check, he played it in 1.5 minutes only. I would spend an hour and a half, Julia. I would be
No,
so
but
scared.
I'm sure he was calculating it for the last half an hour whenever it was Fabiano's turn. Of course, he's not exchanging.
Wow.
Okay.
Rook d7. But I mean, he didn't spend that long. He only spent 52 seconds on rook d6, only 1.5 minutes on rook d7, and like before that, he did spend 12 minutes here, 8 minutes there, but still very impressive. Okay. Now we have a couple moves, and h5 is dropping.
But after this rook d7 is very interesting because it cannot be only calculation. It is also intuition that he is looking for counterplay. Like he feels it that after having this h5, there is going to be enough counterplay. Taking on h5 comes the king on h4, h3, and it's going to be enough.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, just so impressive that to evaluate that whole rook endgame, and like you said, to have that rook trade on the radar when it looked so bad for so long, suddenly that one moment might have been the only one. That's the real.
It didn't even come to our mind.
Yeah. I think we mentioned a rook exchange earlier before white played g4, and then we were like, never possible. Never ever going to happen. White just pushes the a pawn and wins. But like, he'd worked out that probably tempo by tempo, it just works out and creates enough counterplay. Yeah, that's impressive. Okay, so now I don't really see what white does other than race the pawn up the board because black's going to be quite quick as well now. a4?
a4, bishop takes. Or king takes, sorry. King takes.
Probably king takes, but then a5. I mean, even this is not obvious. Like, giving white the run with the pawn, that's also a good judgment call from Sindarov, but he needs to back it up. Suddenly, this is scary. It's a4. I mean, if Fabiano wants to win this game, what else would he play other than a4?
Knight e4.
Knight e4, maybe? But then I was a bit worried about bishop d5.
Yeah, I just thought if king h5, rook f6.
Oh, nice.
I'm not
Red
even sure
card.
that's enough for white. Rook a7.
Ah, rook a7, yeah. Just for everyone at home, there's a fork. So, rook a7. Although, I mean, white's getting a lot of pawns, like, worst comes to
Rook
worst.
f5
rook
takes.
Yep, takes. I'm wondering if there's actually a better way. Yeah, but probably just rook f5. King somewhere.
Yeah, and just taking on e5 and the c pawn will be not powerful because the knight is covering it. stops.
Pawn up. Winning chances. So, okay, maybe knight to e4, but yeah, bishop d to e5 was a bit of an issue here, probably. A pawn is not enough to run. Oh, I think he's surviving Sindarov suddenly this game. I think Fabiano wasn't expecting to have to calculate. Like the way he was blitzing earlier, Fabiano, even when he blitzed g4, g takes h5, I don't think he realized there was much calculation to be done.
But you see, after all, maybe h3 had to be played. Though you pointed out that after h3, h4 is possible.
Yeah. All this time ago, g4. Only 6 moves ago, actually. It's all changed
No,
after
all,
h5.
g4 was a risky move.
Yeah, the bar did drop. King e1, and yeah, just... I mean, h4 is so much slower, the counterplay now. I mean, white could still take if he wanted to, probably a better version of the game, but yeah, this bishop f5, just ignore it. Rook, I don't know, rook c7, tie black down, and this is just totally different story. And then king c somewhere.
Yeah.
Black has nothing to play for here, like nothing to hope for, no activity. Okay. This is where we are. Bishop f7. Okay, well, we didn't find a solution to a4 yet for black.
Yeah. Maybe actually black should go rook a7.
Mm-hmm. Just a stop.
And how to move further.
Yeah. Rook c5. But again, this idea of king takes f4 and then maybe king g4 or g5. Like this. I mean, suddenly it's a really complicated position.
And after rook e6?
Sorry? In
rook
which
c6? Rook c6 with an idea of e6. Sorry.
Rook c6, e6. Okay. f4, e6, check.
And king d2.
Somewhere. Yeah, g4. Probably I'm a bit slow though with black.
The c4 is hanging.
I'll pretend I saw that, but g3. Maybe white just takes it and then just moves the king over.
King.
Yeah. Touching distance. Okay. I'm going to say it's not over. I think Fabiano has to try a4 and he has to try something along those lines. Sindarov with not much time, but only 3 moves to make to the time control. Should be totally fine.
Yes, but in this game, most of the game he was having behind the time.
Yes, yeah. Luckily his prep got him 16 moves closer to the time control, so he always had plenty of time. Okay, Judith, we go to the bird's eye view. Clocks are ticking down. The women are quite low on time, but most of the bars are still in the center. Okay, where would you like to go next?
Should we go to the ladies now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can try and
Actually, it's a pretty balanced round in those games. Let's see what Vachier-Lagrave is doing against Goryachkina. What do you think?
Yes, it's been a while since we were last.
Because she's on first place. It seems like she's going to keep her lead.
Yeah. Doesn't look like she's in any trouble at all on that board. Maybe we jump in just to try and round it up. It's incredible that like she can be caught by her opponent if she loses Vachier-Lagrave. Like everyone's so closely packed together. But yeah, I don't think too much calculation needed here, Judith. It just looks very healthy for black. White with an isolated e-pawn, level material. Maybe white has an a-pawn to push it at some point later, but prediction most likely a draw, you think? Or?
So what would be black's plan, you think? Is rook e7 something that black wants to do, or she wants to keep the rooks? And after bishop d5, her idea is to go c4, c3 more.
Quite like that, c4, c3. was going to say in some positions you can try and trap the white rook. You can go you like bishop e6, king e7, king d6. Try and trap it.
Yeah, for example, e4 would be kind of losing, yeah, on the spot.
Nice, yeah. Nice call. Bang, bang. The rook is
Knight
trapped.
d7.
Oh, and knight d7 even better. So wait, does black have a threat? Like if white just plays like king f2, it's not threatening bishop e6 yet.
Not really, because after that, maybe
Bishop
just
c4.
bishop c4.
Yep.
Okay, but then I have a question. If not king f2, just bishop c4 immediately.
Yes. Losing apparently.
What? What? What is that bar doing to me?
How is that losing? It's such a natural
I
move.
just said a completely innocent move. Any of our viewers could call this move.
Wait, is the rook? No, it's not trapped. After bishop c6. Oh wait, is it trapped? That's.
Oh, beautiful. Rook c5, b6.
Oh my god.
Oh my. Wow.
Trapped in the center of the board.
That's amazing. And actually, it's very easy to fall into it.
Yeah. And wait, she's played bishop c4. Judith, she's played bishop c4.
Oh!
Vachier-Lagrave can win this game on the spot with bishop c6, trapping the rook.
Oh! I pulled her into it.
Commentator's curse in full force there. That's, like you say, it's like the most natural move in the position. Maybe alongside like bishop f3, which ironically would have not trapped the rook.
Do you think she find it? It was her trap? From where did she move to d5?
Okay, quick action replay. The last few moves she took on d5 with the bishop. So c4.
Ah, okay.
F8, take. So, oh wow, she's played it. She's played it, Judith. Immediately. She played it after 1 minute. Vachier-Lagrave, that is genius.
Wow.
The rook is gone. Wow,
Wow.
this is huge. This is huge for the standings. And 98.3% accuracy from Vachier-Lagrave. I mean, poor Goryachkina, she's only made one bad move this whole game. 93% accuracy is very good, but it's going to cost her. And her comeback, I thought after just before the rest day, finally winning a game, finally breaking through, getting a bit of luck against Divya. I thought that might change her tournament, but this is very picturesque.
Can you imagine yourself having this? You just play bishop c4, and then opponent plays bishop c3, and then you're like,
I would
your
be
blood pressure is gone. It's like you cannot believe it that this happened to you.
And it's like, in the moment, she only has 5 minutes to react, but the worst thing is there's no reaction, and she's likely to lose now, Goryachkina, and she's got to live with this, losing with white. Just for everyone at home, instead of bishop c4, apparently a4 was the way to go. Although white is actually in a bit of trouble, potentially. Yeah.
Well, black can go bishop
now.
e6. Yeah.
Now bishop c4, and she gets her rook out like this, I guess. And the rook f4 and can run away. Although this position, I think black easier to play still. And Goryachkina finally writes down her move. She must understand now, Judith, that the rook's not escaping. Rook to c5, b6. She must know.
But actually, it is a move that it's possible to blunder.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm impressed Vachier-Lagrave saw it because her bishop did just come from c6. Like bishop takes d5, and then to see a move like putting it back on a square it just came from, that's visually difficult. Here we go. The eval bar says it's completely over Judith. Like, she's going to be the exchange down probably for a pawn, but yeah, no real chance of saving it, right? No fortresses, no miracles here.
Wow. Well, that's quite amazing, because if we are jumping to the Zuziner against Divya, Divya actually has a better position, more convenient position. So Zhu will not win. It means that expectedly a minimum of 1 point lead Vachier-Lagrave will be sitting into. And that's a quite significant advantage. 3 rounds to go.
Mm-hmm. And tomorrow, if Zhu Jiner is able to hold on, she might be 1 point behind, but they play each other tomorrow, Judith, Zhu Jiner and Vachier-Lagrave.
Okay, so that's the crucial game tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Vachier-Lagrave has white, though, so very important. Yeah. Okay, like you say, though, this is beautiful for Divya, who was maybe slightly on the back foot when we were last here ages ago. After Queen C3, we talked about that move. Because suddenly, beautiful rook, G-file.
But there are no any feeling what there was before, because now I would take with black without any question.
Mm-hmm.
Contrary before, when we were here last time, it was pretty much clear that I would take white.
Mm-hmm. Central pawns are just so nice in these endgames, so much flexibility. Like anytime f4 could come, d5 could come, white can't really push b4, c4 is too weak, the g pawn is backward. Like she could just double up on the g file and ask some big questions already. Knight g6 maybe a threat in some positions.
Well, and also the significant difference between the two knights. The white knight is sitting on e3 doing what? And the e5 knight is just controlling the whole game. d5 is possible at some point. Knight g6, as you pointed out.
Difficult. I actually predict that Divya might win this. But
yeah. I mean, even that is possible completely. I don't even understand why the bar says it's equal.
Judith, I've just turned on the computer and it says that f4 has to be, but like if white just, okay, she plays f4. If she just moves her rook, maybe black plays f4 or rook g8 and black's better, but f4 had to be played by white to kick back that beautiful knight. But now her king side is fixed.
But actually, she's good that she played it.
Mm-hmm. And I think it's very important here that knight d7, like the black knight wants to come round, but tactically it doesn't work. Just one move too slow to get into e4 because white will play rook e1. And suddenly tactics on the e and d files, like, yeah, suddenly knight takes f5 as a threat. Because if black could, after f4, play knight d7 and get into e4, it's just positionally winning pretty much on the spot.
Yes.
So very, very well timed by Zhu Jiner, holding the balance.
Well, time is an important element of chess.
Yes. And understanding, being sensitive to the urgency of a position, that is the key. Okay.
Strong move.
Very good move. Very good move. Now my prediction, maybe I'll change it, that Divya might not win, but we'll see. We'll see. Just another key game for the standings in the women's. I just want to mention before we move back to the open, this is looking totally equal. Lagno and Muzitruk, so they will not be closing the gap on Vachier-Lagrave. And yeah, just one last glance at that Vachier-Lagrave board. Yeah, okay, this one now, I think we know, Judith, that she's going to win. With black.
Well, she still needs a little technique, but not much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right?
How would you try and show that technique here? Are you coming in with the rook? Are you just sitting and waiting somewhere?
Yeah, that's a question how to start with. I think rook c2 and after knight c4, knight d5.
Yep.
Threatening with knight c7.
That looks by far the most convincing. I guess b3 has to be played. Just to protect the
But
knight.
can't black go anyway, knight c7 and then b5?
Yeah, true. Oh, wait.
Maybe that's not the best.
Knight c7, okay.
Knight
Yeah,
c3 was also possible.
Yeah, she should win this. Her rook's so active, no fortress. If you could put the white pawn back on f2 or f3, then maybe some chances. But
Actually, maybe rook c3 was winning a pawn.
Yep.
Okay, but still, black will sit there. I thought rook takes b3 was possible.
Yeah. Also rook takes b3. Check. And yeah.
Knight c3.
Anything.
Yeah, I mean, this is not difficult anymore. Okay, they will still play for another 15 moves.
Okay, let's go out to this board. We're assuming now that Vachier-Lagrave is going to win and extend her lead in the tournament. Judith, let's zoom back in on the open games. Where would you like to go next? Giri has made a big decision.
Let's go there, yeah. Let's go to Giri because on the Sindarov game there is not huge changes happenings there. And here there are a lot of exchanges of pieces.
Yeah,
4 rooks are on the board.
Interesting that the rooks are on the board, but black's rooks have, from c8 and d8, they've gone to their start squares. Like, decentralizing the rooks. Very interesting. But the main thing for me, Judith, is this decision. Knight takes e6. Like, I know Fischer got a lot of praise for his knight takes d7 back in the day. Was that against Spassky? Knight takes d7,
Yeah.
like good trading off a good knight for a bad bishop. But this is an even worse bishop, I would say, than that one was. Knight takes e6. Was that really necessary? Could he not just have waited? I don't know, like f4 or...
Yeah, it's kind of unexpected decision.
I don't understand it. Like, f takes e6, just now black has no isolated pawns. What does he want, like f4?
Well, that was the only thing I can think of.
Yeah. Okay, maybe it's still good for white, eval bar on his side, but...
Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
of
we have...
course, f takes e6.
Yep, we have fe. So now he's got 3 pawn islands, just like he did, but now it's 3 sets of 2. f4. Is white wanting to take on g5 and cement and protect his passed pawn with h5, or is that... like?
Yeah, I
if
understand
black
your
plays-
point.
Oh, I don't know, something like this.
It doesn't seem much.
Such a, like, not controversial decision, but knight takes e6. Like, he's got to make it look good, otherwise people will say afterwards, it's like, you do know, like,
How
trading
could
off
you? Yeah.
Exactly. Trading off a bad bishop is nearly never good. Like, how could you do that? So now he has to back up his decision, Giri, and he has to win this game.
But okay, if you don't play f4, then why was the exchange necessary? I mean, basically he thought that he'd rather play a bishop versus knight than a bishop endgame,
Yeah.
right? Because of course he didn't want to go backwards with his knight, though it would be possible to go knight b3, nothing would have happened. But the main idea is that he did not feel comfortable exchanging the knights.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't play f4 here, though, if that's his idea.
Yes.
Like, looks so. Put the bishop
Looks
on
very
f3.
unpleasant.
Yeah.
Maybe f6 or what? No, but after f6, knight e6, and it's already a very different kind of situation.
Now it's a way better version.
Yeah.
Like, so it must be after f4, he just didn't like knight takes d4 or d4. Maybe now f6.
And maybe now f6. But he
Oh.
thought it's not enough. But
But
bishop f3.
White's
It
winning a
looks
pawn
so
now.
unpleasant.
Yeah, I don't understand that decision from Giri, but okay, he made it. And he's pausing. The only thing I can see other than f4 is to double up the white rooks on the h-file. Let's try and get in.
By the way, it's a very logical way. Rook h2.
Yeah. Probably starting with f4, no harm to, but rook h2. And I guess black can't try to shut things down. Probably just taken rook h5.
He made the
He's
move.
played
f4.
f4, yeah.
He did f4.
You could resist. Connect 3 is better than Connect 2. Okay, still Yasipenko on the back foot. Still 10 moves away from the time control. 12 minutes left. Okay, I'm a bit biased now after that last decision. I think in my mind, I'm like, how could you play knight takes c6?
Yeah.
But then again, it would be, for the tournament, more interesting if Giri is able to squeeze this one out.
And it's interesting that, I mean, knight e6 is a concrete calculation kind of thing. If you just play, but it's not a Giri kind of move.
Yeah.
No? I mean, he's not so concrete.
He's
Does
very
he think
positional
that-
as well.
Yeah. And does he think that this is suddenly so good, so powerful?
Yeah. I could just imagine Anish though. Like, I've played plenty of games on the board next to him, against him, around him. Like, if I played knight takes e6 in a game and I didn't win,
He would
come up to me. Yeah, he would look at me like knight takes e6. He'd be like, and he would come up to me after the game. He was like, "Did nobody teach you like bad bishops, isolated pawns? Like, did you skip that day at chess school?" Like, he would say something like. So now he really, I think the pressure's on. Like, he's put pressure on himself to justify this, but of course we all still take white. White's the only one who can win, but
Yeah, but
it's wild.
basically why he could do that. He plays for win. He knows that he has to win no matter what if he wants to be in the game. Whether he has a real chance or he has only mathematical chance, doesn't matter, he has to win. So the question is, then that you know that I have to play f4, he has to make a decision whether to play f4 immediately. He has more chance there, or to take on e6 to unbalance it a little bit, change the structure, and then play f4. And in both cases, he knows that white is a little bit better and he's pressing. So, and I'm sure he had this dilemma within himself that, okay, is it gonna be enough? I mean, basically the main problem is that after that the pawn was probably falling off for black on d5, right? If he goes immediately f4. And here it
Yeah.
seems that he believes more in his passed pawn, that he, after rook g8, he wants to take on g5 and h5. This is what we think, yeah?
Or maybe to build it up. I don't know whether he needs to rush. Like maybe rook f1 first, or I don't know, bishop somewhere first. Yeah, but yeah, in general, I think he's relying on this pawn. That being said, like the knight is going to be quite strong in the center.
Yeah, that knight is quite annoying.
He's not going anywhere anytime soon.
But okay, then e4
Yeah, I realized 95 here specifically probably allows e4 taken rook d4, right?
and rook d4.
Yeah.
Not much fun with black, for
Yeah.
sure.
So maybe not 95 immediately, but even if black just sits, okay, I don't know. Put the king eventually on e5 maybe. Still unpleasant. Just... I tend to believe in knights when they can blockade and when they can control all the dark squares. We'll see. We'll see. Yasipenko hasn't... Oh,
Okay.
he did just play rook g8. The most natural move.
Well, he doesn't have too much time
9
in
minutes,
the game.
9
He
moves.
has 9 minutes, yes. I mean, this can be anything. And in the meantime, in the Caruana game, things are approaching. Both kings are moving forward,
Yeah,
being
he's
activated.
going for it with his king, Fabiano. Just a very quick action replay, because after a4, which we were predicting, was played, rook a7 was the only move. I saw this out the corner of my eye. Very impressive. Have to stop the white pawn advancing. Makes sense once we saw it. King b2. King takes h5. And this is move 40, so Fabi's away from the board. And Sindarov has 5 minutes to make this decision. But 2 moves come to mind, Judith. Either you keep advancing with the black king just to be consistent, or you try and get in with the rook. I would say it's one of those two.
But I think actually Maybe rook b7 can be dangerous because knight b5.
Yep. What's white's next move? The king b4
I'm
again?
thinking to go, if I can go rook c7.
Ah. Wow, this could be different, like king h4.
But maybe I mean, I don't know. I thought rook c7 and maybe the bishop is standing pretty badly. But maybe c3, bishop c4 will be good.
That's crazy. And actually, bishop c4, like a6, you don't even have to take, right? You can take an e2.
Yeah.
Come round, defend, and then black has way too many pawns. Okay.
Actually, that's what's played, rook b7.
Okay, we've hit move 40. The players get an extra half hour.
Knight b5 on the board.
Knight b5. Great move. So I think Fabiano is probably, instead of rook c7, then threatening more like king b4 and then running the a pawn. So like if king h4, king b4, wow, the bar really doesn't like it. Now a5, or maybe now rook c7 because that c3's gone.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe now rook c7. Yeah, and your c3 idea too slow now.
But after rook c7, maybe bishop d5 must have been the move.
Yeah.
But this should be tricky.
Yeah, feels tricky. Like e4 is one question, but also just a5. King takes a6. Like, I'd be scared as black.
Maybe it's equal somehow, but I don't know how.
Yeah, I don't think Sindarov knows how. I wouldn't be surprised if he spends 10-15 minutes here, Judith, now that he has time to try and calculate deeply. Like, this is pure calculation right now. Can't just play general moves anymore.
Well, he has to go for calculation of king h4. And it's... he has 37 minutes? 32 minutes only.
32, yeah. Bishop e8 doesn't help. Just rook c7 anyway. I was going to say rook c5, but rook c7 is probably the way. Okay, not much choice, but yeah, keep fighting. Lots of people cheering for Fabiano today in the chat. I think, Judith, lots of people, even Sindarov fans out there, wouldn't mind a bit more tension towards the end, wouldn't mind the stakes getting higher.
I'm not sure that Sindarov's fans are rooting for...
Surely they want an exciting last few rounds. We want the excitement.
With the insurance of having Sindarov to be the winner at the end.
He still looks likely. He's still very high odds. Even a loss today, and he's still the favorite. But okay, we've reached move 40 at this board. The players have an extra half hour to think. That means that we have a bit of time. John, what are you expecting to see in the second time control now?
Oh, this is going to be interesting, isn't it? Having reached move 40 and reaching the time control, I'd like to offer maybe a sliver of hope to chat. Judith, David, I'm going to play devil's advocate here. 50 minutes plays 30. Obviously, Fabi Sindarov is a hugely important result. If Fabi's able to win, okay, there's a little bit of hope for the rest of the field. How does Fabi complicate this to try and get Vachier to use a lot of his time and we actually get a scramble where he can make a mistake? Because what you don't want to do is simplify the position and still have Sindarov have 30 minutes on the clock. If you're going to simplify it, make sure he has 2 minutes on the clock and pressure him into a mistake. Is there a way to do it, do we think? Yes or no? David, what do you reckon?
Yes. I think it's still full of tactics, full of complications ahead.
Judith, do we think that's what Fabi's going to try now?
Fabi is going to try everything. And actually, I can only praise him for what he was doing today, because he went for a special preparation. He knew that it's not much, but it can be very dangerous for black. And actually, he got a position where it is pretty dangerous for Sindarov, and he feels it. Because in the last 20 moves, last 25 moves, it's there. It's only black who who is thinking that, okay, I have to make the accurate move because if the white pawn is passing too fast, that's a problem. If the knight jumps here or there, it's a problem. So continuously black is the one who is looking for counterplay. And it's always Fabi who is looking, okay, what is the best out of the several ideas which I go, but it's clear that it's white playing for a win and white is directing the game. The question will be whether Sindarov will be making the accurate moves and going to be saving the game.
Absolutely love it. So the time control has been hit, folks. You might look at the clocks and think, oh, okay, things are pretty chill now. And they are for a couple of moves. We're only 1 or 2 deep thinks away at this point from a potential scramble as Fabi continues to put the pressure on Sindarov. We'll find out if he can do that as we come back from our next break. In the meantime, though, if you've got a few minutes spare and you're logged in to your chess.com account, you can join the official chess.com community club. It's now almost 50,000 members strong, and it's the place to be for all of the information on community tournaments, giveaways, contests, and other fun events like Danny versus the World. Is that the one where Danny has to play all his moves while dressed in the pawn costume? I'll get that checked for you. You get to connect with the community and stay up to date on the chess world by using !community in chat to join the action. We'll see you guys after this.
The last segment that we have is called Mobile Deep Dive. So first I will ask if you have your phone on you. If not, then... I do. Okay.
We have iPhone 15 Pro Max.
It's an iPhone.
It's a Galaxy S20. It's pretty normal.
20? You have a case?
Yeah.
There is a case. The next question is case or no case. Wow, you have like a super case.
Yeah, I always drop my phone. But this is, yeah, this is like an old man's case.
Do you know your top 3 most used apps?
I think it's X.
Chess.com? No?
No, I play on website. I don't play on...
How you play on the desktop?
These days I'm more on my iPad.
One of them is obviously YouTube Studio, for very obvious reasons.
We gotta see how rich we are.
X probably is one of them.
The second one, I'm guessing, just from refreshing, is probably Yahoo Finance. I'm still pretty old, so I don't have some special app for it. And the third one, I'm guessing, is still probably Twitch. I'm guessing Twitch is probably still
X, YouTube, and WhatsApp.
What's your average daily time spent on your phone?
It's actually pretty low.
I think the last time I checked it was like 3 hours.
Yeah, I checked it recently. I think it's like 4 hours or something.
Mine is still more than that.
I would bet that it's around 1 hour or less.
Shockingly impressive. You use Spotify mostly?
Yes, yeah.
When you got your Spotify Wrapped for last year, do you know who your biggest artists were?
Kanye West.
Kanye?
Probably just over the years, I've played more ABBA than anything else, I'm guessing.
I think I listen to a lot of like this old stuff music like this.
Like a hip hop from 15, 20 years ago?
Yes.
I'm assuming your favorite social media app then is X?
No, I wouldn't say favorite. I used to use Snapchat quite a bit, but now I don't.
I guess the only one that I look at these days would be X.
It's Twitter.
I don't really like social media these days.
If we saw your keyboard, what is your most used emoji?
Mischievous smirk.
I think I know what you're talking about.
The cry.
Like which one? Like it's like crying or?
No, it's going like this.
Oh, okay. Like to the side.
Yes.
I see. You still put periods at the end of your thoughts.
Yes, I do. Yeah. Absolutely, yeah.
Bro, that's like ancient.
Hey guys, if I make this in one go, we're gonna launch a no ads plan. Does an own goal count? Hey guys, new plan. If I make this shot, we're gonna launch a no ads plan. Hey guys, last try. If I make this bullseye, we're launching the no ads plan. No more questions. I did it! I made the bullseye! Do it! Launch the no ads plan!
Love chess but don't like ads? Sign up for chess.com's no ads plan and play chess ad-free.
And do you have any New Year resolutions, goals for 2026?
Yeah, actually I qualified for Candidates Series, so I think I wanna prepare very good for this tournament, and it's my first time to play. I know it's doing this tournament it will be very hard, but I wanna try. Everyone will have a chance to win this tournament, and it's only one tournament. If your chess was going very well, why not? You cannot win this tournament. So.
And what did you learn about your decision making in stressful situations?
No, okay, there is. I was learned a lot from this year, from very hard match against Fabiano in Weissenhaus, also esports match against Hans Niemann. I played a lot of match against a lot of strong players. I know, like, after the losing, you should need to, like, forget about this and try to win. And some guys, like, after the lose, they are tilting and start, like, thinking about if I didn't win, I'm going out from tournament. And, like, but when I lose my game, I was, like, thinking, okay, stop, don't think about the tournament bracket or something like this. Just play your game is right, and I prepared very well and won a lot of things I learned from the matches in esports and the freestyle tournament, so it helps me a lot in the World Cup.
Welcome back to the FIDE Candidates 2026, and we are here with our poll results from earlier. We all know everyone in chat loves a gamba, so we're going to dwell on this just for a little bit. We've had 13,000 plus votes today, so clearly we're raking in the numbers. And David's prediction of 3 decisive games with 1/3 of the vote seems to be winning. First of all, David, you are the most popular, I think, for the 3rd day in a row. Feeling good about it, or is that just adding pressure?
Flattered. That means over 4,000 of you voted in agreement with me. Thank you to all of you out there at home. I'm unsure. I'm pretty confident that Vachier-Lagrave is going to win on the bottom row there, second to the left. She has a totally winning advantage, so that's 1. Prague has an advantage. I think it might be a good day for the duo, for the siblings. That's 2. But where the 3rd one's coming from, unclear. We'll see. But
well, don't steal my questions from me, David, because just behind you on 27%, which is a lot of 13,000 people, we have chat agreeing with Judith, who says that there will be 4 decisive games, and languishing behind on 21% is myself with 2. But that does mean I'm in the rather wonderful position where I get to troll both of you with these questions. David, I'm going to ask you first. It looks like Vachier-Lagrave probably winning. Prague has very good chances to win, so I count that as 2 games, like you rightly said. Where's the 3rd one coming in that means you're the winner of the prediction, David? That's what I want to know. Judith, don't smile. You're next.
Okay, I'm going to say it's a day for India. It's a glorious day for India and Indian fans.
Okay.
All 3 winners will be from India. Divya.
Ooh. Oh, okay. So we've gone Divya as the third board, which means, Judith, you've got the hardest question of the lot. You predicted 4 decisive games. If we are to see 4, where's the 4th one coming in?
Well, in between, I think the Lucknow Muzichuk game and Bibisara game. I mean, I think in the 4th hour things can turn around. And there could be, especially in endgames, it can be easily be done some mistakes.
Especially when we get to a point where there's a little bit of time trouble as well. Speaking of which, several boards now have players with under 5 minutes on the clock. So as much as we enjoy a good gamble, we'll find out who wins a little bit later on. I'll throw it back to you guys to decide where you'd like to head next. David, Judith, over to you.
And Judith, I was actually planning to take us over to the Anish Giri board, but there's huge drama because Prague has just missed a forced win. And yeah, I'm just going to take us over here for a little while just to show the last 2 moves, Judith. Knight to e5, very logical move. White here is a pawn down, or actually 2 pawns down, but big attack against the black king. d4 apparently was black's best move, but rook to e8, a blunder apparently. And Prague in time trouble, but he did have over 5 minutes, played queen to f3, and now d4 is strictly forced to defend f7, but apparently he was winning. He just missed the moment.
Hold on. What's the winning move?
Okay. I've seen the winning move, so I'm not going to say anything. This is you, Judith. It's all yours.
No, because queen f3 is a logical move, of course. d4, I understand that it's... How obvious is it? Isn't queen g5 good?
Queen takes g5, also good. Also clear advantage for Prague. So that's why I'm surprised.
But there is something better?
Something even better. Here Black would take on c3, and after f4 the game goes on, but White still with a big attack. So I thought Prague might go for this, but apparently there was a knockout on the spot, and it is a bit hidden. It's not just a 1-move calculation. It's a deeper thing. But I am surprised. I thought Prague might have sensed it. And
was the winning move?
Yeah, just because the game's continuing. Okay, I'm going to put it on the board. Judith. Rook takes f7. Looks like a blunder. The threat is queen takes g5 and queen takes g5 and mate. So Black was probably planning to take on e5, and probably this is where they both stop.
Queen a7.
Queen a7.
Ooh.
7th heaven. That would have been game over. It would have been a mating attack.
And what about d4?
In this position. Yeah, I guess rook takes g7. The black king
and
goes...
simply rook c7 or something. Rook b7.
Yeah, and then rook somewhere. Rook
or h7.
Yeah, threatening mate, threatening mate, all the mates in the back rank. Yeah, so missed by Prague. Difficult queen a7 because I think the visual thing is like the rook is already standing here, so to replace a piece on the square, like findable, I would say, if he had a bit more time. Queen f3, d4, Bluebaum finds the best defense. Knight takes f7, and still crazy, right? There's still 6 moves for Bluebaum to play in 3 minutes, so not easy at all.
No, queen d5 is a possibility, but then probably White would win, take, exchange. Rook f8 he goes. Well, he made an incredible saving against Sindarov, Matthias.
Yeah, the most logical. I think White, after queen d5, White was threatening actually queen h5, queen h8 mate. So needed to play
that was the simplest, sorry, indeed.
Yeah. But now, I mean, the knight's pinned, right? So it has to be knight h.
What about knight h6 and queen e4?
Yeah. Knight h6. Okay, I'm glad it wasn't me. I was going to suggest queen h5, but then queen e6 covers everything. Queen e4 threatens
Rook
mate.
f7. Rook f7, maybe.
F7. But then queen check. King f8.
And king f8, queen h6. And it's done.
Ah, that's nice. Yeah.
But what can White Black do as defense?
And then check.
Don't tell me that.
Yeah, just to show it in many ways, but this is one.
So maybe on knight h6 takes, bishop queen e4, is bishop d3 the saving move?
Oh wow.
But it can't be.
Because there's queen b8 check. Oh no. I think Prague has missed this from afar. Queen b8 check. Double
And if
attack.
queen
And now
d4?
queen d4, threatening mate.
Well, that's the... Yeah.
Maybe just rook f7. And then draw. Not great for either of our predictions here, Judith. It looks like Blue Baum might save miraculously after that missed opportunity by Prague. And he plays knight h6.
And he went.
Yeah. The only other option I could see there, like I don't know if it worked, but queen f5 maybe. I just
Also
thought, like,
bishop d3, no?
oh my gosh, d3, check, beautiful. Because otherwise, white was threatening knight h6 there, but nice Judith.
And there, knight h6 and queen e5 is the draw.
Ah, beautiful.
Or
Knight
queen
h6.
d, yeah, no?
Queen e5, I think you're right.
Check and rook c7.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's
Yeah.
winning.
This
No,
would
that's
win.
winning. Rook c7 and checkmate on g7.
Checkmate. Black would have to play rook f7 and...
Yes.
Oh, probably, yeah, here's simplest and then draw.
And this is what we have on the board.
Well, bishop d3, it's all happening. Knight h6 takes, queen e4, queen e5, and rook f7. Only move, I think, for Blue Baum, but he'll play it. He'll find it.
You play it because there is no other move.
There we go. Check. And Prague is going to be so gutted. Look at him looking away. He knows it's a repetition now. Black cannot reasonably play on king h7. Prague has let a lot of games go, Jude, at this tournament. He
Yeah.
let Wei Yi off the hook as well.
Yeah, that was very painful too.
Yeah. Feels like his killer instinct just deserting him slightly.
And he makes such a difficult moves, one after another. And then when it has to be the final blow, somehow he's very unfortunate. Because I can't even say that he blunders. He's just making some inaccuracies. And, I mean, the moves he makes, like what he did, he had against Wei Yi, it was also, I mean, the moves he did, it was not, it seemed also to be winning.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Just
course.
unlucky with some details. Maybe the calculation just not at its best. Okay, and
Yeah.
it does look like this is going to be a repetition. Prague hand on hips here. They have just made the time control, or at least he has, after rook to a7 and Blue Baum playing rook f7. They'll now likely think for a little bit. Blue Baum will force the draw, but let's jump over to another game where there have been big developments, Judith. Anish Giri against Yesipenko. I think he's going to look back at that moment where he broke those positional rules, traded off his good knight for a bad bishop, and he'll say that was the one. I think he just tried to be different, like you said, go all out for the win, try to create an imbalance bishop versus knight, but the black knight is
Maybe
fantastic.
now you drop him a message. Anish, how could you?
Yeah, that's not me. Me and Anish would do very different people. I would never gloat. But yeah, you're right. Like how he took that bishop, just for me, that's the most surprising thing of the round so far.
Well,
If
it
was
will hunt him.
forced- Yeah, if it was forced to keep the game alive, everything else was a draw, then fine. But I don't think he needed to rush. And his body language shows he's not too happy. This is very, very equal now.
No, because actually white is not better a bit. Right? I mean, you see he even offers a draw.
Yeah, he said something to Yesipenko, and handshake, game over. Anish lets a huge opportunity slip. He's no closer to catching up with Sindarov if Sindarov can hold a draw. Yesipenko happy to defend that one. But Anish Giri, disappointment. Another draw with white. We get closer toward the end of the tournament. Now, if Sindarov holds Judith, he's got a crazy task on his hands. He needs to make up 2 points in 3 rounds. Unlikely now.
Yeah. But we can see that Gary was quite disappointed by finishing the game.
that was it. Felt like a huge opportunity. At some point, the computer said over +1 advantage, so that was significant. But there we go.
But you know, it was the same thing with round 10 for him, because he had that advantage against Hikaru as well.
Mm-hmm. It feels like there's a tendency to like not keep the tension. Like against Hikaru, he went knight c5, just hoovered off all the pieces and just it raced towards a draw. Like he could have at least kept, even if he didn't see a big advantage, like he could have just kept the position, kept the pieces on, and the game goes on. Like today, knight takes e6, he didn't need to rush, because then like not only that, but after we left it, he took everything on g5. Didn't need to break the tension. Could have just bishop d3, rook f1, like, game goes on, but took everything on g5, and then it was boom, 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 draw. It's like at least sit and wait. But I guess, Judith, that's the tournament situation, right? Like holding your nerve, sitting down and saying, okay, I can play this for 100 moves rather than go for it here. And now it's difficult. Very difficult mentality.
Yeah, keeping the tension. I think from the very first day I started to be in the commentary here, we started to discuss this, how interesting in chess the keeping the tension, who takes first and how. This question. And we see it recurring again and again and again. And in this game also we've seen it 2 times, not in this one, but again in the Geary game, right? So where to exchange, how to exchange, do we exchange in a form that the structure changes, and which pieces to keep? So it's always there, and most of the time it makes a difference in evaluation, who takes and captures first, or to keep the tension.
Yeah, doing it on our own terms, that's the key thing. And Judith, I'm going to play a game of how to go wrong. I think this is going to be a draw any second with a repetition, rook a8, rook f8, rook a7, rook f7. But if Prag wants to play for a win, no, he plays rook a8. I was going to say queen e8 probably here would have been wrong, just because black can start escaping. And then king h7, and black's just a bishop up. The queen defends everything. But here, after rook to a8, I don't think Bluebaum can play on if he wants to go wrong. If he wanted to play away with his king, because he would get mated here. Oh, maybe rook check. We're going to see a repetition instead. And this is about to be the 3rd time they're looking for the arbiter.
Exactly. Actually, Bluebaum, very professionally. This is how the rules go. If the 3rd time you make the move, it's going to be a 3rd time on the board. You have to stop the clock, invite the arbiter, and show to the arbiter that my next move is going to be this specific move, which we reach this 3rd time, the same position. And
it was. There we see the arbiter. The arbiter's always in front of the cameras every time. But Judith, it was funny there because they repeated 3 times and Bluebaum was about to call the arbiter. And then Prag was like, wait, we've passed move 40. We can actually agree a draw. So they didn't wait for the arbiter to arrive. There is a rule. It's just before move 40 that no draw offers are allowed. Here they could agree before the arbiter reached the board. But ultimately, yeah, I think Prag, the more disappointed of the two, big opportunities missed.
Yeah, that's how chess is, and we've seen the Bluebaum saving games when he got the opportunity, right, to save a game. But here we see the important matchup between Goryachkina and Vaishali, because there was a beautiful trap which Goryachkina fell into, and now still kind of fighting, but I don't think she has any real practical chances to save the game. What do you think, David?
I mean, it looks like checkmate to my eyes. Like black can probably take her time here, but I would probably play a move like f5 just so that the black king can sit on g3 without getting checked on e4. Like you just play f5, king g3, and then get your rook to the 1st rank somehow. And it looks over. Judith, I think this game is in its final few moves. Vaishali has plenty of time. That was maybe the coolest tactic of the day earlier, that rook trap in the center of the board. Maybe we just show it one last time quickly for everyone at home just joining us after the time control. Here it looked like white was fine, but actually Bishop c4, one of the most natural moves in the position, was given a double question mark because after bishop back to c6, a calm retreat, it's just over. Like knight d7 threatens to trap the rook, and then rook takes c5 was played, b6, rook has to go back where it came from. It actually took on c6, losing material, but this would have been really picturesque. Rare to see such a long-range piece like a rook not have any safe squares. And that is how she got the winning advantage, Vachier, and about to take it home. f5 played. There we go.
King g3 is unprotectable.
And then any check is mate on the back rank.
Yeah.
Goryachkina, like, she's had such a tough tournament. She finally got her first win just before the rest day. But it looks like she won't be able to keep track with Vachier, keep pace. She's going to be quite a bit behind after this.
So far in the women's section, all 4 games are still going, while on the other, in the open, there are 3 draws played already, and there is a great chance that actually we will have to go back to the Sindarov game, because Sindarov played this king g5, which was quite an amazing moment, I think. We were not discussing this move previously, but it's for me, maybe this is the move of the day.
Yeah.
I mean, after Vachier-Lagrav's rook trap.
Yeah. This is the most, maybe most impressive, like, general understanding move, and also a lot of calculation involved. Fabiano has now been thinking for a long, long time. I think that, let's ignore that timer on in the corner where it says he's only been thinking 2 minutes. He's actually been thinking for around half an hour, I believe, Judith. And yeah, I think he missed this move in his calculations. We assumed, if we just go back, this is where we left it, rook threatening to go to b3, blocked by knight b5. This was move 41. So Sindarov had loads of time, but we were looking at the king traveling down the board because black's king, after all, just went to h5. It took a pawn on h5, but it turns out that the real direction is to change and go towards the center, the base of white's pawn chain. And yeah, creating counterplay like this, I think, is just going to force Fabiano to pull the brake. And I don't know if he can play for a win safely anymore, Fabiano. Like, if the black king gets to e3, this could turn around. So he's got to be quick and careful.
And this is why the reason I'm saying it's the move of the day for me, because I mean, we are grandmasters. We were looking a lot of different ideas, but continuously we were following only our thoughts around king h4, king h3, and grabbing the h2 pawn first, and then creating a passed pawn by playing g5, f5, g4, right? And analyzing all kind of things. But king g5 is a completely different angle and approach to the problem. And it also shows that Sindarov playing in the 4th hour or the 5th hour already this game. And he had a difficult game today, and continuously Fabiano was pressing and from this angle, from that angle. But he's very much alert. He's there. He's in the moment. And whenever there is a new opportunity, he finds it, because somehow with his fresh look at the board and chess and the hunger for the game, it shows that he finds this suddenly new opportunities, new ideas in the position. And this king g5 is very much like that move. And suddenly, for the first time in the game, Sindarov took over in time, I think. Because in this game, this specific game, he was basically behind in time the whole time.
Yeah. And as our featured chat points out, Sindarov, if he does draw this, will have a 2-point lead over Anish with 3 games to go. He's got 2 whites, so even if he loses to Anish, yeah, I mean, he would still be very, very close at this point. Anish is likely to have to win 3 in a row and hope that Sindarov doesn't pick up a single win in the other 2 with his whites. Should we check out some variations, Judith, to see why king f4, king e3 is such a scary plan?
Yeah, why not?
I think Fabiano's plan against king h4, at least, I think we decided it was king b4 to try and push this pawn.
King f4.
King f4, and now we mentioned two moves earlier with the black king on the h file, like a5 and rook c7. Now I think rook c7 is quite instructive. Takes king e3. Firstly, there's this king d2 d3 c3 idea, which I don't know if it works immediately. I think it does. Like, we could see a crazy position with this, and black is black is winning incredibly. White's pieces are so far away, I guess, the queen and knight, and there's already huge threats of checks. The king is going to gobble up some pawns, so this would be scary. But before we continue, I hear there's breaking news, so let's bring John Sargent in.
Thank you very much, David. This will be no surprise. I'm hoping some of the news later on today will be a surprise, but Vachier-Lagrave has just won her game. Back to you.
Nice. Fantastic game from Vachier-Lagrave. Winning with black is like gold dust at this point in the tournament. Huge result for her. Judith, so this line, c7, and if white has to take a timeout to play like king c3, I think the whole point is that once e2 falls, the bishop's going to get around this way and stop the pawn. And then white has 0 winning chances. So this is really, really clever. Although, just to mention, like king takes c4 here, probably still have to be a bit careful about this knight d5. Is this worth calculating further?
e4? Is it losing?
A7.
That's losing, yeah. Knight d5.
Yeah.
Okay.
I hadn't seen this knight d5, but maybe it's a bit annoying for black. So that position, king takes c4.
So maybe f5 has to be the move. f5, a7, f4, knight d5 takes. No, that's also...
Well,
hold on then. What is the draw?
Yeah, this is not quite right. White is just in time to promote first. He probably survives here. We'll get.
You know what can be? Maybe it's bishop a8. Or if that's too much. No, knight a8, f5, knight c7, f4, a7. No. No.
Probably.
Yeah. Bishop c6.
So bishop c6, king c5.
That was so far. So what can be? We almost tried everything already.
Yeah. This is where we try to make logical moves and everything is losing. And the most like depressing thing is that Sindarov's probably seen this and he's found the only draw. So
maybe king d2. King d2. King moves away because bishop c2 is threatening. And if a7, bishop b7, probably.
Yeah, that's it. Nice. And now knight d5 is not an issue.
No.
Now white has to be a bit careful to make the draw.
So if king moves away, king c5 has to be done, but that's losing a tempo.
Now black can play... Oh, but knight d5 is a threat.
But I gain the tempo, so e4 is possible.
Yeah, e4 and
e3.
Yeah, e3 and I mean this is crazy though. Like it still looks.
But I could take, take on d5 first if I don't want to have all kind of knight checks.
That's true. d5. Okay, now we see white's definitely not winning this one.
Yeah.
Got to be careful to draw, but wow. So just the fact that the king is coming in is a bit scary for white. Loads of calculation to be done. That's why Fabiano has been spending this time. Okay, let's see if I can find any way to trick black if the king comes in. So instead of this rook c7, what if white just continues with, well, okay, I found a way to go wrong. Okay,
rook
this one
b5.
I am
rook b5, bishop e8. Quite unpleasant.
I thought I was promoting my pawn, but black's also got a runner. c3.
I'm not even sure I take. Ah, yes, we should take it. Sorry.
Maybe.
E8 bishop was hanging.
And okay, black's. I'm surprised it's this winning, but black's just gonna.
But I think the problem is for Fabiano that he has to make a decision now, because if he goes king b4, king f4, then it's not clear whether is he really playing for a win. So white can go knight d6 instead of king b4.
Okay.
Which, I don't know, rook b3, king a2, the bishop has to move away, and then the c4 is takeable.
is it? But rook c3 is there, so bishop g8. Knight takes pawn would run into...
Then rook c3.
Suddenly I'd be a bit ambitious with black here, maybe.
Yeah, but it's in all the lines suddenly that white has to be careful as well. If you allow the king to go all the way f4, e3, or you allow the rook to come in.
Yeah, Fabiano has lost control.
And what about rook c8?
Yeah, rook c8, bishop. I'm running out of squares. Bishop.
Rook. And I go somehow... Can I go e4 or that's too much?
Yeah.
Rook e8?
So rook e8. Yep. Maybe I just go around and take a4. Try and make a draw. But apparently that's better for black suddenly.
C3 maybe? No, c3. C3 takes a knight e4 and rook c6.
Yeah. Check. And the rook gets behind. We keep finding ways for like someone to blunder with really natural moves. It's quite instructive. How does... Oh, sorry, not c3. So how does black hold on here? But maybe the bishop can just move anywhere, you know, like just... Bishop h3. And
but what happens on knight e4? Knight c4 we can take immediately, yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to go rook here. Like b2.
Knight b2.
Yeah, but... I don't know if white's playing for a win or maybe playing for less.
Rook c6 was rook c6 is there, yeah.
Yeah, so it's still Fabiano's move. I did also wonder
very
whether
unpleasant.
Rook c5.
Sorry?
I wondered about rook c5 just to play a5, a6 without the king on b4, but it feels so wrong. a6. Probably the rook just goes here and behind. Although knight... Knight c7?
Rook b1 maybe?
Yep. Yeah.
Rook a5, c3.
Oops. We keep finding ways for Fabiano to lose. Like, should he be worried here? Probably these variations have crossed his mind as well. And like, if he starts seeing loads of lines where he's going to lose, like maybe this is the moment to be pragmatic. He'll be gutted. He'll be really furious with himself. But Judah, I think it all started with that g4 pawn push. Suddenly, like with the pawn on g3, the black king's never ever coming.
Yes.
This game totally changed the moment, if we go all the way back, the moment Fabiano... Oh, sorry, not that position. The moment Fabiano played g4. Wow. Ages and ages ago. In this position, just keeping the pawn structure intact. Just playing king to e1, bringing the king, then trying to push his pawn. That would have been a big, big advantage. But g4, ever since, Sindarov's just defended incredibly. Ever since g4.
How unbelievable a position it was with white, right?
And yeah, I mean, the most impressive thing for me, rook d7 first, really calm, played it really quickly, calculated everything, even in a complicated endgame, and then yeah, you got this pawn, and a few moves later, this king g5. He's just a series of incredible active forcing defense.
Actually, rook d7. Rook d7 was an amazing move too.
Yeah. Agree. Wow. Okay, so this is the live position. Black's just played king g5. Fabiano has now been thinking for almost 40 minutes as he decides whether to play on or whether to go for a safe line and accept that he's no longer winning, maybe a draw. But Sindarov, fantastic defense. In the meantime, we have another player who showed fantastic defense, but also showed fantastic killer instinct. It is Vachier-Lagrave with Funmaster Mike.
Thanks, everyone. We're here with the sole first place leader, Grandmaster Vachier-Lagrave, won your game today. Now, in a couple of previous rounds, Alexandra Goryachkina didn't go for a lot as white. Were you expecting her to play conservatively as she did today?
No, I think, of course, I think she was playing for more. Yeah. With this line, she surprised me with the opening. But in general, I knew the idea, so I was just playing I was just playing on what I know, and it was a very interesting game, I think.
And of course, the key moment was when you trapped her rook in the middle of the board quite unexpectedly. How many moves before it happened did you even see that it was a possibility?
No, I didn't see rook f5 as an option. Only when she played, I realized I can take rook e5 and play g6. Yeah, I made sure like if it's really, I'm really threatening this because otherwise the rook on e5 can become active also. So then I saw this king f8 trick and she had to change this pawn structure. I think I was already happy. I thought the game was going into my direction, and this bishop c4, the most natural move in position, actually loses. I mean, the rook got trapped in the middle of the board.
Yeah, do you think the fact that your c5 pawn was on pre helped her overlook the trap? Because with the pawn being guarded, it'd be a little bit easier to see your bishop retreat.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think she probably missed, because the c5 was hanging, and it's like you have to see two more moves to see that rook is actually trapped.
You went into the round up a half point. Obviously, you'll be in clear first place no matter what happens for, the rest of this round. How much will you watch Anna Musicuk and Zhu Jinir's game? Or how much will you just go have dinner and ignore it and wait for the result to come in?
I mean, I will check what's going on because today I didn't get time to watch any in-game. So I will be checking what happened. And of course, I will also get to my routine, have dinner and do other things.
Speaking of routines, how much of the rest day yesterday was spent on chess and how much of it was spent on, let's say, leisure and other activities?
Yeah, of course, definitely it's hard to not to prepare. So I spent some time preparing and also went for walk and some table tennis. It was a well-spent rest day.
Now, table tennis uses the same ELO system that chess does. They stole it from us, by the way. Do you have any idea what your ELO is in table tennis?
It's very bad, but I just enjoy playing, so.
Okay, I hope to get to play you one day. And finally, in Toronto 2 years ago, you won 5 in a row. At this tournament, you have 4 wins and 2 draws in the last 6 rounds. Those are 2 incredible streaks. How do you manage to play your best chess at Candidates?
I don't know. Some luck here and there also helped, I think. Yeah, hope to continue.
Okay, well, it's working. Grandmaster Vachier-Lagrave guaranteed to be in Seoul first place going into round 12 tomorrow. Thanks for your time. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Mike and Vachier-Lagrave. Fantastic interview. And as you guys can probably tell, we've got 2 bits of breaking news here. We have 2 games that have finished. Zhu Jinir and Divya has ended in a draw. And Katerina Lano and Musicuk has also ended in a draw. So only 2 games still being played in today's round 11. David, Judith, back to you.
Thank you, John. And big results in the women's section, of course. Vachier-Lagrave is going to be very happy with today's work, winning with black and seeing some of her main rivals struggle, only making draws. So her lead looks like it will have been extended to a full point with 3 rounds to go. In the meantime, we're back here. Fabiano did ultimately make a move. He played rook to c5. It cost him 40 minutes, basically, or around that mark. King f4, instant almost from Sindarov. The king's going in. And Judith, we actually analyzed this line just a few minutes ago, and it looked like black was doing okay.
Well, now a5 was played. And let's see how it will be played after that, after king e3, which is shown on the board as the best move. That was the whole idea for Sindarov to play king g5, to get all the way to e3, start grabbing the pawn on e2, and white's pawn are going to be falling off. And I believe a6 will be the plan of Fabiano. Or can he do something else? Because we started to look at this position. If we go king e3, can white go knight d6?
Knight d6, the black rook will move.
Or it's already dangerous for white.
Wow, apparently rook b3 not even the best. So maybe rook, that means it leaves one of these 2. Rook a7, rook d7, maybe rook a7.
Oh, but look at that. Is it about knight f7, king d4, intermediate move?
Oh, wow.
Can that be?
I mean, it still looks totally fine for black, but apparently maybe he can just take. I mean, black's going to be so quick to take e2, f3.
Wow.
Black
and
is
black
winning,
is
apparently.
already on a better position. King e3 on the board.
Okay, king e3 played. Out of the many blue arrow moves I've seen in my career, that was probably the easiest, considering that king g5, king f4 were the last two moves, as you said, Judith. So king e3, he was going to find it. And that leaves a6 for Fabi. Like, I guess he could have played knight d6 ideas with his rook on c6 if he'd wanted to. So it kind of makes sense that this would not work now, lose the tempo. But a6, black's going to play rook b6, I guess. Let's put that on the board. Going back looks wrong. I mean, I just wouldn't want to put my rook in the corner like this. But yeah, the eval bar
now it's very passive.
Shows it's losing. I don't see how it's losing, but maybe rook c7, bishop moves, and then knight c3. Defend everything. And then just, yeah.
Well, also the g7 pawn was under attack, maybe.
Yeah. So, okay, it has to be after a6, rook b6, tempo play. Now it's either a7 or knight c7.
Well, I'm curious. After a7, rook a6 check, king b4, and what's now?
Maybe king takes e2, there's a fork, so rook c8.
No, after king e2, I think knight c3 and rook a5.
Even better. Even better. And rook a5.
Yes.
Yeah, that's really nice because d5 is covered by the knight, so white wins. White makes the queen.
Yeah. But maybe after king b4, bishop e8 is possible? What do you think?
In this position... Oh, sorry. After, a6 here, king b4, bishop e8. That's clever. Rook. Rook c8. Bishop b5. Queen. We capture. Now the bishop just moves.
But where?
But where, yeah. Only two safe squares. This isn't easy. This isn't obvious.
King e2 is losing, or what is it?
e2. Wow.
Take c3.
Yeah, take c3. Okay, how does white draw this? Fabiano, got to scramble for a draw, even with an extra rook. Sindarov's seen this all. Like, that's the most incredible part. And Fabi's down to 11 minutes. Okay, this is not obvious. Just to check here.
a6 on the board.
Wow, a6 is happening. Okay, it's going to be rook b6 within a minute once Sindarov sits down.
But Sindarov is not nervous.
No. He's got ice in his veins. He's got something magic in his veins, at least, the way he's been playing this tournament. Okay, 6. We keep finding ways for black to, like, at least be equal, maybe even more. Bishop e8, he's about to play Judith. Only move. You called it. Great spot.
But he knows everything. Sindarov, he's just playing fast.
Very fast. And if Fabiano plays rook c8, which is probably the most natural move, then that whole line is going to play out. I don't know if it's the only move.
Well, on knight c7,
Yep.
What is the best for black?
There's an option.
Just
so you
take?
there's the check. Yeah. You could also give a check, but I hadn't seen rook a4 check. I just thought takes and take on e2. And
I thought you don't want to push the king to c3. Why not to have it as far as possible, right?
Yep.
Grabbing
I don't think
pawns.
White's never winning this. Fabiano plays rook c7. Okay. What is the idea? Okay, two options for black. Bishop takes b5 or king takes e2 look most natural. What's wrong with king takes e2? Is it knight d6?
After king e2. Maybe knight c3, king f3, rook b7, rook g7.
Rook G7. What's the idea next? If black starts pushing something.
Oh, Rook E7 is always there.
Rook E7. Yeah, white's not risking anything here, at least. That's good for Fabiano.
Yeah, I mean...
Probably it's still a draw, like it's a
sometimes
bishop
it
move
can
somewhere.
go...
Yeah, take.
H4. Well, yeah, it's pretty drawish.
Very drawish. H4, yeah. Game goes on. Maybe King G4. Judith, so this is King takes E2. At least there's more tension left, but in light of your Knight C3, what happens if black just takes this knight and then runs somewhere with the rook? Rook A2, Rook A1, I don't know.
Well, probably he wants to go King C4.
C4.
King E2. Rook G7, King F3, and then I have my H pawn.
Apparently white was winning there. What? Instead of rook takes G7. Huh?
Maybe King B4.
Oh wow, King
Protecting
B4.
the pawn.
Yeah, so the idea is check. And rook A3. Block. But apparently King B4, maybe there's no threat to like F5 or G5. Wait, if it's a win, what about King... King B3.
King B3. That's a nice
Okay,
pawn.
you gave me the idea with check and block, and King takes, then King B2.
But it's very easy to blunder King B3.
Yeah, very easy to blunder King B3.
Very easy.
And then...
Well, probably it's not a Sindarov style to blunder something like that, but it's easy.
Yeah, he hasn't blundered yet, so why should he blunder in round 11 in the fifth, sixth hour? Okay, so at least we finally figured out what Fabiano's trick is. I think Fabi's seen all of this. So bishop takes B5, king takes, rook A1, king takes C4. So king takes E2 loses. Wow. So that means it has to be G5 or F5. I mean, I would take here, like, in a heartbeat, thinking I've calculated everything. But F5 maybe.
I mean, how would you not take, right? I mean, it's kind of so obvious.
What other moves are there? Even G5? G5? Why not F5 then? Oh, F5 maybe just the pawn drops.
Because I take on G7 and I start pushing H4.
Yeah. Okay, that one makes sense actually. So G5 would be the draw. Even here, I would play like King B3 or something and just say...
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you. So King B3? Because after Rook goes, let's say Rook A6 or something. Rook C3, King F2.
Yeah. Not taking this because of Rook E2 and behind.
Hiding.
And now... H3. No, this must be a draw now.
But it's quite tricky.
Yeah. That'll be a draw, so... okay, if we go back to the live position, it's 50-50 between bishop takes knight and king takes E2. Which one do you think he's going to play, Judith? Which one is more Sindarov style or out of the variations? You think King E2?
What about you?
Yeah, I think personally I would play bishop takes b5 just because I want less... I feel like I'm close to a draw. Maybe if I spotted king b3, that idea, I would freak out a bit, but I think in general I would want to take the knight. King takes e2. I agree. I think more his vibe. But
it's more his vibe.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah. That being said, he would love a draw. He'd get so close to the tournament victory. Like, if bishop takes b5, it's actually not that complicated. It's just one trap he has to avoid, right? And
yes, but don't forget that it's like you're calculating, right? Okay, so if I go bishop b5, king b5, rook a1, king c4 is possible because rook c1 I don't have. Okay, I go king e2.
Mm-hmm.
And then okay, king b3. Do I have something else? I mean, it's easy to not to jump back one move, but to jump back to the basic position. And then if you starting position, actual game position, then maybe you say, okay, I don't go this bishop b5 stuff. Let's see what king e2 offers. And then if you're happy with king e2, then you stick with that.
He could get tricked by missing king b3 here and just looking only at rook takes g7. And then king takes f3. He might be thinking, oh, h4, e4, h5, e3, I don't know, h7, oh, e2. He takes e2, though. He doesn't go for this. Okay, maybe he spotted that trap and wasn't sure, but king takes e2. Game goes on.
Because, you know, after king e2, it's still a game.
Yeah.
After bishop b5, he was not able to win the game.
I mean, you called it.
I'm not
You said
saying...
king takes e2.
Sorry, I'm not saying that he's playing for a win. But just play the game in the complexity and keep the pieces. It's okay. He still has a bishop.
Exactly. He's playing as if it's not one of the biggest moments of his life, where it's just any other tournament where he keeps 3 results open. That's the secret. That's what he did against Prague, right? Like, a draw would be a fine result normally, but no, he wanted more. He wanted to play for a win and went into something crazy. Knight c3 played by Fabi. So king takes f3. I think we looked at this.
Yes.
Briefly.
And then rook g7.
Yeah. No reason not to
But
take the pawn.
Fabi is going down in time, pretty much. After king g5, he was thinking all his time.
It's a long think. What is the trap then, Judith? So, or is there a trap even? King is going to take the pawn. White's going to take, and he's got the trousers, the H and the A pawns, the 2 legs of the trousers. Can he win though, Fabiano?
Well, I think it's very slim chance already. He missed his best opportunities earlier.
Yep. Does feel that way. One move, that's just harsh. G4 maybe. Blowing the advantage due to all of this incredible play. But it's all by one tempo, and Sindarov, he seems to have worked all of it out. That's so impressive. I keep saying that word impressive today. I need to find a new dictionary, a new vocabulary for Sindarov. At this point, it just feels like he's protected by his incredible calculation skills.
But it's interesting that he's careful now.
Why should he be careful now?
This is what I want to ask you. That what is he so careful about?
Like, if it was anyone else, Judith, I would say he's just thinking because he's calculating ahead. But Sindarov normally blitzes these moments.
I mean, what is he thinking about?
Has to be king takes f3, surely. King d3, king d2.
King d3, I was thinking that maybe that's what he's thinking about. But what's the point? And if rook g7?
I mean, it's not as if black's got any tactics against the white knight. Like, if the
I know. The thing is, no, because king rook g7, rook b6 is not possible because king a5, king a5.
Ah, king a5. Yeah. Wow.
Yes, because king c5, rook c6, and it's perpetuate check, and then, well, not completely, but
I was trying to get 30 seconds
because
extra
king
on the clock.
d5 you can go.
Yeah.
No, but what is he worried about king, or what? Why king f3?
Incredibly, king a5, like the bar didn't drop, so that means that black can move the rook and go behind and still defend. But no chance this happens. No chance this happens. But yeah, what's he thinking about? King takes f3. Does white have anything else other than taking this pawn? Doesn't look like it.
I'm sure he's thinking about king d3.
Okay, but what is the idea? Like king d3. Maybe he must be then. Rook g7.
What else
check.
can you think of?
True. Now, this variation, I mean, yeah, well, it has to be b3 to get behind. Otherwise, the knight covers the other squares. Wow, if he's really calculating this, this is wild. Like, this
No,
is
but
so
he,
risky.
he took it.
Mm-hmm.
Takes on g7.
Now, does black have to be careful which pawn to push? I think earlier we mentioned f5. Good. e4? Are there any, like, checks to be worried about? No. I mean, it feels like pawn pushes, Judith, just because like everything else wastes time, and white has a useful waiting move pushing the pawn anyway.
Yeah. Black has to push his pawns.
Yeah. Okay. Is there any way for black to go wrong if we make natural moves? Okay.
Yeah,
I'll push the
black
e
can. What happens? Okay, whatever. You go e4.
Mm-hmm.
I go rook e7.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do?
Good question.
Because if bishop c6, then rook e6.
Yeah, I was just going to show this tactic. That's very.
And here
What?
also rook e6.
Wait, what? How is this a draw? Ah, is it just rook takes a7 and then king g2? And then this? Rook and knight versus king. Rook and knight
Don't
versus
ask
rook.
me.
Draw. Yeah, sorry, I won't mention it, Judith. I won't bring it up. Anyone who wants to learn about that, go watch the Netflix documentary, Queen of Chess. But, okay, in the meantime, we might get rook and knight versus rook. We'll find out a bit later. On that note, Judith, we'll bring in John as as we aim not to tempt fate this time.
Look, I'm loving this because even going through the ways that either side can lose the position helps color in for us as an audience how sharp the position is and how many different ways there are to go wrong. Anyone can take a look at an evaluation bar, take a look at the computer assessment of a position and go, oh, it's drawn. But if you're walking this narrow path with absolutely huge, steep sides to it, and you have to thread the needle in order to earn it, that's what an eval bar can't tell us. That's what a computer evaluation can't tell us. So I love that we're exploring all sorts of lines here, and I love that the players are continuing to press that as well. Which also means, of course, they'll be using their time to think about how they actually thread that needle. So we have got a little bit of time on the clock. Folks, will be heading to what might be, depending on what the players do, our final break here. We'll have to wait and see. Still 2 games left to go in round 11 of the candidates. And when we come back, we find out if Sindarov or indeed Fabi can press. See you soon.
Welcome everybody to the first ever and hopefully first of many Guess the Title player. I'm your host, International Master Levi Rosman. You might know me as Gotham Chess. And today I'm joined by 4 incredible judges. We have Anna, Dennis, Nemo, and Ali Reza, and they will try to guess, based on a series of questions, prompts, challenges, and more, which of these 4 aliens is a title chess player. We try not to figure anybody out by the sound of their voice. And the judges have decided today that they are going to be a team of 2. You can make every player play the first few moves of a certain opening.
You're a grandmaster, Dennis. What is an opening that only strong players know?
Catalan opening. Pick a player and they have to play the Catalan.
All right, we're picking number 2 to play the Catalan. Gotta look at the details.
Wait, oh wait, that's not. Oh? Oh, no, he's fine. I don't like this line.
Very professional.
Yeah, you good? Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. All right.
Wow. Okay, that's useful information.
Can we ask number 3 to catch, like,
trade a piece.
That was fun.
Okay.
This person is throwing us off.
Okay, can we have one play the dragon?
They should just play like the totally wrong opening. Just like super confidently, you know?
Oh.
Wow.
Ah.
Okay. Hesitation.
What do you think? Is that good? Or do you want more moves? You just used the bishop to move the pawn forward. That was... I've never seen that before. I think that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you, number one.
That's not.
No.
That is the dragon. All right, judges, what else are we looking for?
Can we see a little bit of pressing the clock movement? Because I feel like the clock is also a key part of competitive chess that strong players are better at. Now we gotta look at the small details. Number one is forgetting about the number three, forgetting about the clock.
Oh, you think number three's faking it, Alireza?
I think he's
Completely
Wait,
faking it?
wait, which hand did 2 just press the clock with?
I think these aliens have never felt this pressure in their life. Is that a Chigorin defense?
Yeah.
Is that what Wow. By accident or on purpose? Oh, that was a very...
Yeah, that felt smooth.
Oh, yes, it's clear, it's clear, it's clear. I feel like there was a big difference in how number two took a piece and wouldn't like put it down to then press the clock. They instantly press the clock with the piece in the hand, like a good chess player would. You don't have time to let it go.
Yeah.
Okay, these are good too. What's going on here?
I think it's between number 1 and 3.
You think it's 1 and 3?
Yes. 2 and 4, there's no way.
You're impressed by all these aliens.
I'm pretty sure 2 just gave the middle finger.
I didn't see that.
Oh!
Whoa!
Wow, 4 just checkmated. 4 just checkmated 1.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We've had a big swing and we're coming back early because we have had huge developments in the Tanzongyi Bibisara game. Let's go ahead and hop straight to the live position. David, Judah, what's going on here?
Wow, John, just as we jump in, we see King F4 exclamation mark, and that was the only winning move. In order to understand this, we need to go back just a little bit. We actually saw Rook and Knight versus Rook and Bishop, but White having a pawn on the king side. We actually talked about something quite similar. Knights tend to be good if it's just pawns on one side of the board, but here we see the Knight traded off for the Bishop, and after Rook G7, I must admit I'm frankly stunned at the last move by Bibisara. Like, she had a choice here: Rook takes H4 or Rook A6. It's quite well known that 3 versus 2 is a draw if it's just pawns on one side of the board, so I would have thought Rook A6, but maybe she was scared of being cut off with her king. And,
no, I think...
Sorry
to interrupt. I think it's not exactly. I think she just thought this is draw, that is draw. And we have left with 1 less of pawn pairs.
Quite possibly. So she thought that this was a forced draw, King G3, Rook H1, and her whole idea was Rook takes G6. Now the king comes, and with the king stepping across to F5, should be a draw, H4 check, and 2 versus 1 also quite well known. But yeah, she just missed this then, Judith. King F4, intermediate move. And like you said to me in the break, shouldering is the key word. Shouldering the black king away, making sure it cannot cross into the center. And now this pawn will drop. If she tries to get her king back, then I guess that this position, probably Rook H6, is winning because of G4 ideas. And no way to maintain the balance. No way to hold on here. King G7, King G5, Rook G1. I think she gives a check. And maybe she just, maybe partly a miscalculation, but she doesn't seem to realize on the camera she's looking away. She's got a great poker face, or she thinks this is still a draw.
No, maybe she knows that she's lost. She's just giving the poker face as if it's a draw.
She's like, it's 2 versus 1. Haven't you studied this? But
because in this position, after Rook H6, Maybe she thinks that rook h6, h4.
But then she's forgotten about like g4. Or
I also forgot about g4. If not g4, king g4, then rook g1 draw.
yeah, rook g1 or rook h2 probably as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So g4 or g3 also, right?
Yeah, g3 as well. And it's about getting two connected pawns, and this one will drop off. Wow. And
instead of rook h6, if white goes king g5, is that a win or a draw? That's a draw, right? Because of h4.
h4. It's the same thing, right, Judith? So maybe this g4 idea is necessary. Now black will go behind. And how about rook?
Now I think
else?
she realized.
Oh, now the poker face has disappeared.
I don't know, yeah, somehow. And
here she's still drawing. But this is the danger, like basing things on calculation in rook endgames. Like sometimes you just need general feel and like go back to basics, keep things simple. Like rook h6 might be the only winning move. Wow. What about rook g3? Rook g3. Also threatening rook h3 or king g5.
King f6. Oh, no. No, sorry.
Rook h3.
Rook h3. No, rook
but
g1.
rook g1 saves it, yeah? And then g3, king g6. Oh,
look at that.
H6.
You see, this is good to make poker face.
Yeah.
Because you trick your opponent.
Lady Gaga was right. The poker face paid off. That's incredible. Like Judith, Tan Zhongyi, she's been guilty of this quite a lot this tournament. She had 9 minutes on her clock. She spent 1 minute and a bit on rook a6. Like she's blitzing past key moments constantly. She's blundered, I think 3-4 big blunders have been when she's got like 30-40 minutes on the clock and she's playing instantly.
But I think it's also a problem of having too much respect for your opponent. Because the thing is, I think what happens that few moves ago when it was 3 against 2, they both understood that it's a draw. And this is what I'm explaining sometimes to people, that just because we are making moves, you cannot claim obviously that you're fighting. Because when you're making moves, you're fighting if you're continuously thinking about it, that what chance I have, I'm ready to catch my chance. Just by making moves and you're not alert and you don't understand that in any moment there is something I have to catch. It's like the red car, you know, that you have to be always ready that you get the opportunity and then you can get the opportunity. But just by sitting there and making moves, it's not. And I think both of them knows, okay, it's a draw. 3 against 2, we play it out, it's going to be an exchange, and it's a draw.
Yeah, and it's a tricky balance, Judith, because I remember when I was young, I was always missing these critical moments as well. And then I think a coach was hammering into me so hard that I need to stop, sit on my hands, look at key moments, that suddenly, basically overnight, I became a time trouble addict because I was always looking for the critical moment, even when it was just like, no, it's enough to improve a piece. Or, oh, it's enough to just like make a couple of quick moves, nothing changes, the game won't be decided here. Suddenly, every move, I was looking for that red card on the horizon that like sometimes I would forget that actually it's right in front of me, like the most obvious moves. So it is tricky finding the balance, but Tan Zhongyi, that's what's gone wrong for her. She's, like you said, not sensing it. Just, yeah.
Well, of course, it also happens that this is what all about good form and bad form, right? That when you're in good form, you sense it much better intuitively, and somehow you sense the moment that, maybe now. And then you spend those minutes. Because indeed, it's always a big question to sense it. What is a critical moment? When is it something that maybe there's something happened, some new opportunity, some chance I got to win a drawish game or draw a lost position.
Yeah, this is tough. Like, I guess to try and explain Tan Zhongyi's miss, like, in this position, rook h6, probably she did think after king g7, king g5, rook g1, she was like, okay, and then I can't stop the pawn being exchanged. Just one more move. If she's seen rook g6 check, and then taking the pawn, it's just game over. Yeah. Just two connected pawns. So probably she's just stopping one move too early and then not double checking things, or like you said, it's bad form and the tournament's almost over for her anyway. So,
but at the same time, it's also a pattern recognition stuff, because rook g6, king h5 is a pattern that you have to know. Mm-hmm. If you only calculate, you can find it, but out of 10 times, of course, you're going to miss quite a lot of occasions. Yeah. While if you know this pattern that, okay, when it's something like this happens, you have a check and after that you take, it comes back in a much more natural way, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely the form is an issue, because normally, like, I've seen her play so many tournaments, like where her calculation's fantastic. I remember one Gibraltar tournament, Tan Zhongyi, she was beating 2 or 3 2600 grandmasters just purely on calculating some crazy variations really well and really deeply, out calculating her opponents. But yeah, this time looking not quite at her best. Okay, the game goes on, but now she's just making moves. What's the idea? I guess she wants to get rook g5 with tempo and then advance her king. So now king g6, she'll give a check and then advance and hope this makes progress. But I mean, probably checks from the side now are a bit annoying.
Yeah.
Okay, and Bissara just waits. No rush. She's got a good
setup.
setup
I
here,
was
actually.
losing. I was losing a position like this against Spassky.
Okay. How did he make progress?
The thing is that I was playing with the white pieces, but it was exactly the same pawn structure. But the main idea is that I had my rook, I mean reverse colors, but I had my rook on the 8th, like rook on a8, and he had his king on h3 and going king h4. Mm-hmm. And the drawish thing there, somehow, that I was forcing f4, I had to force f4, and then rook g8. So when the king comes to h4, then I have a check on g4 and going back.
Okay.
Well, maybe later we will have something like that, and then I show what I mean. If white could bring back the king to h3 and then to h4.
Mm-hmm. She needs to rearrange her pieces.
Yeah.
Judith, sorry to interrupt. We will come back to this. We will break it down, but this game is likely to go on for a while. Let's jump back over to Sindarov against Fabi, because guess what we're seeing here? It's about to be rook and knight versus rook. And the king is cut off in the corner. And I know we kind of touched briefly upon it just before the break, but you have some experience in this type of endgame.
Well, the thing is, once I played against Kasparov in '96 in Dos Hermanas, where was quite an amazing game. I had a very bad opening with white, and Gary was playing very well. He got a winning position. He misplayed it. I tricked him. I saved the game. After that, move 38 or something, I could activate my king, which obviously in a blitz game I would do it instantly. Instead of that, I let my king passive. And after that, it was rook 2 pawns for him with the knight against my rook and knight and pawn. And then with miracle, I was able to... they agreed to draw. No, he was not going. Sorry, I made my story long because I thought I have plenty of time. So the bottom line is that I saved the game to a rook and knight. And after that, he was testing me a little bit, but I didn't find one pattern of a stalemate. If I do that, my king is out, and I think he would agree to a draw. Instead, I was stuck in the corner, and he played actually perfectly. He knew so much better that theoretical endgame, and he won against me.
Yeah, for anyone who wants to hear more about that game between Judah and Kasparov, definitely recommend signing up for Netflix, getting some popcorn and watching the Queen of Chess documentary. But Judah, that game was a draw. Fabiano didn't even try rook and knight versus rook. Are you surprised by that?
I am.
He goes against everything I believe to not fight on, like, while there's still winning chances, even if they're like 2%, 3%. Sometimes you just have to put pressure on the opponent like that. Fabi didn't even try.
Well, probably he was annoyed with himself that he had such a beautiful position, and then he said, okay, in this tournament it doesn't work for me. He will make a draw. And of course, I mean, if we go back a few moves at the end, then basically he had to win the pawn, which is still possible, but it takes time. And the king was not cut out, I think. So if the king is in the middle of the board, then practically there is really not much chance to do. Kasparov was playing against me because my king was on the side. And that makes a huge difference. Because there you have to understand and don't miss those 1-2 pattern, which in critical moment, it saves the game and then you can bring out your king from the side. Because that's the main thing. Even that was not losing for me, but there you're testing your opponent. And for Gary, it worked out pretty well.
Yeah, and Fabiano, just to show the final few moves over that one, over on that board, we left it a while ago, but after e4, we saw Sindarov calculate his way to safety here. It's actually a variation that we mentioned a bit earlier, or something very similar. After rook to e7, rather than even moving the bishop, which also would have been fine, he just decided, okay, f5, the pawns are more important. The bishop dropped, but so did the very, very powerful white a pawn. Rook to f8, hitting the pawns, and rook h7, he'd figured out that after king g2, the h pawn can no longer survive. Knight takes e4, and this is where, I mean, to be honest, I'm so shocked. Like, Judith, you mentioned the king on the edge of the board. It's already there. Maybe it can come out to g2, but it can't escape much further. Fabiano not taking this pawn, not bringing the king, and at least trying, like, okay, black would check from the side or pin
No,
the
he
knight.
should have. Sorry, but he should have played rook g5, cutting the king.
Yeah, or rook g5. Like, this is wild to me that he didn't even try, Fabiano. Like, the king is cut off. Like, at least try for 10 moves. Like, it will only cost him 5 minutes, 10 minutes. He had a bit of time on the clock, but okay, he didn't take
Too
the
much
pawn,
respect.
didn't king. Way too much respect for Javakir here. And okay, Fabiano decided to just get the rooks off the board and knight g4 check. The knight stops the pawn, and it's just going to be a draw once the pawn disappears. That is, Judith, I don't want to say it's a crime against chess, but at this level, when there's still even a glimmer of hope, you play on. Like, why not? He was not, I don't know, maybe just not in the right mindset, but or maybe frustrated, like you said. But the king was cut off, everything's in place. It's bizarre. I can't explain.
I think we would try for like 10 moves, at least to bring the king out.
Yeah.
But it was a long game. And I think after king g5, Fabiano got frustrated.
It was a long game, but they just had a rest day, and Fabiano's...
Okay, but they are there for 2 weeks, and Fabiano did not come for this. To play rook against knight, being a few points behind Sindarov.
Like, in the candidates, you're not going to win any easy games. Like, I mean, it happens. I mean, Vidit lost recently to Magnus in a rapid game. Like, loads of 2700 Grandmasters have lost. I understand the Jabouquet had like 12 minutes left, and chances are probably maybe 2% or something, but
yeah,
it's you don't win it easy. You've got to make your own luck. And
yes,
okay,
I
Anish is
agree.
probably screaming at the screen right now.
Okay, he should not.
Tire him out.
He should not, because he did his share of complaining about himself. We still have one game going.
We still have one game in
Between,
action.
Tanjo and G with Bibisara.
Yeah, and maybe this is a good moment, actually, Judith, for you to show your that idea you mentioned that Spassky was able to employ against you.
Yeah, I'm not sure
let's
I
chase
will
down-
be able... Yeah, let's go. Rook a4, king e3. Let's chase my king to h3, which obviously would never happen after king g1, but we just want to get the position there. And yeah, king h3. And then I have to go, let's say, rook a3. F4. and go rook a1. Okay. And somehow...
So white should not play king h4 here?
No, not exactly.
Oops.
And then rook e8.
Yep. Let's say black waits.
Okay, let's check. No, check on h1, king g2. Let's go back. Rook a1. Yeah, rook e6.
Check.
King h7.
Oh, okay.
King h3.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, let's say if I don't have, of course now I would give a check, but I don't give a check, no. Let's say my rook is on a2. Doesn't matter, you go back to a8.
Okay, back to a8.
Yeah, back to a8.
Okay.
It's also losing, hold on. And why is it losing? Rook g8 was my point.
Yeah, rook g8 now holds, so...
Yeah. So this was the point that at some point, this was my draw to go rook a8 and rook g8. But here it seems that I'm losing because you go rook e5, and then you go rook you go king h6, king h4, and I lost.
Yeah. And if king g6, same thing, just rook check for...
No, you know what was it? Hold on, no. Put the rook on e5, please. Now.
Yes.
And if no, king on h6.
Mm-hmm.
Rook e5, king h6. Now you just play rook d5, please. Rook a2.
Yes.
I just want to get to the rook c5.
Okay.
And now it tells us now I'm losing.
I guess white's going to check and then run the king.
No,
forward.
okay, go rook a4. Go rook a4, please. Rook c3.
Rook c3.
I want to say no rook c3 because I want to see if in this position rook a6 is the only. Because something like that. How was it? No, the main idea was somehow I have to go rook a6, rook g6. And if king g4, rook g4 check.
So something along these lines.
Yeah, somehow like this that I didn't do it.
Rook g6 only move. That's not easy.
Yeah. And I missed this and simply I lost it because white got the rook on the e file, f5, and then already check and the king goes into g5. It was my last game with Spassky.
Which year was this, Judith, the game?
93. 93, end of January and February, yeah. It was an amazing match. I just made my course, which is going to come out, and I covered that match. It was quite one of the most amazing milestones in my life. That match was unbelievable. We played it in Budapest, at the ballroom of the Marriott Hotel, with about 1,000 people being there every day. You know, this classical demo board, which you see in my movie or in Queen's Gambit series. People having these little chess sets in the playing hall during the game, watching, analyzing. You know, this retro feeling of a chess tournament where people are sitting there for like 5 hours. It was the first ever event for me where I played with the Fischer clock.
Okay. Nice.
It was the first time.
The good old days.
Well, interesting old days, yeah. And that match was quite amazing because it was 10 games. I won the match from 9 games, 5.5, 3.5, I was leading. But we didn't talk about it, what happens if anyone wins, so we played the last game. And you will not believe what mistake Boris made, Spassky, against me. He plays the Breyer all his life. Last game, playing the moves. We had a different location for the last game. Making the moves, and he blundered. He switched bishop b7. He played rook e8 first.
Wow.
And I didn't take this bishop f7, and I could win his queen on move 12. But I didn't do it because it was like autopilot for both of us. And I was so happy that I didn't win the game that way because it was an amazing, thank you very much for showing it. Knight f6, castle, bishop e7, rook e1, b5. Yeah. d6, c3, castle, h3, Knight b8.
Knight b8 first, yeah.
d4, knight bd7, knight d2.
Oops.
And I didn't play it because I played, yeah.
Oops. Judith, the question is, would you have played it if you realized that he messed up the move order, or would
The problem is if I see it, I cannot withhold myself not to play it, But I'm so happy I did not realize it during the game, and I played instantly my move knight f1 because he played an incredible game. He sacrificed the piece. It was very complicated. Then it was this endgame which I lost, which I should have made a draw, but I learned a lot from that. And okay, he also won a game, which actually that was not the only game he won. He won another game. But I was much more happy to lose that game in a fight than to win a game if I just play bishop f7. No, that would be not fair by any means. Also, to win 6.5, 3.5 against Boris, it would be also wouldn't give me any joy that way.
Yeah, I hope our viewers, Judith, can realize how impressive it is that you're recalling a game from over 33 years ago, an exact rook and pawn endgame with like this that we're seeing in front of us now, and you're remembering exactly the plan, exactly the setup needed. That is impressive. Rook endgames, I love them as well, but I can sometimes struggle to recall because they all look so similar. They all look like details don't matter so much, but they're always different. They're always tricky, and it's a difficult endgame in front of Bibisara now.
And actually, we might have that,
Exactly. I was just going to say, she set up Tanjong-Yi. It's as if she heard us, or she was like, "Oh wait, that great game, Spassky Polgar, 1993."
Yeah.
She's like, "Wait, the king was on h4. How did it go? The f1 was on f4." She's getting there. She's getting closer.
I just tried to get my position last game. What was exactly? I lost it so easily, I can't tell you. I just remember that this idea that I had to go back with the rook.
I think maybe the easiest way is when the king gets already to g2 to come behind, just to check it away if it ever tries to go to h3. No rush, maybe when the pawn goes to f4. Just nice to have the rook behind to check the white king out of
I don't know
the
why
square. Oh, 20 something seconds, Judith. This could prove difficult. If she starts having to make every decision in 30 seconds, as soon as white starts going for that setup, it's easy to panic.
It is.
So I'm expecting rook to give a check, f4 at some point. Yeah, not going to be super easy for Bibisara, despite having already ridden a bit of luck. Tanjong-Yi missing an immediate win. And I'm expecting maybe a rook check here, king to drop back. There are questions like h4, whether to try and go for...
No, that she will lose for sure. Unless you know it by heart very, very well, there is a very good chance to lose.
Yeah. This one, I remember once making a draw, and I was so proud of myself afterwards that I'd drawn f and h rook, this endgame, and I was like, yeah, it was fine. And then I went back to check it with the computer, and it was like, nope, my opponent had 2 or 3 opportunities along the way. So this one's especially fraught with danger, but yeah. f4, and now maybe something like rook to b1 just to stop any king advances.
Actually, I can tell you that I didn't have that. I had to go h4. I had my pawn on h6.
Ah, okay. So slightly different with the pawn back here.
It was slightly different, but I had to play h5 and go back, and then it was just a dead draw. Yeah. I lost it with pawn on h3.
Judith, big moment. Blue arrow has appeared. Our friend. It's definitely a move on her radar, but 24 seconds. She has no time to calculate this.
No, but sorry. After h4, rook a5. And it's h and f.
Wow, she plays it maybe out of panic more than anything, but yeah, that was a big moment. Rook h6 was a threat. And now she's going to have to defend. She has to go back with her king, not forward.
Would you be enjoying having 1 minute and to make a draw with H and F?
In general, I enjoy the adrenaline rush of having 1 minute, Judith, but give me any other endgame, please. Give me rook and knight versus rook over rook and 2 versus 1. Rook and 2 like this. Oh, this is going to be tough. I guess it's a better version because the white king is cut off at the beginning, but yeah.
But it will be not cut off because
Exactly.
check and rook g3 in a second.
Yeah. Yeah, when the king advances and when it gets to like g4, then later comes in via f5. The trick to remember is to always put the king in front of the h pawn, not the f pawn, right? And then when the king advances like up this way, then to start checking from the side. But okay, still difficult. Not going to be easy. What are your predictions now?
Well, I don't know how well Baby Sarah knows the theoretical drawish position. If she knows it, there is which position is that? Basically, you can do whatever you want until the h pawn goes to h6 and the f5 pawn, I think. And then there is at some point you have to go down to a. You have to keep your rook on a1 b1 to be able to give a check from the back.
Yeah. Back or from the side. Yeah.
For example, now she can go wrong king h5 to lose and to grab that pawn. Rook g5, king h4, rook d5 wins, yeah?
I thought it might as well, but maybe she just waits.
By the way, she played king h5.
Yeah, she's definitely going to take that pawn, like no question.
What do you mean? It's lost. I cut off your king, no?
I thought that too, but the white king needs to be in front of the pawn, right? With the king on f5, it's winning. Or with the king, yeah. But maybe the white king just can't advance here.
You know, you're telling me this because the bar is not making any movement, yeah?
That as well, yeah. That helps.
That is part
I
of
needed
the...
a second. If it was this position with white, like if it was... Oh, how do I make this happen? If it was this position, then is it... Oh, it's still not winning after rook d4.
No.
I thought it might be, but...
But what do you... because of the side checks.
But she won't play rook g5 then. She
will play rook g8.
But now how do we hide from the checks?
She made the mistake to go rook g3. As I suggested, rook e5, she had to keep it, and then king f2, rook e3 maybe.
Exactly. Like, and Judith, no surprise that she's doing this. I mean, now she's been thinking a minute and a half. She was doing this with over 10 minutes on the clock. Instantly rook g3. And then she's surprised when her opponent's going king h5. It's odd time usage from Tanzhangi.
Yeah, but it's not the first time it happens in this tournament that not thinking in the right moment.
Yeah. So
yeah,
for
okay,
example,
but we shouldn't forget that it is a draw.
Just to show what you meant, just to go for this type of thing, and then rook e3, and to get the king out. Like
but
now,
maybe it's also king g3, I think.
King g3, yeah.
Well, it doesn't
King G3,
matter, I guess. Doesn't matter because king h5, king rook e5.
At least then there's testing to be done. Like the king comes forward.
With 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah. But now, how to hide? She probably thought she could go rook g8, like pawn untouchable, but she can't.
No, maybe she thought what I thought, that rook g5 and rook d5.
Yeah, I totally agree. By the way, like with the king in front, like king on f5, this is winning. Like, but here the king is passive. Wow, rook games are hard. I think that's what we've all learned in our lifetimes. We all think it when we start chess, and we learn it even more. Like so many rook games. Sometimes I think I know them really well, Judith, and then I make silly errors.
Yeah, but we all do. Unfortunately, rook endgames are also so complicated. And sometimes I remember that when I got a shock from I understood that I know a lot about rook endgames because I started very early to learn them. And then I remember John Nunn came to me in Vienna. And then after that, it was 91. We were playing in a tournament together. And after that, he joined us to Budapest. And then he was showing us these first theoretical endgames where the pawn on c3, one pawn, rook, and king endgame, and says, what is it? And then he tells the solution, Zugzwang, you know? And they win in 31 moves, queens. And that killed me for some time. Okay, so it means that I know nothing.
Yeah, John is especially good at those rook endgames, all endgames. Written some great books.
Yeah,
I remember
those books are amazing.
Yeah, one of my first books was like minor piece endgames by John Nunn, and that was incredible. Blew my mind. That was when I realized I was a bishop man, not a knight man.
Oh, okay.
Okay, she's set a trap. King c4 she's going to play now. And black can't play rook f5 because of rook g5 check.
She can go also king c6, but it's not helping, yeah? So king c4. What does she do?
Maybe
she got surprised, baby Sarah.
Yeah. Just move away. Get behind. Still no way to keep the the second extra pawn. b1. Avoiding the check. Yeah, this is looking closer and closer to the draw. I thought we were going to be here for like 150 moves, Judith. I thought we were just starting this endgame.
Well, that's how it should have been.
Yeah. Saturday night, who needs dinner? You know, who needs anything other than an 8-hour chess grind?
Well, actually, I'm supposed to be in a concert, you know?
Really? Right now?
Yes.
Oh no.
One of the most famous, legendary singer of Hungary giving a concert tonight. And I had my ticket for like 3 months ago. Usually I don't go to concerts, you have to understand. Very rarely. And so I'm supposed to go with some friends, but then I realized that actually I have something else to do. So I gave it to my husband and he makes a boys' party out of it because I got extra tickets because somebody else cannot go either. So now he's very happy. And he just sent me a message, some videos, which I will check after we finish because the girls will finish soon. So...
John, does Judith have her priorities right? I highly approve. Rook endgames over concerts any day.
Legendary concert.
10%. Yes, but these rook endgames, like you've just said, Judith, and your story with John Nunn is very apt. Rook endgames might not appear that extraordinary on the surface, but they're clearly just as, if not more, legendary. So you've definitely got your priorities straight here.
Exactly, John.
And yeah, this position, unfortunately, there's just no harmony. There's no symphony between White's pieces. The rook's so far away, the king's so far away.
Pawns are so far away.
Yeah, pawns separated. If the king goes back towards the pawns, then it gets checked from the side. If not, this one drops. That looks like an immediate draw, almost.
Yeah. Hard to see how the attempt of showing that she wants to try.
Mm-hmm.
What about f5?
Okay.
f5, rook f1, rook f8.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it king h6 that has to be done? No, yeah? King h4 is also a draw. King d5, king g5, king e6, check.
Just in time, yeah. If White had one more move, then White wins, but check. But gets there first. Yeah. Everything draws. Could she try? No, anytime the king crosses, she just gets checked, right? At the very least.
Well, yeah.
Just careless from Tanjong Yi. I thought she could just test this forever, but to not even be able to slightly test, repeating the position now. Yeah,
Well, it seems like the competitors are tired. I mean, Fabi also didn't try.
Yeah. True. But yeah, I can understand. I mean, I can only imagine how stressful it must be, like at this incredible level. But yeah, I think I only learned endgames, Judith, initially through playing them out, like making all these mistakes myself hundreds of times. So many missed resources, so many missed opportunities, and it was only from analyzing afterwards that you learn these things. And this hasn't been the best played endgame, I think, from either side, so maybe a lot to learn. But yeah, that Fabi one I'm still a bit in shock at. I might have to text him after the tournament. Oh, not today. When the tournament's done, and be like, come on, man, like at least try.
Probably he will just say, okay, he would do draw anyway, and this was already, we were playing for 5 hours, I missed my opportunities. So,
but
why to play
Magnus would not agree to draw that.
Never, ever, no.
Yeah, Kasparov wouldn't. He'd play on the best champions. They fight like to the bitter end, even if they're disappointed. I mean, Vachier might get nervous eventually, just once, yeah, it's in my mind a bit. Thinking about it just makes me a bit disappointed. But it was a great game. Just the way that it ended, sour taste in the mouth.
You would have been enjoying to have the rook and knight endgame and hear the h and pawn properly played. Yeah, testing the opponents.
Exactly. Endgame nerd, endgame purist. Like a draw, like I wanted like the fair result. Probably both should have been a draw anyway, but I wanted to see them fall out. I wanted to learn. I wanted to get my...
So you like endgames a lot. Tell us more about your course which you did with Magnus. How was that?
It was interesting. I mean, it started... Grind Like a Grandmaster started as a bit of a joke between us, the whole concept, because... Magnus was watching a lot of my games, and he used to be like, "Oh, another 8-hour draw, 186 moves." He's like, "What are you doing? Stop wasting our time." And I remember at the Grand Swiss in 2021 when that was the second time I nearly qualified for the candidates, and at some point I played nearly a 9-hour game. It was like 162 moves, and actually that one I was just defending the whole time against a colleague, Artush Naiksans. He was on the front foot. I was lost for most of it, but I managed to survive a draw. The next day, I played another 6-7 hour game. So like every day I was the last one to finish. And later that year, Magnus played against Nepo in that World Championship match. And I think the first 5 games, draws, didn't really have any chances. And game 6, he ended up winning after 7.5 hours, 136 moves, long grind. And he texted me afterwards. He was like, "This one was for you, David." And and we'd always had this joke, like Grind Like Gelfand was the initial title, but we thought, because he ground us both down, he taught us many lessons in endgames when we were young. And so we used to say GLG, and in the end it became Grind Like a Grandmaster. It was a great course to film. Like I learned a lot. Magnus goes on about like which 4 versus 3 pawn endgames are drawn, like whether you have a set of bishops, whether you have a set of knights, what color the bishops are, where you want to put the pawns, where you want to put the pieces. He goes into a lot of detail on these things. But in general, it's just more about the mindset and the grind set, as they call it, just to be in the right mentality to see these chances to fight. And if anyone wants to learn, I highly recommend. But I was the main one learning, Judith. I think I got the lucky end of that. I was just getting front row tickets to one of the best endgame players of all time, kind of sharing his thoughts. So it was a lot of fun to record.
I remember when you came out with that, I saw some parts of it, but I think I should be revisiting and suggesting when I talk to youngsters that some of the basic must-see material.
Yeah, it's there'll be a part 2, which is maybe more technical. This one was more like conversation and talking general, idealistic, and it's maybe a bit advanced. I've heard for some viewers.
You have the second one, or you're planning the second one?
I'm planning it, but I need to trick Magnus into doing it. If not, I'll do it myself.
Okay.
Because he's a busy man. He's a busy man. Okay. In the meantime,
Just call it freestyle endgames.
then he'll do it. I love it, Judith. That's big brain.
What's going on here?
Okay, one pawn's gone.
Yeah, somehow the white rook is always on the wrong square, it seems.
Yeah.
To make progress. Actually, it could be if king g7, rook b7, king h6. Isn't that winning already?
Probably there's a trick, Judith. Maybe rook f7.
Rook f7, f5. And rook f6.
Yeah, also rook
f6. h7 is also not bad. But after that, king g6.
Actually, whoops.
Oops. Still a draw. Rook h8.
Maybe only rook h8. Okay, I want to be flashy and it nearly backfired, but rook f6. That's number 1 rule in growing like a grandmaster. Don't be flashy. Just get it done.
Just do the job.
Just do the job. So she'll probably play... Yeah, there we go. King f5 first. Otherwise, king g7, there might have been rook b4 with an immediate draw. Now she's looking almost at us, Bibisara. But, okay, she has played another move. She's given a check. That's why. And yeah, there's just no way to hide. Like, as soon as the king goes away to the h file, rook can come to b4. And it's going to be a draw. Same with king g7. Bibisara has escaped.
I didn't realize that Bibisara is a left-handed girl.
Ah. I hadn't realized either. It's... yeah. I know a few grandmasters who are lefties. Like, I think Arjun Aragaisi is also a lefty, but yeah, not that many. Definitely the minority, or vast minority, even. You're right-handed, Judith, right?
I'm right-handed.
Yeah.
As far as I know.
Yeah. I open like hands, open bottles with my left hand, and like, yeah, but right-handed by. Also, I think.
Check.
Yeah. It's been a tough tournament for both players, but Tan Zhongyi especially. Bibisara holding this means she's still in the race.
Do you think she realized that she was lost?
No. Oh, we did see that one reaction from her, right? Like one moment she suddenly put her head in her hands just before Tan Zhongyi played that rook h6, and suddenly she looked really calm, poker-faced again when Tan Zhongyi missed the chance. So maybe. But here we have a couple moves. I'll just put them on the board. And okay, it is a handshake. It was a draw in this final position with the f-pawn about to fall. And there we see the last game of round 11. John, it wasn't the marathon we were expecting, but it was the half marathon that we got.
You wanted to go to 210 moves, David. Maybe by saying that, you've already condemned us to what's going to happen on Sunday. Who knows? Congratulations to Bibisara for surviving that. I have to say, it takes some tenacity to be in the position she was in and just to grind it down. But it's not even just about grinding. It's about the poker face, like Judith said, and not letting your opponent know if you think you're in a lost position. That has paid off for her here, and as a result, she earns herself a draw. What might turn out to be a crucial draw. We'll wait and see, because I believe that takes her to 5.5 points. Here are the results, with Vachier-Lagrave still in the lead, and indeed extending it as well. David, is it over?
It's not over. Still plenty of play, 3 games to go. 1 point lead could disappear in the space of 1 round. And especially based on what we've seen so far in this tournament, anything can happen. There tend to be nervy moments, tend to be a couple of mistakes here and there. And yeah, Vachier-Lagrave is going to fancy it. but she's never been in a situation like this before, where she's in the lead so close to touching that World Championship match. I think there are still some twists and surprises ahead. Even Tan Zhongyi, not mathematically out yet, but yeah, it feels like it's going to be Vachier-Lagrave, or maybe those just 1 point below her.
Yeah, no one mathematically out, but obviously it involves a lot of losses for that to happen. Realistically now, Vachier-Lagrave in pole position. We'll see if she can power through towards the end. Let's head over to the open section, though, to see what's going on there. Judith, same question, maybe a little bit of an easier answer. Is it over here?
Well, it's not over yet, but today there could have been something happening. If Giri could be pressing more and could win, and Fabiano could convert his really promising position, which was around move 30 or 25-30, he created something for himself. Now it's going to be very slim chance, because also Giri missed 2 opportunities in round 10 and in round 11. Better position, he was not able to convert it, so he does not have that energetic game that he has, that self-confidence that he will win 3 out of 3. That's for sure, that's what he needs, and definitely after that, even that maybe would be not happening. But of course, if he beats Sindarov, that would make great satisfaction. Maybe it would be not enough to qualify. But let's face it, Sindarov plays so amazingly all the way up to round 11 that he deserves it.
I certainly think he does. I mean, he's 2 points clear with 3 rounds to go, right? So in order for Sindarov, this is me doing what David did earlier over the board. In order for Sindarov to lose, he has to lose 2 games and draw, and that's at minimum. That's assuming everyone else catches him at light speed. It's incredible stuff. I'm pretty sure that's not what his mindset is at the moment. That's not necessarily what he's thinking. And just when you think I'm going to close out the stream, no, I've got something for you folks in chat. We managed to bag Sindarov for an interview as well. So let's head over to Mike to see what Sindarov had to say.
Thanks, guys. We're here with Grandmaster Vachier Sindarov for our annual, or our daily 5 minutes with you, I should say. Draw, not the worst result in the world. Of course, was this the toughest game you've had of the tournament?
Yeah, I mean, it's of course one of the... I mean, it should be a toughest game in this tournament. And yeah, I know it will be a very hard game. Fabi was outplaying me, and probably I played one of my best defense game in my life.
Yeah, it was great defense. Was there any moment in the game where you thought you were on the verge of losing?
Yeah, at some moment I was thinking like I should be losing when he took gh5, king h6. It looks like losing for me, but I mean, I understand it's not easy to win, so he need to find best moves, and I have always have tricks in king side because he's after he takes g takes h5, his pawns is very weakness. So yeah, probably I understand my position is very bad, but I'm just trying to play. I mean, I'm just trying to find best moves for my side, and probably I do it, and yeah, I'm very happy with this result.
And right before we came outside for our al fresco interview, you gave a handshake to your second over there, Mukhidin Madaminov. We haven't talked about him at all. Hope to get you on camera, by the way, before the week's over. Tell us what he brings to your team. What does he do for you?
Yeah, I mean, I have a little bit more seconds, but Mukhidin is especially helping me. He's here, and yeah, I mean, it's very important to have in something like this huge tournaments your second, and also he's a very good guy. He's my, best friend in life also. So we spent a lot of time together, and we are playing video games. So it's very funny with him.
Now, he always says goodbye to you after the round. You may have not seen this today, but as soon as he said goodbye to you, he went around to the spectator area and walked in the crowd, and he was working his way through the crowd to get a peek of your game. Did you see him in the audience?
Actually, during game, I didn't even see anyone in the audience, so I'm just trying to focus on my game. But first games, I think I saw him, but after that, I stopped checking audience, so probably I didn't see him today.
Now, online yesterday, it was revealed that there's some other people here supporting you. Do you care to say anything about somebody else here that is your big supporter?
Yeah, I mean, Yeah, I don't want to tell a lot of.
I'll say no
comments
comment
about-
for you. You're focusing on chess, okay? And finally, yesterday, you said you're a Counter-Strike player. Chess.com had a PogChamps event with a big Counter-Strike player on a Pixel. Did you watch any of that?
Actually, I mean, I'm playing Candidates Tournament, so I don't have a time to watch any other things. But I only, I mean, during this tournament, I only watch football. My favorite team, Barcelona, they lose, but I hope they will come back in second game.
Sorry, Barca fans, but Vachier fans, you guys are doing really well these 2 weeks. Thanks as always for your time.
Thank you.
Back to you.
Thank you so much, Vachier, and thank you very much, Mike. That was a really fun interview, and I have to say, Judith, what I'm taking most out of that interview isn't what Vachier said. I genuinely think if the resort were willing to put the lights on, he would happily go and play a couple of sets of tennis right now. His energy is insane.
Well, he's 20 years old. He's winning one game after another. He has 2 points lead. What do you need more? Of course, he's smiling and smiling and smiling. Everything is going on his own way. But we also heard him saying that it was his maybe best defense ever. He knew it, how dangerous situation he had today. He understood that, and he was just giving all the best he could. He made the best moves where it was already very difficult, and it worked it out.
And David, I feel like he would be giving a very similar interview whether he was at 2.5, 3 points out of 10 or 8.5 out of 10. It just felt like there was... He was just playing each game day by day. He's not really playing the standings. He's not being tricksy or anything like that. This is just him. He's been so authentic.
Exactly, and that's another impressive part of his arsenal. He just has such a level head on his shoulders, seems to be in the moment, very much in the moment. He knows there's still a job to do. He still needs a few draws maybe to get over the finishing line. He still knows that he's going to have to play a World Championship match, even if he wins this tournament. I don't think he'll be resting until that. He's just such, he's always got a smile on his face, such a well-balanced player. And the fact that he's just blown everyone off the board in such impressive fashion like this, it's just wonderful. I think this is just the beginning of what's going to be an incredible career.
So that is round 11 in the books, ladies and gentlemen. A fantastic way to end the day here. Thank you very much to all of you who have been watching the broadcast. Huge thank you to Mike and Vachier for that interview at the end. And we look forward to welcoming you back for the final 3 rounds of the candidates. That starts tomorrow. Sindarov currently enjoying an easy lead over the rest of the field. But as we know in chess, anything but easy tends to be the phrase of the day. In the women's, in the meantime, still continues to be wide open. With no one even mathematically out yet, anything can happen with 3 rounds to go. Join us here on the stream, same time, same place tomorrow. Stay safe wherever you are, and good night.
Μέχρι στιγμής πάμε μια χαρά. Ξύλο. Να πάμε έτσι μέχρι τέλους.